Mic check. What's up, everyone? As always, appreciate you guys coming in. I'm just starting up the stream a little early. I know the title says Teofimo Lopez versus Steve Claggett. Don't worry, we're gonna do Bam Rodriguez versus Estrada too. But while you guys are coming in, just like Just the Guy did, roll up, tell me where you're from while I'm getting the stream all booted up. Yo, let's go Lopez, Rio, 714, what's up? Say yo, let's go Tio, Nikki Bar, Scanner, Mexican flag and wave. Set up Just a Guy, 4-2 stand up. Nelson, main, what time does it start? So there's about like 3 fights before the main event. So I'm just gonna go a little live early. I'm gonna do some commentary with Emiliano Vargas. He just got in the ring, so let's go. Florida's in the house. Tio will go for the KO. Rodrigo. Eduardo. He's gonna fight. Is he gonna fight Shakur Stevens? I mean, they're not in the same weight class. Dallas, Texas in the house. That's what's up. Always got love for Texas. Give me about like 1 more minute and switch. We're gonna go straight into it. Does anyone know when the time starts? So the main event probably start maybe in like 3 hours. So you're gonna have to show us tonight. Flint, Michigan. Is that the Andre Dirrell? The one and only? The Dirrell? Oh, okay, the music's too loud? My bad, let me turn that shit down. Alright. Alright. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna switch it over right now. Boom! What's up, everyone? It's Ron Goodall, FightHype.com. One of the many guys that cover boxings over here, and appreciate you guys coming in, rocking in early. Say you still can't hear me? How about this? Does it sound better? Sound better? St. Thomas, 214 checking in, yo. California, El Monte, Southern California. You can't hear you, bro? Still can't hear me? No, you should be able to hear me. Tio, let's do this. Go get him, champ. Norfolk. Be more in the building. You better know it. Hey! We got a legend in the building. Yo, I was watching the, I think, something about Sean Porter. I think I saw a clip. It might have been on your Instagram. It was Sean Porter and Andre talking about you. Where, granted, I mean, shoot, anyone that knows boxing, come on, man. You know how much of a beast you are. So, if I'm not mistaken, let me make sure. I want to make sure I plug you right. I think you got a YouTube channel, right? Hold on. Let me get this straight. I believe you got a YouTube channel. So, for those that don't know, I wanna shout you out for that. If so, give me your YouTube channel. I'm gonna shout you out, champ. 702 East Vegas. Okay, that's what's up. All right, sound check good. Japan, and just like that, Vargas wins fight TKO. Yo, right? Like I didn't even get to. I was trying to boot the stream up, you know, hoping that he'll go a couple more rounds, but you know what it is. It's one of those developmental fights. You know, I didn't expect much from his opponent. It'd be like a box rec. I think they had his opponent at what? In his division, 638, right? So, it's just one of those fights for Emiliano to kind of get used to the spotlight, working some stuff, get a highlight knockout. I didn't even see it. Yeah, it's my name. All right, hold on. Let me, why don't I not have your highlights? Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, this is what. Give me 1 second, guys. This should work right there, right? There we go. All right, I got this up. Greetings from Indonesia, bro. That's what's up. What time's the main event? Probably like 3 hours from now. So real quick, I want everybody, if you can do me a favor, I'm gonna show your YouTube channel. So it's just your. Let me see. Got Andre Dirrell in the building. So which, by the way, you've been dropping a lot of gems on your Instagram. Like, tons and tons and tons of gems. Let me see, YouTube / I'm trying to pull it up. I think it's, I know you just kind of got it going. Andre Dirrell. Linktree. Where's your YouTube channel? All right, The Matrix, right? All right. Cool. I found it. All right, all right, because I already know this content creation game, you know, it's hard, man. It's not as hard as being a world champion, man. But we got Andre Dirrell. You guys can show some love. We've had him on FightHype plenty of times, you know what I mean? And he's one of the boxers I grew up watching. You know, amazing amateur background and great professional. But as you can see right here, he launched his YouTube channel for guys who are just trying to get into boxing. You know, he's breaking everything down. You can show him some love. It's at youtube.com/@Andre.Dirrell. I'm gonna plug it in right here. Show him some love. He's in here showing me some love. So I gotta show the champ love. But while you're in here, right? While I got you in here, shoot, I probably need to figure out how to get a Zoom up. Maybe do some commentary together. Looks like we probably do a collab, right, Andre? Maybe we can do a collab. But if you can do like a short breakdown on how you got this Teofimo Lopez fight while we got everyone in here. How many people we got in here? About 151 just starting up. If you just got a quick prediction on how this fight goes, love, appreciate it. But getting to the chat, let me see. Let me go back right here. The main event will probably start about like I said, maybe 2 or 3 hours. We just got Emiliano Vargas. He just got the win. So we're pretty much just waiting for Nico Ali Wash. He has his rematch, Robisi, and then that's it, Teo. So, but pretty much this Teofimo Lopez fight. Hey, bro, what's up with the Haney Ryan fight? Did he take Ryan's win away, Dante? Yeah. So they completely have removed the loss on Devin's record, and for Ryan, he took the win, right? As rightfully so, right? Regardless of your opinion on who would have won the fight, with PEDs, with or not, it was in Ryan's system, so you got to do the right thing, right? If it was the other way around, Devin won, same situation, you know. So, but all things stand, you know, I think a rematch should be able to solve all of it. That's if Ryan wants to give it, right? Nah, man, you're the dope one, bro. Come on, man. Andre Dirrell, nothing but real one love. Absolutely, man. Come on, Teo, bring my money home. Put money for a stoppage. You know, I think for this Teofimo Lopez fight, right? I think we all can agree that Steve Claggett, who on BoxRec is actually ranked 8th. Record of 38 wins, 7 losses, 2 draws. You know, records are deceiving, right? Records are deceiving. You know, he beat the guy that beat Matias at one point, right? So he's ranked number 1 in Canada. Like I said, he's ranked number 8 on BoxRec in the division. So, but I'm not expecting a lot from Steve. You know, Teofimo Lopez has fought on paper way better competition, fought way better opposition. I mean, he's fought Vasily Lomachenko, he's fought Josh Taylor. I mean, even guys like Sandor Martin, in my opinion, warrant probably a better Jermaine Ortiz, Richard Comey. So Teo has a really, really good resume. You know, I know that his antics and the things that people dislike about Teo is fair, but what I'm expecting Teo is to fight a guy today who's stylistically for him. He's going to come forward. He's going to make Teo essentially look better than the Jermaine Ortiz fight, right? So I'm expecting a knockout too. Does PEDs induce your skill level though? Well, see, that's the debate, right? I don't think really Haney lost to Loma too. George Dub. On paper, he won, but Does PEDs induce your skill level though? I mean, I think we have tons and tons of cases where fighters have failed their test and still lost, right? For example, like Oscar De La Hoya has beaten Fernando Vargas, and Fernando Vargas failed a drug test later after that. So like, I get the concept of, hey, skills pay the bills. You know, PEDs can only do so much, but when you look at fairness, right? What's the point of having drug testing then? We might as well not have drug testing if that's the case, right? We might as well eliminate it. The point of drug testing is to, quote unquote, make sure that it's some sort of fairness. And if there isn't that in the case, repercussions come. There's no point in commissions and no point in drug testing then, right? So, what up, Red? But really, at the end of the day, I think if you have an opinion that you felt that Devin didn't fight in a traditional fashion of Devin Haney, and he fought going for the knockout, and that's not the way you're supposed to fight Ryan Garcia and chase after the puncher, I agree. I didn't think Devin fought the best game plan, personally. But you got to do it. You got to take the win off Ryan's loss, because he still, regardless, had it in his system. If he intentionally did it or not, I mean, best half Asian reporter in the game. I appreciate it. I'm glad you put me in this box versus one of the best reporters out there. But what up, Red? How long till Teo? So we got 2 fights, right? So we got Nico Ali Wash. Ali's grandson's gonna be coming up, and then we got Robisi Ramirez. He's gonna be the co-main, and then we'll have Teofimo Lopez. And then I believe, based on how the DAZN card is stacked, we may either be clashing or just maybe getting to the Estrada fight. But personally, me as a fan, I think the Estrada and Bam Rodriguez is the way better fight, hands down. Teofimo Lopez is the more known name, the bigger attraction. So, who did Sandra Martin beat? You guys are sleeping on this read. Are you asking? Yo, what up, Kaz? Barney, Broly had 18 nights to fight. Who did Jermaine Ortiz beat? Are you asking? Like, I don't know if this is rhetorical, right? Because I think to answer that question, Jermaine Ortiz had a great showing against Lomachenko, right? Regardless of Lomachenko, it looked like he took him serious or not. He had a great showing against Vasily Lomachenko. Who did Sandra Martin beat? He beat Mikey Garcia, right? I get it. Mikey Garcia was at the tail end of his career. Probably wasn't the best version of him, but regardless, he was ranked #1 in Spain in his country, right? All divisions. He was the #1 ranked Spaniard fighter. Fought Mikey Garcia in Fresno, had the big upset, and then arguably beaten Teofimo Lopez, right? Many people felt that he won and was robbed of 2 knockdowns, and became the mandatory for Devin Haney, you know? So Sandro Martin is a good fighter. I wouldn't sleep on Sandro Martin. 38 wins, and he has go. Oh, you're talking about, you're kind of like in defense of Steve Claggett. Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? We've seen Teo fight other kind of gum shield fighters, is what some people would say. Pedro Campo was a guy that I thought Teo was going to blast out in a round or 2. Took him to 7, and very durable. And later, Pedro Campo went and fought Brandon Lee, went the distance, and arguably people debated that Brandon Lee won that fight. So, you know, it's one of those things where records can be deceiving. This boxing, we've seen Teo lose to guys or had performances against guys that we didn't expect, and had big wins against Lomachenko and Josh Taylor. So, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro, for your knowledge. Keep doing it. I appreciate it. King Sakuna. Ryan just needs to move on. He won the fight. Let Haney drown. Yeah, I mean, I think right now, I think we're all kind of tired of Ryan and Devin, right? So, what up, H Money? Yo, that's one of my OGs, man. I see you winning on YouTube, bro. I see you doing your thing. So, Fight IQ Ron, the Don salute, homie. Hey, I see you. You know, you've been an OG from back in the day, just like me. You know what I mean? You started your own channel, so I see you grinding. I see you getting content. I see you doing interviews. So I always appreciate you, man. And regardless if people have the same opinions or whatnot, man, You're one of the people that help grow the sport. If they like you or not, you know, you're part of it. So, welcome to the club, my guy. Red, just chilling, playing Elden Ring, listening to the commentary, bro. Welcome back. Yo, first and foremost, I appreciate it. I've been saying I was trying to go live for a while, but I got like an 8-month-old son. He's been definitely a handful, and just kind of needed a little break. So just kind of working on that stuff. But the lives are going to be coming back strong. And I think at a certain point, I think the Ryan and Devin stuff got exhausting. I think there's only so much that I could repeat on that I think it was just nice to not go into that world again. But Elden Ring, bro, I've been itching to want to buy that and play that game. I just don't have the time, right? I mean, I do have time, but you know, a game like that, you got to be invested. And I don't want to play that game half-assed and not complete it. My boy Tank showed the world he ain't to be played with after the Martin win. Be more. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I thought Tank looked great in that fight, and I thought Frank did too, the best that he could. I think Frank Martin will learn from it, but I think Tank really showed the world that he now has started to take that that fame, that big stage, I'm Gervonta Tank Davis, right, attitude, and he brought it to his own type of swag. He had so much fun that week. Like, he was talking to all the media. Like, sometimes when you're around certain fighters, you know, they can be a little grumpy, a little snippy, things like, no, Tank talked to all the media. He stayed, he had a lot of fun. I know he didn't come to the grand arrival, which was strange, right? Like, I didn't understand that, but other than that, he looked so comfortable. Press conference, weigh-in, fight, post, he had a blast. And I think he's starting to just take ownership of just being that spotlight. He's always been in the spotlight, but you can tell he's slowly trying to get acclimated to it. The Ryan Garcia fight kind of brought him over. I think that was probably a point where he still may have little small jitters, but I think the Frank Martin, he had nothing to worry about. So, and that's what you want to see. You see that in Canelo and Floyd and guys like that. So Tank did his thing, for sure. I'm ready for Madrimov Crawford fight. Madrimov's about to expose Crawford's lack of defense. Damn. Look, I'm gonna go to that fight. I'm gonna cover that fight. And well, I have you guys in here. I don't know if you guys seen my interview I did with Bomac. It might be a little lengthy. Let me see. But I asked them about Madrimov, right? Crawford. Let me see how long it is. It's about 8 minutes, so I don't know if I'm gonna play all of it or even get to it, but I'll summarize it. If you look up Crawford trainer Bomac honest, let me turn the music on. All right, so right here you can see Crawford trainer Bomac, obviously FightHype. I did this interview about 9 days ago. I know it says 8 days, but it was about 9 days ago. I talked about him about the Madrimov fight, which I will be going out to the fight. I have to go out to LA. But I kind of talked to him like, you know, what's ironic is that people have criticized Crawford for his resume, right? But when you look at the fighters that have names, right? Amir Khan, you know, he made it look relatively easy, stopped him. Kell Brook essentially stopped him with a jab. Errol Spence dominated. But the fighters in the fights that are a little bit more trickier that you see him kind of struggle a little bit with, you know, I know that, what's his name? David Avanesian was a tune-up, so maybe a little rust. But you can see David kind of managed to get a couple shots early in the early rounds. Victor Postal, Crawford had a box and move. He didn't really engage. Mean Machine arguably dropped him. So those like Eastern European guys seem to not have the name to give Crawford that type of fanfare and recognition, but he would have to fight a Porter, a Spence, a Khan, a Brook. And those are all guys he stopped, right? But Madrimov falls into those. Crawford should win and he should dominate, but when you look at it, he has a track record of having tougher fights with these Eastern European guys. Won't get the credit, but Crawford sometimes lures himself into these type of fights where he probably should use a little bit more IQ, right? As in not to get hit as much, but he likes to bang, he likes to get the knockout, he wants to solidify a stamp. And Madrimov is a very, very strong, high amateur, like a huge amateur background fighter, and I expect that there should be some fireworks in that fight. I expect Crawford to win, but I expect maybe moments where it might look a little rougher than it should for essentially one of the pound for pound kings in the sport. But I'm really excited for the fight because, you know, he's going up into multiple divisions, and I think personally the fight should be in Crawford's favor, but it's going to be a little more action-packed. I think Madrimov's going to show some levels, which Crawford's going to have to dissect and break down. But I think Crawford's in the zone, and he should take him apart. But expose his lack of defense, we'll see. I think Crawford just makes fights tougher than it's supposed to be. I think that's more on Crawford. Tank's focus now, I could see he's locked in. I think he knows what time it is, you know. I think Tank's naturally gifted. But I got Andre. I got to read Andre. You know, I got to pause my commentary for a second because my man spent some game. Frank caught Tank with a lot of straight lefts, but he stayed calm throughout like it never happened. Tank has a strong mindset. Exactly, right? And you know what it's like to be on big stages and big fights, right? That you can get caught with something and it shake you up a little bit. We've seen that with Devin when he fought Ryan. First left hook. Mindset was a little bit off. Tank was not phased at all. And I know that comparing to Frank Martin and Ryan Garcia, people can argue who's better, but it's still that composure, that mindset that Andre's speaking of. And Tank never at any moment, regardless if people felt he was behind the cards, Tank never felt that he was losing the outcome, what was going to happen, which was going to be the knockout. So I agree with Andre 1,000%. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't, follow his YouTube channel at andre.dirrell. Yeah, man, the game is long. I only play on the weekend due to the work. Are you playing the game or the DLC? All right. Crawford resume isn't that good. The last current champ besides Spence he fought was in 2018. I think Crawford is just one of those fighters who just, I don't know if you know who Donald Curry is. One of those guys who didn't get the Sugar Ray Leonards, you know, didn't get the Roberto Duran, but clearly you can tell he was pound for pound the best fighter, if not one of the best fighters. His opponents' names who didn't have certain accomplishments or the markability like some of the other fighters. I think you can't still say that Crawford doesn't have a good resume because he became undisputed in 2 divisions. He did what he was supposed to do. He cleaned up 140. You know, he came in and essentially beat Breedis, who had a big win against Amir Khan at the time. And if you go later and look and see what Mean Machine was able to compete against, right? Not win, but compete. I think it's just the fact that Crawford, unfortunately, doesn't have the resume, like something to match like a Canelo or like a Pacquiao or Floyd. But as a boxing fan, you already know, like, he clearly, if he fought better names and markability, he would still be the victor, right? I think if you put Crawford in Floyd's time, there's a lot of opponents that Floyd fought that I think Crawford would beat. So, who got the link for Tio? What up, Kai C? It's on ESPN. It's on ESPN. So, is Top Rank slowing down the schedule? No. Their main card starts in like 17 minutes. So they got time slots that they gotta fit. So they just finished their prelims on ESPN Plus. Kenny Porter stopped my fight. Tio gonna knock out a tomato can. I really am gonna be extremely critical, not because of the fact that, you know, things don't happen in fighting, but I think it's because of the amount of attention Teofimo Lopez gets that he has to have a performance, right? Because I think Jermaine Ortiz, you can say, all right, at least he had a good performance against Lomachenko. Stylistic, maybe Tio struggles with cutting off the ring, you know, certain things like that. But Steve Claggett is a guy who's designed to go forward and fight. Like, you can tell that's his main fighting style. He doesn't really move. He doesn't do all that stuff that like a Jermaine or a Devin or a Sandor Martin does. So I expect Tio to have a good performance tonight. You know, I think whatever he didn't do in the Jermaine Ortiz fight, he probably went in camp. He probably is getting ready, you know, to work on some of those stuff that he probably should have been working on, and he's probably here to display it. You know, one of the big things he complained about was inactivity. So he fought in February, and now he's about to fight in June. He wants to fight 4 times. So the biggest criticism about this fight is who's his opponent, right? He's fighting a nobody, right? Steve Claggett. He ain't never accomplished anything. His record's 38-7-2, right? Still plus about over 40 fights. The thing is with him is that he rather fight more often versus just fight a name with a big space. And I think that if he doesn't fight, then they're going to criticize him. And if he does fight, then they're going to criticize his opposition, because you can't really take tough fight after tough fight after tough fight. So I do like that Teo is fighting a little more often, and it gives him an opportunity to work on those things that he didn't do in the Jermaine Ortiz fight. King, if 126-pound Gamboa and Mean Machine can hurt Crawford, Madrimov will hurt him. I mean, you know, it's boxing. You know, I've seen fighters get hurt all the time for things that don't really make sense, right? It's like saying, like, when Canelo got hurt by Cotto's brother, then that means, you know, Sergey Kovalev would have had to hurt Canelo, right? And sometimes styles make fights. Sometimes certain fighters are punchers. Sometimes fighters are in certain stages of their career. I'm pretty sure the version of Crawford now versus the version that fought Gamboa, I think Crawford would have dominated him way quicker, way easier, and more brutally, right? But you know, I can't just go off the fact that one person hurt someone, and the fact that Mean Machine, I've seen Machine fight other fights up first, and he can punch. Gamboa is known to be a puncher, and Mean Machine has been known to be a puncher. And if you land those shots on anybody, like, those guys are very consistent on being strong fighters. I've seen Mean Machine hurt Virgil Ortiz, right? So I think I would be more concerned if, like, a guy who gets no knockouts hurt Crawford, right? But those guys are punchers. No, bro, Crawford looks better than he is because he's fighting guys he can punch and out offense. He doesn't have to defend to fight another puncher. Okay, I see what you're saying. And I see what you're saying. Triple G's a known puncher. I get what you're saying. It's not saying that those guys are the punchers, right? But it's that they got pop. And if you got pop, you can hurt anybody. Who's fighting next? Nico Ali Walsh is fighting a rematch. He's trying to avenge his loss against... What is his opponent's name? Nico Ali Walsh versus Sona Akali. At the time, Sona Akali was 8-1 when Nico fought him. So, and I interviewed Nico. You know, it was a solid interview. It was pretty much just describing that, you know, he's not trying to chase the Money Mayweather era of being undefeated. He's obviously bloodline of Ali. So, this guy. GM, I still want the Ryan Devin numbers. You know what's so crazy? I actually forgot the actual specific numbers. Like, specifically, I had some sort of round number, but it was low. Like, it's plain and simple, GM. If you want to, like, know specifics, like, it wasn't good. Oh, Ryan Devin. You're talking about... Wait, what were we talking about? It was Ryan Devin, yeah. That's what you kept coming about, Ryan Devin. No, you were asking about Ryan... No, you were asking Devin Regis numbers. Those were bad. Those were bad numbers. They weren't good. I don't want to shit on it as in, like, other fighters can just do pay-per-view. But they weren't astronomical numbers. You came in asking for Devin Regis numbers all the time. They weren't good. Ryan and Devin's numbers, I didn't really do too much. Like, I know some people that might know it. You know, I heard it probably wasn't Ryan Tank numbers, clearly. So, but GM, man, one day I'm gonna give you some numbers, man. One day, if you have a Twitter, when I get some numbers on something, I'm gonna slide it to you, break it on the Twitter world. How about that? I'm gonna find some numbers. I'm gonna have you break it for me. How about that? Thanks, fam. Ryan versus Conor Ben. Who you got? Oh, actually, my bad. Dante Dorsey first. Who you think is gonna win out? Tyson and Paul? Jake Paul. Unless it's rigged. Unless they have some sort of prearranged thing. But I think Jake Paul. I mean, Father Time. Tyson, he had an ulcer or something. Like, it's just one of those fights where you just know that, all right, we get it. Jake Paul is above average. He can beat washed up or not even just MMA fighters, right? He can beat MMA guys clearly. He has some sort of boxing pedigree. He has a good right hand. He has power. He actually trains. He takes it serious. We get it. So Mike Tyson just falls into that category of more just catering to non-fight fans that don't really know better. And I think Mike Tyson, when you think of Mike Tyson, you think, well, clear as Mike Tyson, he can beat the hell out of everyone. But I think Jake Paul's at a point of his career now that he can start taking on guys with names, but just way, way older. Kovalev, Jacobs are like that, are known punchers. Gamboa is a 126 that beat Salido. Mean Machine is just a mandatory. I mean, look, man, I got a lot more credit for Mean Machine. Maybe I'm a little more biased. Maybe I'm a little bit more biased, right? I mean, I'm not afraid to say it. Maybe I'm a little more biased for Terrence, but I think Mean Machine he's an Olympian, right? Anytime you face an Olympian, if Andre's still in here, he can tell you, like, being an Olympian is not easy, all right? So let alone being an Olympian. And Terrence had to fight an Olympian, right? Terrence didn't make the Olympic team. This guy did. So he's fighting a guy who clearly has a lot of amateur background, clearly can fight, became a mandatory for a reason, and gave Virgil Ortiz fits. He had some power, it's just one of those situations that he just ain't got one of those crazy names. Pitbull coming for all the stakes. You better tell your mom I love you. I'm a little concerned about him in this weight class, though. He's a small guy for that weight. And not saying he can't do it, but he's fighting Rayo Venezuela, and that's another tough opponent. And if he can knock him out, then I'll have a lot more... I will start believing more that Pitbull can hang at 140. I know Rayo's a 135 fighter, but he's clearly bigger than Pitbull. It just shows that Pitbull can compete against big guys, bigger than him, punchers. So, let's see. See, this is what I'm saying. People give Canelo achievements to Crawford to try and make Crawford look better than what he is. In his fights, he's been cracked by smaller guys, hurt by smaller guys. He hasn't fought any dangerous competition. Everyone he's fought is smaller than him. I'll tell you one thing, King. All right? And this is why I'm saying that I can be transparent, that I could be a little bit more quote unquote biased, right? And it could be a little bit of that. I'm giving a lot more benefit of the doubt, right? I guess that's where I'm going to be straight with you. I'm giving more benefit of the doubt versus what the resume has shown, right? Do I think his resume warrants, is it emulates Canelo and Floyd? And that's what I'm saying. It's not. It doesn't, by far. But you kind of go into this consistency of eye test. And for that, Crawford, in every fight, from what I know that I've covered, he's always been the favorite, even Spence. And since the Spence fight was being discussed for Crawford years ago, I've always leaned towards Crawford. And over time, I've kind of completely one-sided to Crawford. So have I felt that Crawford has been in a fight where he's been kind of the underdog or a 50-50 fight? I guess Spence was his 50-50 fight. So because he dominated it like that, it's going to be hard for him to be the underdog for most cases. For Canelo's case, Canelo's mostly been the favorite, same situation. I know when he fought Floyd, it was the underdog, but I think that we need to kind of slowly start kind of like removing the resume talks now when it comes to Crawford, because I think everyone in here can agree. Inouye's good, Crawford's good, clearly Canelo has proven he's been good, Usyk's good. Like, I think we can now kind of remove resume talks now and kind of just talk boxing with them, right? Because these guys have already shown consistently that they belong at the top, and when you put them in with who you think can be competitive, they typically win, right? So I think resume talks, and I'm not disagreeing with a lot of stuff you're saying. You make good points. I'm just kind of removed from the resume points now, and kind of just going into the idea of like, all right, if Crawford fought Canelo, Crawford should be the underdog, right? And I believe he would be. You got Teo by KO. I want to win me big. Matty boy, what up, man? What up, Matty boy? I assume that he would win, but I can't assume anything with Teo, right? Teo will have breakout performances, beating guys like Josh Taylor, like single-handedly make it look easy, but then look kind of sluggish against like a Jermaine Ortiz or arguably lose to Sandor Martins. I don't really want to like confidently bet, but this fight is to make Teo look good. A guy that comes forward, clearly has 7 losses, so he knows how to lose. And Teo is clearly a guy who fights better when a guy comes forward. You know, he's a counter puncher. When a guy comes to him, he looks good. When he has to go after him, he doesn't look that great. So let's see. Is Rick Glazer a reliable source? I'm glad you asked this, ZM. You know, this is what I get from Rick Glazer. And I actually had a conversation with some people. I won't say names, but this is how you have to read Rick Glazer, right? All right. And I know a lot of people don't like Rick Glazer. Some of the things that he puts out and stuff like that. Like I'm not 100% agree with all his opinions, but Rick Glazer does have legitimate sources. Is he always right? No, not like every reporter or every person, you know, they get a couple scoops wrong here and there. But how you have to read Rick Glazer's stuff is that he is talking to someone important or someone close to a source, and he's getting legit, real information. Now, does that information change time to time? It can. So what happens is like for example, the Canelo stuff he was talking about. I believe there was Canelo shuffling around back and forth, right? And I think at the time he was at the moment of when Canelo was considering doing business elsewhere. But when news came out, you know, later on, things changed and Canelo was fighting Munguia on PBC. So Rick Glazer was definitely getting killed because it didn't match his original report. But that's how you have to read Rick Glazer. He might be right at a split moment of time, or he might be somewhat close to getting something right? If he's not dead on, right, or kind of close to it. But that moment of time, he's spilling something that's happening. But things can change in boxing pretty often, like you guys all know. You guys are really smart in the chat. So, but that's how you have to read Rick Glazer. He does have some sort of bias, and he seems pretty transparent about it. So you just have to remove that. Like, he's clearly very anti-PBC, right? Or I wouldn't say anti. He has his opinion about how fighters should fight, how fighters should be valued, and who he thinks is good, and what business practices and models are for or for better for the sport, right? So I don't want to say like anti, but it comes off very anti-PBC. So, but if you kind of can remove that, you might get some legit real information. But if you can't, then you're just gonna look at him as a hater, which can be fair, right? He can't hate. He does show his transparency pretty well. But he is a reliable source at times. You just gotta like do your homework around it, all right? Because some stuff he has put out, I was like, oh damn, Rick knows. Like, I knew some stuff, but I you know, it's not out there. And I was like, oh, Rick knows too. All right, cool. Rick knows. He's talking to some people. He got some sources. They're legit. He got legit sources. I speculate on who some of them are, but he has some legit sources for sure. Bet 100. Yo, what you got on Fernando's son? Emiliano is doing it. I think Emiliano is a guy who is being moved perfectly fine. Young, talented kid who the network clearly feels that he has the look. Son of what many people feel is a boxing legend, right? Or a boxing superstar, at least when I grew up. And most times you see like John Ennis or like Floyd Mayweather or fighters like that, when there's other family members that have entered the sport, usually the youngest one tends to become the bigger star, or at least their fighting style is more put together because the mistakes are made on the other brothers or other family members. So I think Emiliano's pace is good. I think he moved up in weight. He's trying to feel more comfortable. His knockout was so fast I didn't even get to commentate on it. But I think that as long as they don't rush him, they can move him to a position of a world title fight that's suited for his style, and I think he could be a star. Now, I think his big super fight will eventually be with Abdullah Mason. That might be the Shane Mosley, De La Hoya-esque, you know, if they kind of stick around. And I would favor Abdullah because I'm a little more biased towards that style of fighting. I do like what I see from Abdullah more than Emiliano. But I think that fight is explosive. And I think as long as they don't rush Emiliano, right? Because his father was rushed. You know, he was the youngest super middleweight champion of the world. Then he was later fighting Trinidad at an age that most people be like, that's way too soon. Which, granted, Teofimo Lopez was an example when he fought like Lomachenko. Way too soon. And arguably, if things were moved a certain way, it looked like Fernando Vargas was going to knock out Felix Trinidad, right? But the experience took over, and then Felix Trinidad won that fight. But I think as long as they don't move him like his dad, and I know his dad, I spoke to his dad about it, you know, he definitely doesn't want him to move at a pace like that. I know his son, Emiliano, wants to move at a rate. Seeing his dad did it, I want to do it. But I know his dad's going to monitor it. He's been in the business. He's been, quote unquote, pushed, maybe used in the sport, and thrown out pretty quickly. So I know he doesn't want that for his sons. So I think he's going to make sure that Top Rank doesn't move him fast. And I think Top Rank is going to do a good job with that. Mean Machine is good, but you're comparing Crawford fighting an Olympian in his first 12-round fight to Canelo fighting the silver medalist with the most title defenses at 160. I'm not comparing. I'm just trying to make a contrast. I'm just simply just saying that at a certain level, you know, there's going to be difficult fights when you don't think they're going to happen, right? And we've seen it all happen all the time. I don't think people probably thought, you know, a guy that in Marcos Maidana, heavy puncher, right? But didn't win his fights against like Amir Khan, stuff like that, would arguably give Floyd one of his toughest fights at the welterweight division, right? You know, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to give credence to style and power and experience at some point that it can play a factor. That's all I'm saying. The Mean Machine, Kovalev comparison, clearly Kovalev's a Hall of Famer. Mean Machine's not. But that's my whole situation. Canelo got hurt by guys that people have never seen ever again, like to the body, right? Early in their career, Canelo has adjusted and learned from it, and I think that that's all I'm just trying to say. That Gamboa was a learning experience for Crawford, which later Crawford probably have developed as a better fighter from it, right? Same like Canelo, and clearly that's why he was able to dominate guys like, you know, Cotto and fight guys like Triple G and things like that. I'm not comparing who has the better resume. Canelo clearly has the way better resume by far. Skill-wise and skill set, that's when people debate pound for pound, right? So, the thing is this, I just think we could just remove resume talks when we talk about Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, Canelo, who else? Like, we can just completely remove that just because of the fact that we just know that they're elite fighters in this generation. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to put Crawford in elite conversation, personally. But just my opinion, right? But Canelo definitely has the better resume, and Canelo will be the favorite over Crawford. For everyone that's coming in too, we're just waiting for the card to start. Let's see, Tank over everybody. Look, I personally think in that 135 division, the only person, I don't want to say only because I feel like I'm disrespecting Lomachenko saying it, but I think Shakur and Tank is the fight that I want to see the most. And I think that if anyone's going to give each other problems, it would be each other. Gio El Cabron Cabrera about to beat Zepeda. It's a good fight. You know, he looked good against Pitbull. You know, I know he didn't win the fight, but he made it ugly for Pitbull. Who's fighting next? Did Valdez and Santana fight happen already? Yep, those fights already did happen, yes. We're just waiting for Nico to get in the ring, and then we got Robisi and then Teo. Crawford resume is better than Canelo, Alvaroid, and Roy Mayweather. What up, Abdul? I mean, I think they have better resumes, but it's an opinion. Gio El Cabron, number one contender if he beats Zepeda. If he beats Zepeda, absolutely. You know, I think I slept on him a little bit, but I know he's had some good fights in his resume. I don't have the Tank Martin numbers. I just know that it just wasn't what the public boxing fans feel is a success, right? But success is in the eyes of the beholder, and if the network's happy with it, it works out. If the network ain't happy with it, then so. But no, I don't I don't really dig through numbers too much. I've kind of stopped caring about that stuff. I think the last number that I got exactly to the was, I think, Sean Porter and Crawford. I had someone told me it, and then and then it later got reported properly. So let me see. I'm gonna read the comments, but I'm gonna go straight to you, Troy, because I feel like you're throwing a shot. We didn't let him go; he left. That's what worked out. So if you want to support, being my guest, that's still my guy. I see him out, things like that. But he left on his own will. So we didn't do anything but give him a platform. King Crawford beating Spence is completely irrelevant when Spence puts up the worst performance out of every BCD level fighter Bud has faced. I mean, if you feel that Spence, oh my God, we're going through like a long Crawford. Look, I think Crawford is valid for elite status. Does he beat Floyd Mayweather? Does he beat all these guys? I have an interview, King, with Spence where he says that he felt that Floyd was the better fighter than Crawford. And I know Crawford dominated him in the fight, but that was what Spence said. Spence said that he felt that Floyd was by far mentally like the better fighter. So that's more credence to your point. You know what I mean? So, but I don't want to drag down too much. I respect your opinion 1,000%. I don't think what you're saying is wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah, Teo isn't consistent. I agree. Teo's definitely not consistent. The Lorenzo Medina win. He did win. I think he went 6 rounds. Depends which Teo shows up. I think Teo's at a point where I'm starting to believe that, I don't know if it's which version of Teo shows up, but I also feel like what style Teo faces. For the longest time, I felt that Teo would beat Matias. Like, I was saying it on record for a long time. And everyone was like, oh, you're crazy, blah, 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 But I felt that the reason why I said that was Matias' style is come forward. Teo is a natural athletic counterpuncher. So if Teo is catching you on the way coming in, and, you don't really see Teo put too much pressure on fighters. And when he does, right, he doesn't really look that great. I.e. Sandor Martin, Jermaine Ortiz. But when he fought Pedro Campo, or like Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor was a big guy, came forward, and that suited Teo's style, personally. So when it came to Matias, I always felt that Matias would lose to Teo. But Teo would have a tougher time with guys like with a Devin Haney style, because if you saw, he struggles cutting off the ring. So I get the whole, it depends what Teo shows up. Because I do agree that he does have a lot of mental flaws. And I don't want to say flaws, but just, life happens and he's not always been consistent. But I think it's also the styles, right? And if this guy, Steve Claggett, comes forward and gives Teo one of the performances for him to get a knockout since Richard Coleman, right? Richard Coleman was, I think, his last... No, my bad. Pedro Campo was his last stoppage. But it's like clean cut, one shot, Richard Coleman. Not a lot of knockouts like we're used to. And so if Steve Claggett comes forward and Teo shows out, I think it adds more to us. That style fits Teo better. And I think the division, how you look at it, there's a lot of guys that come forward. Pitbull. If Ryan fought, Ryan comes forward. So I just think that's what probably is more suited for him. They did horrible promo for this fight. What program is it on? TVL Traveler. What's up, TVL? I'm gonna be honest. The promo's been whack. It's on ESPN. If you're in the States, if you're in the UK, it might be. I don't know which. But in the States, it's on ESPN. But the promo's been pretty rough, man. And while I got all you guys in here too, personally, I'm more excited for the Bam Rodriguez and Estrada fight, which promo-wise isn't great either too. But as a hardcore fight fan, I think that's a really exciting fight for me. And I actually hope Teo knocks out this guy so I can watch the Estrada and Bam fight with you guys. Jeff Horn put up a better fight than Spence, so I can't pretend like beating him just automatically makes him the best ever. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, triangle theories happen all the time, and I do think, listen, I'm not taking nothing away from Bud, and I don't. When you step in the ring, you don't make excuses. But it's hard for me to say that Spence, over the fighting career that he had, didn't maintain the same sort of look that he did when he first hit the scene. Personally, for me, I felt that, you know, the car crash had to make an impact, right? And had some influence. But that just gives me more reason why I was always confused why people picked Spence against Crawford. I've always had Crawford beating Spence, right? More tools, more slick, defensive, things like that. Spence might have had a better opportunity back then. But did I miss a super chat? Oh shit, my bad. Mr. Baldhead, I normally get a notification. $5 super chat. And yes, super chats do get priority. Also putting my 50 cents on the fight between Estrada and Bam. I actually believe Estrada would stop Bam, outbox Bam, and I think Bam's a bit overrated. Whoa! Oh shit! Hot take, Mr. Baldhead. Hold on, I gotta pause the whole entire chat. I'm gonna read the chat, but he came in with the Bam hand, just dropped the gauntlet. $5 super chat, but what a hot take! I'm gonna read this again. Also put in my 50 cents. It was actually $5. Actually, I appreciate it. You put your $5 on the fight between Estrada and Bam. I actually believe Estrada will stop Bam Rodriguez, outbox Bam. I think Bam is a bit overrated. Oh, look. That's why I'm saying that's the fight I'd rather watch than Teo versus Steve. Teo's the bigger name, and you know, and in credence, clicks, views, headlines, Teofimo Lopez, right? But that is a hell of a hot take. Personally, I think that the fight can go in Estrada's way. I do agree that that's possibly able to happen because we've seen Bam Rodriguez put up 2 duds before he fought Sonny Edwards, right? And Rung Versailles, you can argue, you know, who was the better fighter. I mean, based on his prime, right? He wasn't the better fighter then. You know, it could have been slower, methodically. Hard puncher, Chocolatito fought a way that didn't make sense. Bam's a mover. But Estrada can be the fighter to beat him. And if Bam beats Estrada, that's a pound-for-pound fighter. Kenny, who's fighting right now live? Nico Ali Walsh is walking in the ring. He's in the ring. He's doing his rematch right now. He's going to be facing... what the heck is his name again? I think it's Sona Akali. Yeah, so... Nico Ali Walsh changed trainers from his first fight. He was with K. Karoma. Now he's with Salas. So we'll see how it'll look. And this is his second or third fight with Salas. But also, Mr. Baldhead, you put another super chat. Could you see a world where Teofimo loses tonight? Absolutely. It's harder because the fighter is a come forward fighter. So I think the likelihood slims down big time. I think his opportunity to lose is more likely a slick defensive fighter. I think a slick defensive fighter is a bigger chance of upsetting him. Kambosos, I know that he's not slick on the feet, but he's very fast and he can catch you in between. So I don't know. Teo can lose on any given night, really. I don't rate Teo as an unbeatable fighter. I thought he lost to Sandor Martin, he lost to Kambosos, and Jermaine Ortiz could have arguably been on the way of winning that fight, so he can lose that fight. Absolutely. I am not in no way, shape, or form putting no money on Teofimo Lopez in any fight ever. People keep making Bam seem like a pound-for-pound fighter, but he hasn't shown me anything to tell me that until he beats Estrada. Sonny Pillow Hands. I agree. I thought Bam was going. I didn't see why people thought Sonny Edwards was going to beat Bam Rodriguez. I didn't see that. I think Rung Versailles caught me off guard a little bit, but when I look back at it, you know, Rung Versailles could have been a little bit past his prime. Style-wise, he was never a slick fighter and took some tough losses. He beat Estrada, but I feel like guys who kind of fight Rung Versailles, which I think Chocolatito and Estrada both did, played into it, and then when Estrada boxed Rung Versailles, was easy. So I wasn't really then surprised when you think about it. But he had 2 bad performances right after that. So Estrada is really the fight that really, if he beats Estrada, I'm 100% with you. Do I think Bam can do it? Yes. But, you know, that's why I'd rather see that. That's why I want to see that fight. Like, I didn't want to make the trip to Arizona, but really, if I did, I would have went to Arizona and been watching that fight like a kid. The Rodriguez fight didn't happen yet. No. We're just in prelim section. Nico Ali Walsh right now is fighting a rematch against Akali. And, yeah, we're just chatting. I'm just reading the chat. And, like, I'm sorry once again, Mr. Baldhead. I didn't have my notifications going on. So, Super Chats always get priority. But I appreciate the donos. Those help when I travel. The next fight I'll be traveling to is Terrence Crawford and Madrimov fight. Especially for my boy King over here. He's ready to see Madrimov put hands on Crawford. So, I'll be there. But I'm going to get to the chat. 2-time undisputed working. 3-time undisputed. Y'all forget PBC tried to box Bud out. I want to say he tried to box him out. He was on another promotion company. So, like, you know. Tank and Martinez numbers was 200,000. It probably did something bad. I agree. Anthony Joshua and Canelo are the face of boxing. Where's the knockout baddie? Why did Emiliano fight the guy Keyshawn fought on his top ranked debut? He took a huge back step with that. Maybe, you know, I mean, I don't think they're trying to rush him, Matador. Personally, I think they're just moving him slowly. And was I impressed with it? I mean, he did what he was supposed to do. All right, so get a highlight knockout reel. Is there any ducking going on lately or Nello? Miguel Cotto hurt Canelo Alvarez. I'm still waiting on that Bilbo better be, man. I'm getting gray hair thinking about that. Miguel Cotto just called me the other day. Better be was shook by Bilbo. Oh man, I'm gonna love reading yours. Tank loses to Shakur. What's up? ESPN main event froze. Nah, it started now. Tank and Shakur would be a horrible fight. I don't think so. Why do you think that would be a horrible fight? I think stylistically, I think that would be a fun fight because one's going to be coming towards someone and the other one's going to be trying to slip and try to counter and catch pot shots in between. I like Loma fight too, but Shakur's younger and hungrier, would be more action packed and the promotion would be wild. Shakur and Tank would be lit, you know. There's a potential that Tank, if he does beat, Shakur beats Tank, there's an opportunity. There's an outcome of Shakur boxing Tank and kind of making it that type of fight. But I enjoy those type of fights. So Canelo fights be fire events. Shakur box him and will be boring when Tank can't KO him. See, that was a huge outcome. Is anyone fine to have nothing on my TV? Nico Ali Walsh, second round. He's just trying to avenge his loss. He looks a lot better from what I'm seeing. Nico Ali Walsh is just boxing, moving. He's not going into a slugfest like he did the first fight. So I'm expecting him to make the adjustments, and if he does, he should get his win and avenge his loss. Shakur don't have enough power to keep Tank off him from 12 rounds. Let's see the fight. I want to see it. And you already know if Shakur can't keep him off, GTD, just like your name says, man, you already know, man. Knockout, right? So who's winning, AJ or Mayweather? God. Fighters fight, promoters promote. Why are they blaming fighters for low pay-per-view numbers? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does rely a little bit on the fighter too. Sometimes, you know, it's a combination. It's a storm, really. Bud would destroy Floyd. I'm biased for Bud. I'll say in the chat happily, but I think Floyd would beat Bud personally. But that's just a fantasy match that I guess it just would never be answered. Floyd can't fight forward, backwards, lateral. That's hard to beat. Spence was a flat-footed rock and sock'em robot-style boxer. Jermaine Ortiz came to finesse the belt. He switched to southpaw and used his legs. Smart move by Ortiz and bad on Tia for not cutting off the ring. I agree. Shakur is an excellent boxer, but Tank downloaded data throughout the fight. He's not going to make Tank miss for 12 rounds. He's going to get hit, and Shakur's chin has not been tested, and Tank has that equalizer. I think that's why we need to see the fight, right? I think Tank can knock out anybody, but he's going to have to land it. I would love to see Prime Manny versus Bud. I mean, shoot, we were this close of getting it, but, you know, the fight never happened when they were on the same network. You know, Bud was essentially Manny's mandatory for a degree. Actually, Jeff Horn technically was, but you know what I'm saying. Crawford is a beast, but I think he's been matched and promoted very well. Hasn't had to take any real risk, but still recognized the top 3 pound-for-pound guy, and people still see him as this boxing Zen master. Well, I think King, like, kind of going back to the comment, but I believe that, like, Floyd would beat Bud. Like, I think Floyd has proven more than enough to be the favorite and something like that. And I think that when you look at fighters like Sugar Ray Leonard, Floyd, Pacquiao, they've kind of done some, like, unrealistic things and kind of defied odds, right? And fought really good opposition and proven like to be that guy. Granted, they were the A side for the most case. That's why I think Terrence really wants that Canelo fight, because if he was able to beat Canelo, like for guys like you, King, I don't think you would actually ever question him then, right? But because he doesn't have that, like, unrealistic, insane win on his resume, right? I think it's fair for people to criticize Crawford, but I'm biased for Bud because I think Bud is a guy that if you gave him an opportunity, he would do some, some unnatural things in the ring, right? But Canelo's a tough task, and so I would probably not have him as the favorite. But if he was able to beat Canelo, it just adds to the fact that he is who he said he was. $5 super chat, Mr. Baldhead. My man, yo, it must have been payday coming up, right? I appreciate it. Like I said, all this stuff will go to my trip out to LA, going for the Crawford fight. So I appreciate it. People keep making Bam seem like a... Oh, wait, my bad. I read that one. I believe Madrimov beats Bud on August 3rd. Hot takes with Baldhead. Hey, I'm with it. I think that fight's a lot tougher than what people think. I think I'm going into the Crawford-Madrimov fight as this is a tough fight. I think Madrimov is a strong, durable, intelligent, crafty fighter without a marquee name. He has a belt. Granted, he didn't beat a guy for it. He didn't beat Charlotte for it. But I think Bud edges it out, and it really depends on if he makes the fight tougher than it needs to be, because Bud likes to fight. If he fights with Madrimov, it can be a tough fight. You've seen it with Mean Machine and guys like that, which Bud could have probably boxed and moved like a Victor Poster. But if Madrimov beats Bud, I would be surprised. But at a certain small glimpse, I kind of wouldn't, because Terrence is getting older. He's a healthy older guy, takes care of his body. But I talked to Bomac, like I said. Bomac is very on point on the idea that this is a tough fight. They're not overlooking it. They know what he's hungry, and I think that he knows that they got to train well for this fight. So I 100% see Crawford hitting the canvas versus Madrimov, but he will fight. $5 super chat. Hey, I do believe when Matchroom is involved, upsets happen, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Terrence lost on a Matchroom card, because everyone seems to lose on a Matchroom card. It just happens. So, but I got Terrence, and I don't really see it, unless Madrimov catches him with a good shot. Bud's human though, right? And I wouldn't say Bud's the most defensive fighter out there, but at the same time, Bud's gonna fight, and Bud will, if he's gonna win against Madrimov, he's gonna have to put some pain. So, okay, all right. Third round, Nico Ali Walsh has dropped his opponent. This is a rematch from him. He already looked a lot better. He was boxing, he was moving. He wasn't slugging it out. He was trained with K. Karoma, which I don't believe K. Karoma was not telling him to box and move, right, and use his boxing IQ. But in this moment, Nico's looking slicker, patient, and he dropped his opponent. So Let's see. Shakur's using space and movement, and Tank's gonna have to have a hard time finding him. Yeah, I believe so. But Tank's really good at cutting off the ring. I see Tank and Shakur a tougher fight. Like that's a closer fight in my opinion than Crawford Spence was. This is where Madrimov, his style and power, and Crawford's lack of defense comes in play. I'm not mad at this opinion. That's what I'm saying. Like, if Crawford comes to fight him and not use slick defense and try to move his legs, this will be a tough fight for him. And I can see it because Crawford. That's what I meant. Crawford makes fights tougher than he needs to be. I like your perspective. Keep the great work. Forward to seeing you in the future. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I ain't gonna front. I hate watching point fighters. I like point fighters when they fight aggressive, dangerous fighters. Like, because that's when you really get to see if they can really turn it up another notch. If they can turn it up another level. Manny's fights were exciting. Tank's IQ and boxing ability is too good and allow any fighter to snooze a point win. I think people sleep on Tank's IQ. I think Shakur's boxing ability and IQ might be a little bit better than Tank's, but Tank has power. So if their IQ are close or relatively close to each other, right? Because I do think people underrate Tank's IQ because he has so much power. But that's the thing. Tank has comparable IQ that if he's not better than his opponent, he can kind of compete, but he has a power factor to it. So at that point, he can knock anybody out. So yeah. Like Red said, anything can happen. Tank is more athletic than Shakur. I'll definitely say he's more explosive. Athletic. Maybe, they're both pretty athletic. But I get what you're saying. Maybe more explosive, right? It's the better way. Shakur is overrated by y'all. I don't know if you're making a statement but I don't think Shakur is overrated. I think if Shakur lays an egg in his next fight, then I might start to lean towards Tank. But I don't think Shakur is. How was the Elvis Rodriguez fight? I think Elvis looked fine. He looked like Elvis. He made a huge technical flaw in the beginning, got caught, like how typical Rodriguez. He has holes in his game plan, but he finds a way to win. Can someone explain to me how there's only 6 rounds? You talking about for this fight, Lant? Because it's Nico Ali Walsh. He's still a developing fighter. I know that he's an aging developing prospect. That's how people view it because he's been on the scene, which feels like a while. But he's only 23, no amateur background. You got to slowly move this guy. And so that's what they're doing. They're matching him a certain way. Mr. Ballhead, man, look, you're gonna make this Crawford fight really comfortable for me, and I appreciate this when I go cover it. There are people who believe that making the fights happen are good for the sport, but to me, Shakur beating Tank will be bad. He isn't as promotable. That's a very interesting take, because I think when you look at the marketability of like the sport, I think you're right when it comes to sometimes the fights that need to happen can hurt the sport. Like for example, certain fights that are hardcore fixed, if that marquee name loses, it can take away some of that casual draw power, no doubt. But when you get like a super fight, which has a lot of eyes on it and a lot of attention, I think it depends on what happens after that fight more than what happens in that fight, right? Let's say Tank and Shakur happens and Shakur wins, and many people feel that Tank is the more marketable guy, which he is. He's the bigger star, the more marketable guy, yada yada. If Shakur then goes from a Tank fight into like a Ryan Garcia fight, then I don't think that's bad for the sport. And then I think if Shakur goes from Ryan and then went to like Devin, is that bad for the sport? But if he went from like Tank to another fighter that no one's really heard of, like I'll use Crawford for example, right? And it might be the fault of his own, and maybe not, right? But and maybe it might be politics, maybe for him not signing with a promoter, or maybe whatever the case is. Going from Spence to Madrimov didn't really, I guess, help the sport as attraction, right? you know. But I know that he wanted a Canelo fight, and the Canelo fight would have been a big attraction. So it really just depends on, it's not who wins the fight, it's just what happens to the winner and who they fight after. But Tank is very exciting. He's definitely the A side. He's definitely the big guy, the big draw. And I did see someone that said, Joseph Phillips, you ain't never boxed in your life? Tank over everybody. Look, I'm not saying that, and one, you don't know if I've never boxed. That's the first thing. Or what I've done and not, all right? I'm not tough man in it, but I don't think you have to box, right? Because I'm pretty sure this chat, there's a lot of people who's never boxed that has a valid opinion, all right? And I think that we can remove that idea that never boxing, you know, or just having that kind of take it's not fair, right? But I think Tank can beat Shakur, and I think Shakur can't beat Tank. I think they both can. So personally, I think Tank is right now shown that if anyone's going to run and rule that division, it's Gervonta Tank Davis. Shakur has just gotten there, and Shakur has to make up for that De Los Santos fight, which I think he will. But as in right now, Tank runs the division. Lomachenko runs the division. I think Tank beats Lomachenko, and if anything, Shakur will probably be next up in that category of who fights next. Tim Tszyu versus Fundora was bad for the sport. I'm trying to think. Why do you? Oh damn! Now Nico's in this brawl. This is kind of what I didn't want to see Nico in. Tim Tszyu versus Fundora was bad for the sport. Well, it depends. Did you have Keith Thurman beating Tim Tszyu? And did you have Tim Tszyu, like, were you more like Tim Tszyu, Keith Thurman was a more marketable versus Fundora? I get what you're saying. I don't really say it was bad for the sport because I don't know what their next fight would have been, right? If Keith Thurman beat Tim Tszyu, what do we got in Keith Thurman versus Spence, right? Because it seems like we're getting Fundora versus Spence. So, but if Keith Thurman won and Spence and Keith weren't fighting, then who was going to fight, right? Tim Tszyu versus Spence. I don't know if that was a... Yo, Nico is getting clobbered. Oh, guys. It's the 5th round and Nico Ali Walsh is eating heavy leather. Whoa. Oh, what happened to my stream? Yo, ESPN, man. What do you... Oh, my lordy. Nico's getting punched up like he about to get stopped. And then... Hold on, I gotta restart this. I know I'm not the only one that has this ESPN app problem. Oh. Hold on. Jesus. ESPN. Little brother got a cut in eye. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I gotta get this fight back up. Ali's grandson's not it. No, he has a lot of work to do. Okay, I got it back up. And cool. All right. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm gonna skip through the chat a little bit because I'm a little behind. For everyone, Teo did not fight yet. Alright, cool. Alright. Battles gave the blueprint on how to beat Shakur before he got dropped. What do you say the blueprint was, King? Tank is 29. Damn, even worse for Tank. I mean, you can't say Tank's waiting for people to age people out. I mean, I guess Lomachenko is the only one that people can say. Who you got? Clarissa Shields versus Devin Haney. Oh my God. Yo, what up, Anthony? You troll. Sweet Science Lab. Shakur would have a box perfect fight in distance if Tank catches him if he hits the canvas. 1000%. That's just one of those fights. Like, I want to see that fight because you already know, like, it's 12 rounds. It would be a unification fight. 2 undefeated guys. They're going to talk a lot of trash. You know, Tank got the equalizer, and you already know that he's going to try for the knockout. And then you're going to get this feeling for 12 rounds. Can Shakur Stevenson do it? And if he does, amazing. If he doesn't, victim like all the others, knocked out, cold. And that would be an elite knockout for Tank, personally. I think if Tank knocked out Shakur, I mean, that's your kind of maybe your contemporary, your rival, a guy that moved up 3 divisions like you did. Or technically, you went up 4, right? Technically, you went up 4. So I don't want to disrespect Tank. Tank went up 4 weight classes and fought in 4 different weights. But that's your equal. Like, these are 2 guys that have went and won belts in multiple different divisions. I think that if Tank knocked out Loma and Tank knocked out Shakur, I mean, you can't say shit about Gervonta Tank Davis. You can't say shit about Gervonta Tank Davis at all. At all. At all. You might have to throw him at 147 pounds and see what Tank does. Because I think those are 2 different styles that will test Tank. And if Tank found a way to knock him out, which he can. I got Tank beating Lomachenko, so I haven't really drawn a line on the Shakur thing yet. I think that's a really tough fight for both. So Nico's got to win this round for a draw. So what do you have to score for it? Because I know he dropped him, but he was getting rocked in that last round. Tank can do it. If he stops Shakur, he's out. He's out of here. Kick ass, what up? Thank you. Shakur can't beat Tank. Shakur wins that fight. I think it's a good fight. I think it's a good fight. Like, I don't know why there's a disinterest or think that there's not a possibility. Like, if Frank can make Tank, Nico is getting rocked. If Frank can box Tank for as well as he did for those short amount of rounds, right? You don't think Shakur can't do it better? Now, I'm not saying Shakur is going to win the fight, right? But think about it. If Shakur could do that for most of the fight, he wins. But if he can't, he's getting knocked out. Gervonta Tank, he's intelligent. He knows how to cut off the ring. He puts on pressure. And to be honest, he has great stamina. Now, granted, I haven't seen Shakur get tired either, so I think that's why I want to see that fight. For 12 rounds, those guys are going to give a special performance. Personally, I think you got a guy who's going to be on one. Like, he's going to be sharp. You know, he's going to step back, get out a great measure of distance, things like that. Make Tank miss slightly. Now, Tank always knows how to cut off that ring. Tank always knows how to throw a little sneaky, you know, underhook, boom, over the top. You know, like, Tank's creative. Tank is extremely creative. So as slick and defensive that you are, Shakur, you got to be on point because he's not going to throw the same type of punches over and over. He's going to be, is it an uppercut? Is it a hook? Is it straight down? Body shot? Body up? Am I going to tap the right? Like, the way that he set up Frank, smooth. Because Tank tapped Frank's hand to get it up. And right when Frank put his hand up, because he saw how he would dip and put his hand up like this. So he tapped his hand to make it dip, right? Hand up, dip, boom, uppercut, right down, boom. And the second he hurt Frank, that had to have been like one of the fastest hooks right after it to send Frank on his ass. So that's why I'm excited for the fight, because I feel like Shakur is going to be creative enough defensively to make Tank creative offensively, which then will make Shakur creative defensively based off Tank's creative offense. You get what I'm saying? It's a matter of Tank can catch Shakur, and if he can't catch Shakur, Shakur wins. You know what I mean? That's why I think that fight's really exciting to me. You know, I think their styles together will mesh. And if Tank would win, because I know I see a lot of people in here say Tank Davis will win. Well, guess what? You're going to see the best version of Gervonta Tank Davis then. You're going to see the most, like, coolest offensive attempts from Tank, because he has to be with Shakur. And that's why I think that if Tank could knock out Shakur, as well as if he knocked out Lomachenko, like, you can't say shit about him. Offensively, he's extremely intelligent. Like, his IQ has to be high level to catch a guy like Lomachenko and Shakur, right? But Shakur is very poised. He's patient. He doesn't mind stinking up the joint, what some people would say. Being focused, locked in. You can't touch me. You can't get me. I'm going to give you a boxing lesson. You cannot touch me. And that right there, I think Shakur can do it, all right? But if Shakur is injured and shows some sort of inactivity, right? Because what happens if that's a long-term injury, right? The De Los Santos, right? But they gave the decision to Nico. I mean, if that was a 3-3 fight, you know they wanted Nico to win. So, and he got the knockdown, so it's only a 6-round fight. What did I say, Divine? Nobody compared to Mayweather but Shakur as far as not getting hit. Look, I don't understand. Well, I mean, I understand why people don't like Shakur, right? Especially after that last performance, but I give a lot of people the benefit of the doubt. When Tank said he hurt his hand against Pitbull, I believe it. When Shakur said he was hurt going to De Los Santos fight, I believe it. Now, is that an excuse? No, right? But I judge them off their next fights. If there's a consistency. If Shakur's consistent like that, I agree. But I haven't seen consistent Shakur like that. Just like I haven't seen consistent Gervonta like that with Pitbull. So, but Shakur is too safe to beat Tank. Well, listen, that's another outcome. You make a great point. If Shakur is too safe and doesn't take any risks and it's all defense, he loses because of that effective offensive point system, right? Where if Tank is doing the chasing and Shakur is not doing anything, then the person who's trying to make the fight, then you would have to score it for Tank, right? And even if Shakur is just catching stuff on the shoulder and arm, but he ain't firing back, you might still have to give it to Tank because Tank is still putting on offensive pressure and trying to force the fight. But I think Shakur would throw shots. I think Shakur would take chances. We watched the beginning of Valdez fight. He was getting to Shakur. I was at that fight, so I never went back and rewatched it. I was just kind of like soaking in the energy because the whole place was pro Oscar Valdez and it was extremely fucking loud. And I think Valdez was putting, good offensive aggression in the beginning a little bit. But Shakur took over that fight. So Shakur completely dominated that fight. If Shakur doesn't have enough power to keep Tank at bay, Gervonta will walk him down. I mean, that's something that Shakur would have to make sure that he has some sort of respectable pop. So if he doesn't, then Tank's just gonna run him over. But I think Shakur will have enough respect where if Tank is constant walking into stuff, he's gonna think twice. Lopez says he can beat Crawford. Do you think he can? I mean, I'm biased, right? So, oh yeah, it's a Street Fighter Ryan speech. Yeah, that's the Street Fighter 2 select screen, 1,000%. Yo, Street Fighter's my jam. But I mean, anyone could beat anybody. Teo's athletic. If Crawford fights stupid, I think anything can happen. But it's tough because Teo has been calling for Lomachenko. He did it. He was calling for Josh Taylor. He did it. Crawford, I don't think he can beat Crawford. But he has manifested lineage and fighting. He fought essentially what could be arguably Loma could have been the undisputed fight in some people's eyes. Josh Taylor was undisputed. I don't see Teo beating Crawford personally. I just don't. Shakur consistently runs. I don't think he consistently runs. I think he's just a very safe fighter. Crawford too skilled for Teo? Yeah, I think Crawford beats Teo. I just want to put a little percentage out there for Teo because Teo has been called crazy for fighting Loma and Josh Taylor, and he did it. So you got to give him a little credence. But Crawford's not a guy who's just going to walk forward, brain dead. He's going to hit angles. He's going to use lateral movement. He's strong as hell. There ain't nobody Teofimo has fought that punches as hard as Terrence Crawford. Facts. So, yeah, I just don't see it. And if Teo can't cut off a ring, then it's going to be a bad night. Because Crawford's going to use all his skills. So, no one's beating Tank. It's fair. No one's beating Crawford. That's fair. Stack shot, Bobby. I don't think those are crazy takes. You know? I'm definitely not a Tank hater, and I'm definitely not a Shakur hater. I'm a person that loves that fight. And I think that that fight needs to be made. I don't even see Teo beating Spence, let alone Bud. Damn. I mean, we are getting ready to watch Teofimo Lopez versus Steve Claggett, to see if he still got it, right? And look, I know he beat Josh Taylor, right? And I don't want to make any type of, I'm not downplaying nothing. You know, I think when you talk about Teo, you have to give him, he beat the undefeated Josh Taylor, lineage, a lineal champion, yada, yada. But I do feel like Josh Taylor probably seen better days. And I feel like Teo fought Josh Taylor and maybe not his peak, which is okay. You know, a lot of fights happen when they're out of their peak, and we don't take credit away from them. So I'm not going to take away credit from Teo. But I just don't see him beating Bud. I don't. It's called skill. They said the same thing about Floyd. Yeah. Yeah, Manny Pacquiao. They said Manny Pacquiao was going to run him over. Did the fight already finish? No, we're getting ready for the co-main and then the main event. So we got one more fight. I'll do a little commentary on Robeisy, right? Robeisy he was a gold medalist. He had a great fight with Rafael Espinoza, which, damn, that was a fight of the year, right? I just covered Rafael Espinoza, and that boy he's a problem. He's a problem, but with the right style, he's beatable, you know? Teo was the underdog for all his big fights. Can't underestimate Teo. That's why I was kind of like saying, like, I don't want to like say he can't beat Crawford, because that's how Teo's whole entire career has been, right, Rigo? But I just think Crawford's just a whole nother beast, man. I think it's, you know, that dude. I saw that dude Terrence spar super middleweights like as if he didn't start his career at 135. Like Terrence is a fucking good ass fighter, bro. Like it's hard to explain. Even just seeing how he worked out. Like I've seen how Teo worked out. Teo's a naturally athletic monster too. Don't get me wrong. I've seen Teo do some shit freakishly that like most athletes can't do. But just something about when Terrence was training and working out, like you can tell everything was just on point, sharp. Like it's like he's never not in the zone. So, and you'll hear everyone who trains with him says it too. Let me see. Does the fight? No, the fight didn't finish. In the end, the fans win. These mega fights happen. I agree. Who do you think gave Tank the biggest challenge, in my opinion? Pitbull. You have to give it a Pitbull. He took him the distance, split decision. People still think he won that fight. So, Joshua was on his way out. That's how I felt. But I don't want to take, because he was still undefeated. Imagine telling the undefeated lineal former undisputed champion. The only way he lost the belt is because he didn't defend his mandatory. Undefeated lineal reigning 140 champion, and he's on his way out. It's hard to say that, but I in my heart I felt that way. I think he was injury prone, but it is what it is. Teo deserves the credit. Teo versus Catterall. If Catterall comes and fights straightforward, Ryan, he loses. If Catterall uses angles and kind of try to box and move, he'll give Teo a harder problem. Ali just robbed him. I'll be honest, they gave him that win because of his last name. No way he won. That's what everyone's saying. They said they booed him, that Nico was the favorite, in favor of winning. The beneficiary was to have him win. So, not saying that's how the judges scored it, but You know, boxing's a business. I don't think Teofimo would beat Crawford, but he did fight Kambosos with. Oh yeah. No. Listen, I'm sure he did too. I'm a firm believer of giving fighters the benefit of doubt. Like I'm not even joking. Like he probably did. He probably wasn't 100%, but I give Kambosos the credit. Just like how Lomachenko said his shoulder was injured. Loma said he was injured when he fought Teo. But guess what? Teo won. He was the better man. So, but I think he was injured. He had shoulder injury, right? He did shoulder surgery and all that stuff. So I believe it. I believe Teo was sick. I believe Josh Taylor was injury prone. But it is what it is, man. I'm sure everyone's something when they get in the ring, right? I don't think Tank versus Shakur happens. It might not. It just depends on what Shakur does in his free agency. But I do, like GTD says, I hope Tank Shakur does get made. You know, I've been covering both those guys for a while. When I saw a clip of Bud deadlifting 400 pounds, I was like, oh yeah, this dude is something else. Bro, I've seen him train multiple times. I remember when Sean Zattel was working here at FightHype at the time before he left and he's doing his own thing. You know, he was like, yo, Sean Porter's going to beat Crawford. You know, I believe in my guy. You know, because, you know, he's really cool with Sean Porter. And I told him, I said, boy, Bud about to be the first person to stop Sean Porter. He said, nah, man, I don't think so. Sean's durable. He has good legs, better legs than Spence. You know, strong chin. He gives everyone a good fight. We went to watch Crawford work out, right, in Vegas. Like, he was doing this circuit, right? And I've seen, like, Jamel Herring do the circuit. I've seen Keyshawn Davis do the circuit. It's a tough circuit. And granted, like, I'm not downplaying, like, those are silver medalists, world champion. They did the circuit fine. But then when I saw Terrence do the circuit, and then how he was working out and all that, bruh, that boy was sharp. We left, and Sean changed his opinion. He's all right. Yeah. So Crawford's work ethic is insane. Teo versus Paro. One of those fights again. I had Teo beat. I picked Teo to beat Matias because of the style and because Paro boxed, and he's a very durable guy. He sparred Devin. He sparred Shakur. If Paro comes up with a great game plan, he beats Teo. But he can't get caught flush because Teo's very athletic and he's a great counter puncher. And depends on how he looks tonight. If he's starting to really be serious and really wanting to run this 140 division, then it could be a Teo fight, like easy. But Teo just has to fix those flaws. But if he's still like showing the Teo of not being able to cut off the ring and handle a guy that moves and gives angles and tries to frustrate, because Liam can do that, and he has power. He has respectful power, not knockout. One like Tank Davis, like everyone here we talk about, it's not Tank Davis one shot, but he has enough to put Teo on his ass, because if Sandor Martin was able to drop him, Liam Paro can definitely drop him. That's how I feel. Liam Paro is a very strong, durable guy, but it just has to be a good game plan. That's whoever's on that night wins that fight. Loma wasn't hurt. Well, I don't make excuses. I'm just saying Loma said that he was hurt in that fight. Teo was actually diagnosed by a doctor. I want to make sure. Just days after losing his lightweight championship unification bout with Teofimo Lopez, Vasily Lomachenko underwent shoulder surgery. Hold on. Let me put this out. Because that's a doctor. That's a doctor too. CBS Sports. Just days after losing his lightweight championship unification bout to Teofimo Lopez Jr., Vasily Lomachenko underwent shoulder surgery. The procedure was to repair Lomachenko's right shoulder and should keep him out of the ring until early 2021, according to Yahoo Sports' Kevin Ireland. Believe it or not, right? Like how people believe Teo's, he was sick or whatnot. It's the same thing. I'm just adding to it, right? It's the same parameter. Teofimo was actually diagnosed by a doctor, so was Lomachenko, right? I'm just not, gonna go into that. Tyler, you're gonna commentate the fight. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do the co-main and the main. I think someone asked me about a fight. I'm not watching the Estrada card at the moment, so I'm gonna watch the main event for the Estrada after the TL, but I haven't watched any of the zone card, so. Tio Maliam is a good fight. Tio versus Ryan. I think that fight is more in favor of whoever lands first, because they're gonna both. If Tio waits back, he could probably catch Ryan, but Ryan's fast. So usually when fighters have a bad fight, they say their hand was injured and never show anything besides a word of mouth. No, I agree. That's why I'm saying, like, I believe them all, but it doesn't take away the fact that you still lost the fight, right? Or look the way you did. Bobby Shakur's promoter, and he's making Tank versus Loma instead of Shakur. Is not a pay-per-view attraction. Shakur wants too much money. It's a dangerous fight for Tank and doesn't sell pay-per-view. You might be right. You think Devin will rematch Ryan? It's a matter of Ryan wants to give Devin a rematch. So, if you'll only see if Crawford is really flat-footed when he fights Canelo. Once he feels that power, especially to the body. Boy. That's a dangerous fight for Crawford, man. If he can do it. But yes, I'm gonna commentate a little bit of this Robeisy fight, and then all in on the Tio fight, and then all in on the Estrada fight. What time is the fight starting? We got one more fight, so this is on the co-main. So it could be maybe like an hour, maybe hour or less. This fight's free, right? I got ESPN, but it's unavailable. It is on ESPN. That's weird. Ace. It should be there. If they were both dynasts, then their excuse is valid in my opinion. Okay, I get what you're saying. If they're kind of like showing the doctor report, the surgery and all that. Okay. Not just word of mouth, I was injured. Got it. UFC on, baby. Yo, I want to watch the main event for that UFC event. I heard Michelle Waterson retired. I didn't watch the fight, but I saw the post interview and her face was fucked up, so yeah. Ryan needs to stop drinking and messing around. Ryan, I agree. Ryan beat the majority of the guys in the division. I mean, I don't know. He didn't beat Tank. You're talking about everyone else. I see a rematch happening at 147. Devin's way too scared. He just wants to retire at this point. I think Devin should push for a rematch. Yeah, I'm going to be around. I got to watch that. Bam. When is the Tio fight? The next one. So the co-main is on Robeisy Ramirez, which I don't want to sound like I'm super excited because like Robeisy Ramirez is facing a guy who is, I think, on BoxRec. I think they had him at 45. So it's not a bad fight. It's a good comeback fight. He's facing Benitez, who's 21-2, and as of right now, Robeisy's trained by Salas. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. I do see the level changes from Robeisy, which he does great at, which got him to the world title shot and a world title fight. He's being patient. Benitez is definitely just waiting right now, just trying to figure a rhythm. 2 body shots, 1 missed. And Robeisy's always been a slick defensive kind of fighter, elusive, but when he wants to fight, he'll definitely be in there. Very explosive, strong. But as of right now, they're just filling each other out, and Benitez is missing with the lead left hook. Besides the Crawford fight, what undercard fight do you want to see? A lot. I want to see Pitbull and Rayo, Miller versus Ruiz, Jared Anderson versus Piccoli. I want to see David Morrell back in the ring, Andy Cruz. I really wanted to see the Tim Tszyu, Virgil Ortiz, but I get it. That injury was pretty bad. It was very close. Pitbull and Rayo, that's definitely a big fight. Like a very explosive fight. Minute 20 in. Right now, it's still just a fill-out process. Not a lot of things going on. Just kind of a fill-out round. They're just trying to measure each other out. Yeah, I shed a tear when the Karate Hottie retired for real, but Father Time's undefeated savage that gets us all. Yeah, you know, and she got a good family. Benitez just slipped. Ref called a slip. She got a loving family. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where I think it's just better just focus on being a mom. You know what I mean? She don't need to take all that type of punishment. Robeisy wants to get knocked out. Wants to get knocked out? According to wait, I don't even know what you mean by that. Yo, what up, my boy Two Lee in the building? It's one of my best friends right there. He in here showing some love. Yeah, we're doing some live commentary. We just chilling. Just a small Saturday. Some fights, not the biggest fights. Fee Rolly to Xander Zayas. They ain't even in the same weight class, Dylan. You crazy. I'm watching. Thanks. Perfect. So you watching a Robeisy fight, right? Mexicans be too flat-footed. I don't know, man. Ben Rodriguez isn't. But you talking about the style. I get what you're saying. So first round, not a lot happened. If we probably want to give the edge, maybe Robeisy. I guess he seemed a little bit more in control. Let me see. On DAZN, the women's fight just started. Rama Ali is fighting Mercado, which personally, at the end of the day, I know that I've seen Ali get stretched out pretty bad. So she's a slick defensive mover, but with the right opponent, you know, she can't go to sleep. And this is a fight right now that if she's not being careful, she will go to sleep. What do you think about Boots versus Crawford? It's a fight that will never happen, and I wish we did. I think Boots is the era of Terrence. Like, he's the next guy, right? So, what fight is on? Robeisy Ramirez. He's gonna be going to the second round. This is the co-main, so we're one fight out from the main event. So, who do you think Sandor Martin will fight next? Alberto Puello, because Puello is the champion and Sandor is the mandatory. So, and Devin's the champion recess. So the guy that beat Gary, Antoine Russell, will be probably Sandor Martin. Rolly said he would go up in weight. He didn't say he'll go up to 154, did he? Well, just for Spence. Nah, man. You don't want that fight. Teo can't sell a bingo table. Damn. So, all right, 30 seconds in on the second round, Robeisy still kind of stalking his prey a little bit. Not a lot of happening. Just trying to measure his shots. The next fight will be on 19. Bandit X9. If you haven't seen her Probst fight speech, you should check it out because she said the same thing you did. Rowan got choked up too. No, I did. I did see it. I actually was trying to remember what she said. I was trying to mirror her words. She said something like, they were a fan of me. They were a supporter of me. So it's time for me to be a supporter of them. Yeah, man. Like, I'll be honest. I wish she kind of retired a little bit earlier. You know, I know that she wanted to be the mom champ when she fought Joanna. Now you got me talking UFC during boxing. Sorry. But, you know, there was a point where you kind of tell when her prime was done. And you kind of was like, all right, you can tell she's a loving mom, supportive family. You know, you get this whole, you know, girl next door kind of vibe. Everyone had like a little thing. They thought she was like cute. And you know what I mean? Like, they were like, you know, all that stuff. So it's like American Sweetheart. So for her to continually kind of get pummeled and post-fight, her face is all fucked up. It kind of like, all right, mom, like, you're probably getting a Hall of Fame because Dana loves you. You know what I mean? You know, you're a pioneer to getting a lot of women into sport. So, but it, you know, it's enough, right? So, a minute in, Robeisy's definitely still picking his shots. Personally, at the end of the day, I don't really see Benitez doing anything in this fight, you know, that should give Robeisy problems, you know. But Robeisy did suffer a pretty tough fight loss, so we'll see how he recovers. But he looks like Robeisy to me right now. So, what do you think about King Rice situation 19? Oh man, my thought. I need to make like a video so I could just play it instead of repeating it. I think it's fair. I think because it was in Ryan's system, those things happen. You know, you got to get suspended. You got to pay a fine. You have to pay your dues. And because of it, a no contest is just what happens. Do I think that Devin fought the best game plan? No. And there's a high chance that Devin probably still would have lost. Possibly, because if that's how he fought, you know, he put himself in a very bad position a lot of times. And I think that's really what it was. It was a fight that Devin could have won if he fought a little bit more safe. But he wanted a knockout. He wanted to get it back, right, in blood, as some people would say, and during the fight, after he got rocked. So I think Ryan's situation is that after overtime, just like Canelo and every other guy who's failed, you know, a test, be back in the ring, have his fan base, and he'll be making millions of dollars again. So it sucks for Devin that he got beat up, what many people would consider a cheater, right? And that's how his image looks right now. But at the same time, he's also happy that he got his O back. They did the right thing. And yeah, a rematch is the only way to solve it. Will Ryan give him the rematch? We don't know. Would Devin want the rematch? I hope he does. He'll make a lot of money, so. Do you think Lamont Roach is the best at 130 skill-wise? I know everybody was like, Lamont Roach, which I watched the fight on Pro Box. Like, Lamont Roach did his thing. It's tough because O'Shaquie Foster's there, you know? And I want to see O'Shaquie Foster versus Lamont Roach, because if O'Shaquie Foster beats Robson Cosacao, you know, I think that's a good fight for them each other, because Lamont Roach just came off beating Hector Garcia. Oh, okay, third round, Robesi's getting busy. He landed 2 hooks, 30 seconds in, a left and a right. Benitez ate that pretty well, firing back. Robesi's throwing a lead left uppercut and a right. He's starting to connect a lot on Benitez. High guard, toe-to-toe. You know, Robesi is one of those guys where his career, it didn't manifest to be this, like, perfect, undefeated fighter when you thought it would be. You know, a Cuban fighter, gold medalist, comes overseas, loses his debut fight, wins the rematch, later fights a insanely tall Rafael Espinoza, goes to war, now finds himself as a, you know, undercard of a Teofimo Lopez versus Claggett card, which is probably not where you want to be at, but this is his comeback fight. So as long as he does his thing, which he's showing right now, I think he'll be okay. Roach versus Irish was a good fight. It was a good fight. I think it showed a lot of stuff Lamont Roach can do, but style-wise, it was in favor of Lamont Roach to look like that. I could tell the second the way that dude was coming forward, strong, durable, that when Lamont was landing those clean shots, I'm like, he ain't gonna make it. He ain't gonna make it all the way through this fight. So I would like to see O'Shaquie Foster and Lamont Roach, and then that will let me know who's the best. Tolerant Goats goes for these free fights. Oh, goats for these free fights. Yep. I know, right? You don't have to pay for anything. Okay, that makes sense then. Good looks. Yep. Oh yeah. I'm a big UFC guy. I just haven't been watching it for a little bit. I got Alicia Baumgartner next door. It's funny. I just got on here. I can't see the match. You're gonna tell me if Steve Claggett's getting a beating. Sonny, we're in the co-main. We're in the co-main right now. So Robesi right now is Robesi's athleticism bothering dude. Yep. But you know, it's one of those fights where if Benitez picks it up and makes it like a rough and tough fight, I could see him landing a couple shots in Robesi, because Robesi likes to get into these brawls where he doesn't really need to, right? The Robesi that fought Nova and knocked him out in like 2-3 rounds with a one solid shot, that was peak Robesi. Like, you know, billionth of a gram is wild. I have no doubt Ryan would have beat him regardless, but that's fair. You know what I mean? It's because it was in your system. You have to take accountability, and that's just all that is. You know. Did he take it intentionally? We can't prove that, and we never can. But the right outcome came about. You know, it should have went that way, and really, I think that Devin got a break, because if there was no failed test, he would have just got pummeled in front of the world for nothing, right? So You think Devin should continue fighting instead of waiting for Ryan? I think they both should take a little break. Not a long break. Maybe Devin should take maybe like a year, you know, because he's been very active. He's had a lot of active fights. So he's very young. He took a tough fight. So maybe he needs to come back and take up like a tune-up. Ryan has no choice. So it's not like you're getting a rematch anytime soon. So just don't be too inactive. You know what I mean? But take a little break. Ryan Garcia's going to go out like AB. He drinks too much. Last time I saw Ryan Garcia he was just drinking a beer on my face. Just wanted to look for Caleb Plant talking about his wife and shit. So fourth round in the co-main event, Robeisy Ramirez versus Benitez. You can see they're showing highlights of Robeisy landing 2 clean hooks, 3 hooks. You can already tell that Robisy's just a strong, slicker, more agile fighter than Benitez. And if Benitez continues to take punches like this, it's gonna be a early night, maybe a midnight. Right? We're in the 4th round. You know, Robisy's already landed 4 times as many punches on Benitez. Benitez has only landed a total of 11 power punches. And that's already telling, where that's probably like an average of 2 or 3 per round. While Robisy's landing about 10 power, solid, and they're solid power punches. Flush, turning Benitez's head to the side. So, everything Robisy's is doing is fine. Just don't get in no drag out fight and get caught with anything stupid. And, you know, you're back in the mix. I don't see KO power from Devin. Devin's a great fighter, but I don't see the KO power yet. You know, he's not showing it. I think he's. The thing is, like, I feel like he has respectful power. Reed just said it. Like, he just has enough power where you just don't walk in and run into anything stupid. But, you know, it's nothing that I think at least these guys have said that you're concerned about of getting knocked out. But you're concerned about getting buzzed. Do you think Wilder's really going to fight Lawrence or Coley for Bridgerweight? When did that happen? Dude, I'm so out of the Deontay Wilder news at this point. Like, that dude needs to take a break from the sport. Shakur wouldn't be a match for Tank on paper. It's a great fight, but Shakur never fought anyone worth a lick. I think just one of those circumstances that he just hasn't had an opportunity, right? I think you can watch Shakur and tell that he's a good fighter. But I could be wrong, you know? I can't take anything away from Tank at all because he's doing his thing. He's knocking everybody out. You know, he's big, small, little, whatever, and he's showing level. So, I wouldn't be mad at anyone that has Tank over Shakur. It's about to be a knockdown. I mean, the way he's hitting them flush, it might be a knockout. Almost over. Yeah. Teo's next fight. Yep. And when Teo fights, we only talking about the Teo fight and then the Estrada fight. Like, I'm locked in. You know, no disrespect to Robeisy, but you know, we know what these fights are. These are developmental fights. Who's winning? Robeisy. Robisy's up. We're not on the main event. We're on the co-main, but Robisy's winning. I have him 4-0. He's just having his way at the moment. Starboy 5, yes. LOL. This is how that's how Gary Antoine Russell needs to fight. Nobody's fighting on Pro Boxers beating Foster. No disrespect. I know they were trying to big up the opponent that Lamont Roach was fighting. He was tailor-made for Lamont. You know, you can't go from beating up Hector Garcia and almost stopping him to what? I think they said he was an undefeated. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I ain't never seen that dude fight in my entire life. And I cover boxing. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of fighters I don't see. Like, I'll be honest, I've never really watched Steve Claggett, and I get it. He's been in a lot of fights in Canada, and you know, oh, you cover boxing, and how are you're supposed to not look. That I'm just being honest. So that dude that Lamont Roach was fighting, I ain't never seen or never heard of. And if I did, I don't remember him. So the opposition that Oshaki Foster's fighting is better than Lamont Roach consistently. Hector Garcia is a hell of a great win, you know, but consistent. I think Oshaki Foster is fighting consistent, tougher opposition. I mean, I think he has a better one than anything Lamont Roach has done. Hector Garcia isn't Ray Vargas. It's not. So, and I might favor O'Shaquie Foster. The only thing is O'Shaquie Foster. I think I heard someone say this. O'Shaquie Foster fights to the level of his competition. If you're really good, he's gonna be really good. If you're like mid, he's gonna be mid. If you want a ballroom brawl, he's gonna ballroom brawl. Strangely, if you're a high 4-division, 3-division, multi-talented fighter, then he's on point. So that's my thoughts with O'Shaquie Foster. I think I just interviewed him too. Shit, I had to bring Shakur Stevenson's name up and Tank, because really he might be the best 130 pounder actually over Lamont Roach. You know, but O'Shaquie has flaws that he can be upset in. So it's kind of, don't be surprised if he does lose, but I also don't be surprised if he beats everybody in his division too. So when it's the Teo fight, Victor, it's the next one. We're just in the 5th round of Robisi, who's just having his way against Benitez, and right after Teo, I'm gonna slide right over to Estrada versus Bam Rodriguez. It'll be a chill, easy Saturday, hanging out with you guys. You talking about the Benitez fight right now? FightHype in chat. Ryan Garcia said a guy named Scooter gave him supplements the day before the Haney fight. D-Right. I know Scooter personally. He's a strength and conditioning guy out in New York, and I can't say he did or didn't. I wasn't there. But Scooter has worked with Zab Judah, Danny Jacobs, things like that. So Ryan has confirmed that he did work with Scooter. Scooter did on his social. Ooh, Robisi is tagging him up. Scooter on his Instagram leading into the fight week did say he did do the cut. He did confirm it, so they did work with each other. So, at this point, it's hard to prove. You know what I mean? Ryan Garcia, did an interview with Ben Thompson, owner of FightHype. Kind of saying that Lupe, his former advisor and lawyer, told him to go work with Scooter. So, I don't know, but Scooter did help him with the weight cut, though. Victor Bonilla just earned a new. Hey, appreciate it, man. Yeah, if you're a big boxing guy, we got a whole bunch of interviews. We got someone at the fight, so we'll have interviews post after this. So I appreciate you, Victor. Did Gary Antoine Russell have an interview after his loss, and why when they lose they disappear? That seems so lame, because I bet he would be talking if he win. That's a lot of fighters. So anytime I see, like, when I go to the fights and for example, Frank Martin, right? Mad respect. The man just got completely iced by Gervonta Tank Davis. Guess what he does? He comes to the post fight and he talks to us, the media, just hey, what was going through your mind when you got knocked out by Gervonta Tank Davis? What was the game plan and why weren't it so successful? If Gervonta fought Shakur Stevenson, do you think, because you got knocked out by him, do you think he would do the same with Shakur? Like, to go through all that and then have to talk to the media, I get why they don't want to do it. But you're right. They would talk all the same if they won, but if they lost. So I respect anyone who talks. Like, when Rolly lost to Pitbull, and he stayed, and the first thing he said, yo, happy Easter, everybody, and they all booed him and stuff. I'm like, nah, bro. Nah, man. Like, you got to respect anyone that sticks around and talks. So, but I get why they don't, right? Like, I get it. We can be dickheads, right? Why would you want to talk to us about why you lost the fight? Like, you want to go home, see your family, spend your money. You're already going to get trashed on the internet. You're going to be mean. So why? But that's class, right? That's class for anyone that does that. And I don't knock anyone that doesn't, but Wilder's starting to look washed. I agree. Wilder just needs to take a break, man. He's going through a lot of personal lives. Usyk's definitely in a row. I'm 0-3 against Usyk, so he's damn sure on a roll, man. O'Shaquie Foster's the truth. Yeah, I think he's a good fighter. I think he's proved his merit. Do you think Benavidez will move back to down one, or I think he'll move down. I think his sense of, maybe I should go back testing this 175 was maybe a little bit tougher than I anticipated. It's only going to get tougher than the fight he just had. But I think he'll go down. He really wants the Canelo fight. Robson Casacal might beat O'Shea. Robson's always good enough to like might beat you or beat you, but it's lose on the scorecard. So I wouldn't be surprised. The only one that he just never like was Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson like pretty much dominated him. Canada is not it from boxing. I've never seen anything good from Canada boxing. No, you can't say that. I mean, John Pascal came from there. You know, technically Lennox Lewis, right? Oh yeah, see hey, my boy D White, you on it? Lennox Lewis, right? Razor Ruddock's Canadian. MMA is the biggest than boxing in Canada, cause you know GSP, right? GSP for sure. Can't say Canada. Adonis Stevenson is from there. What Sammy Langford? I think he's from Canada. Arturo Gatti, I think, is from Canada, right? Or he's from Jersey. I don't know. Arturo might. At this point, can you believe Ryan? I can't prove, but I know Ryan has been extremely inconsistent with everything he says. So, no, I really can't. So, those I mean, I can make fun of myself, right? They always pick on us. But at what time does the fight start? So we're in the 6th round. Ribisi's kind of having his way. So we got 4 more rounds. I would probably say give it maybe like 30 minutes. I would think 30 minutes, Alexis. Watch the IG interviews. Did he do an interview? Or are you talking about when they go live? How does it feel to get knocked out by Tank? Did the punch hurt? If you fight him again, you lose again? How? For real though, like, let's be honest. I know you guys be slaughtering reporters. And I get cooked in the comments. Like, when you guys watch my interviews, I'm sure you guys probably like, this dude Ron be asking some stupid questions, man. Of course. I ask these questions in a way where sometimes it's so that they would elaborate, right? If I was like, hey, if such and such fought this guy, who do you think will win? And they're like, Canelo. I was like, okay, cool. That's it? That's how you want the interview? Is that how you want the interview to be? No, we're not. I don't show. This is just a hangout. This is like a fight commentary. So when the Teo fight goes, no, I'm sorry, man. I'm not trolling. When the fight goes, I'm going to commentate on the main event. And then I'm going to react. And so. But, no, it's just we got to get them to talk. And sometimes the things you're curious about, unfortunately, we have to ask that question. You're like, damn, Tank fucking knocked Frank out. Huh. I wonder how hard, like, I see how hard the punch goes, but I wonder how hard was that punch? Was that the hardest you've ever been hit in your entire life? And if he goes, nah, I've been hit by harder. I've been hit a little bit harder, I think if anyone else got hit by this shot, I just got caught with a blind shot. It's one of those things where you're kind of trying to get an understanding, because I'm not going to take a punch from Tank. I've seen people that get knocked out and they're like, no, he just caught me with a good shot. Like, I've been hit harder and went through 12. I just didn't see that punch. No, but when some people are like, no, that punch felt like death. I felt like I was dying in there. Like, now we can get a better understanding, so we can have a better perspective of the fight, right? So we have to ask these stupid questions. Like, we almost have to ask stupid questions so we can get legit, fair answers. You know what I mean? And that's why we sound so stupid at times. But don't get me wrong, there is reporters that ask really dumb questions and rude questions. So I'm way out of the effing loop. Rolly fought Pitbull. Yo, for real? 19, you didn't know Rolly fought Pitbull? Oh, damn. Welcome back to boxing. Welcome back. Yeah. Rolly and Pitbull fought. And Pitbull stopped him. Is Nicole Alina a 4-star fighter? I don't even know who that is. Nah, you got me Googling. There better not be no like OnlyFans stuff you popping me up. I don't even know who that is, my friend. I'm sorry. Mike Perry versus Jake Paul. Probably Jake Paul. He picked him for a reason. Is Ryan Garcia a 3-star fighter? I don't know. I guess maybe like a 3.5, maybe a 3.7, 3.8, 3.9. Know anybody from Canada now? Lennox Lewis. A tourist from Jersey, I think that Italian's ass name. Well, I mean, he's definitely Italian. I know he lived in Jersey. I don't know if he was born. And I think someone said he was born in Canada. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, it's over. Okay. Sorry. I was reading the chat. I'm going to rewind. Well, BC has caught Benitez with a vicious ass uppercut. I'm rewinding it again. Let me see. Oh, damn. All right, for everybody who did not see the Robeisy knockout, you got to go on Twitter or social media. Robeisy did one of them tank-ass looping uppercut and caught Benitez. One punch. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. See, Robeisy is an insanely talented guy. And that Rafael Espinoza dude is a monster. They got to fight again. All this fight tonight just showed me is Robeisy still Robeisy Ramirez. He's not a shell of himself. He's not a percent less. Maybe he fought Rafael Espinoza in a fight that maybe he shouldn't. Or maybe Rafael Espinoza is a dog. Rematch. I need a rematch. Yeah, Robeisy is the reason why Shakur ain't got a gold medal. For people who don't know this, Robeisy Ramirez is the guy that beat Shakur Stevenson and had him crying in the post-interview. That's him. That knockout with the woof, that's the guy that beat Shakur in the amateurs at the Olympics. And that's why he should get another opportunity to fight. So, but Shakur is bigger than him now, so they just won't fight. Guy got murdered by his wife in Brazil. Yeah, he did. I can't stand when reporters ask too many close-ended questions. Pretty much. I've done it before. I've done it. Rolly fought Pitbull. How'd I miss that? Dude, go on YouTube. You ain't... Yo, that was vicious. Sonny Diaz, what happened? Just got here. Dude, answer who got killed. All right. We're in the co-main event. So you didn't miss the main event. So everyone that's coming in, we're now getting ready to go to the main event. Co-main's over. Robeisy Ramirez knocked out Benitez with a hell of a knockout. Definitely a knockout of your candidate. For sure. Benitez, yeah, goddamn. That was disgusting. Knocked the sonic rings out of his head. Bro walked right into the uppercut. Beautiful KO. Who Shakur Stevenson fight next, in your opinion? I'm going to hold that. We've been talking about Shakur so much. I got to give Robeisy his flowers right now. Like, I'll make this about Robeisy because that was an insane knockout. He was putting this guy... He was giving a boxing lesson to this guy. He was setting him up with hooks. And then he came under. And I don't know what in his mind possessed him to throw that punch. Because I didn't really see him try to do that. Like, it wasn't... And if he tried, he definitely disguised it. If it worked before. But he really put a lot of effort. He didn't even set up with a jab. He didn't throw a single punch to set it up. No combination. Just a whoop, whoop, boom. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Yeah, I need Rafael Espinoza. Damn, this dude eating leather. Yeah, man. That dude's still asleep. Bro, that's brain damage. Yeah, bro walked right into it.
Hoy es más técnica que poder, pero después llegó el final. Dinos cómo fue.
Mira, realmente Salah no es un secreto con estratega. Para mí el mejor del mundo. Y pues
yeah, that was vicious. Are we gonna see the match or are we just sharing? We just talking, Sonny. We just reacting, man. So if you got a copy of the fight, it's just a chat of just people we can just chat with and talk with. Very close fight, gold medal match. I thought Shakur was robbed by Robeisy. It's hard to, you know, amateur scoring and pro is different. You know what I mean? So that's Shakur crying. Yeah. Hey, sometimes that's the best thing to happen is to lose something like that. Floyd, he lost. You know, some people thought he won. Roy Jones, the South Korean fighter that everyone thought clearly he won. It could probably add another element of I never want to feel that again. So it makes them train a little different. Look at the Sonic rings. Yeah, once he set up underneath, it was a wrap. It just caught me off guard. That was a crazy ass knockout. Yeah, Robeisy is a beast, man. Floyd also lost in Olympics. He was pissed too. Still one of the GOATs. Floyd, Roy, Shakur, you know. I can make Shakur cry, no Diddy. I hate you, A Dilla. He stepped and stood up and Robeisy timed that perfectly. Shakur is nowhere near Floyd level though. You know, I don't like comparing fighters to fighters back in the only because it's when it's hindsight, when all things are said and done, then we have a better idea. What time's the Teal fight? We're just waiting for it. Co-main's over, so we're waiting, and I'm gonna be locked in. I'm gonna be calling the shots. I'm gonna be commentating. I probably should get some water. I've been talking for this whole time. Robeisy had his timing down. They got Shushu's at like every fight. Shushu's at every fight.
What's your message?
Súper contento de que todo mi gente de Cuba lleno de bandera. Gracias siempre por el apoyo. Bien agradecido con ustedes. Y pues nada, que esta no va a ser la última, que los espero cada vez que yo pelee aquí. Muchísimas gracias, ¿verdad?
I'd like to thank all the Cuban fans who came out here, all those flags that were here to support me tonight. This won't be the last time that I put on a great show for you. Joey, send it to you.
One of the nonsense belts, NABO. He was a former world champion. He's just trying to get back in the mix. Tio is next. Yeah, I mean, I can't compare. Right now, I can't compare anyone to Floyd right now. Floyd, like, it's in that upper echelon of, like, Sugar Ray Leonard and Ali and stuff. And Duran. We doing bets on Tio fight? What do you got? Who do you guys got? I'll be surprised. Anyone got Tio losing tonight? I feel bad for Buddy. You know he headed to the ER. Oh, for sure. I wonder what do the winners go to the ringside? Go at the ringside chicks. You crazy. Robeisy won. Hashtag never compare. I just don't like it's pointless, especially when it's pointless when they're still in the middle of their career, because it's like trying to judge someone's trajectory without knowing what they're actually capable of doing. So Tio gets KO'd round 6. Wow. Tio got 2 in there. For a reason I think Tio may lose, this is a tough cherry pick and Tio looks drained. Does he look drained? Hold on. I'm going to put up... I'll be right back. Stay in here. We're getting ready for the main event. Robeisy won the last fight, Tyler. I got the weigh-in right here, so you let me know how they look. Right? Let me know how they look. If they look good, drained. Someone said Tio looked drained. I'm going to get some water, so I'm going to be right back. Probably like 1 or 2 minutes, so. But tell me, you guys, what do you guys think? Does Tio win? Does he lose? Is this a cherry pick gone wrong? am back. All right. Let me read the chat. All right. We're just waiting now for the main event. All right. So let's see. What do you guys? Let me catch up. Floyd himself said Shakur is the most skillful fighter at 135. He did. Your thoughts on Paulie Malignaggi? Like as a fighter or as a commentator? I mean, I think he did his thing. You know, he was able to win a title, twice. He fought some good fighters. I think he was able to avenge his loss from Ricky Hatton by beating Shevchenko, the guy that beat Ricky Hatton. So, and as a commentator, you know, he did his thing, you know. Politics-wise, I don't agree with his politics, but, you know, who cares? It's just politics. It's people's opinion. Got UFC on one monitor and Teofimo Claggett on the other. Yeah. I'm going to try to watch that main event. Teo's fighting soon, right? Yep. We're just waiting for the main event. Yeah, so we're just waiting now. The industry is in a rush to crown the next Floyd. It is. But at the same time, can you blame them? You know, there's such a huge wide opening for an American or just a huge boxing star. Someone just has to come in and take it. So you got Claggett by decision. I see a lot of Claggetts in here. Is that just because people don't like Teo? Teo will win. Who won the last fight? Robisi. You got Teo. Okay. Teo dropped in the 8th. Damn. That was a flush uppercut. Not really, you can see with the speed reaction and stuff. Teo weight is fine. He's been slim always. Teo should stomp, dude. He should. Teo embarrasses a dude. He stay hydrating. This is a showcase card for Top Rank. Teo's last performance was ugly, reaching, off balance, was outboxed, booed at the decision. Teo hasn't walked out yet. They're showing like the Mark Kriegel segment, but then right when they walk in, I'll do a blow by blow. So I'm gonna react. I'm gonna call it down, straight to the middle. Hopefully I don't wake my son up. I got an 8-month-old. If someone gets knocked out, I should have reacted to that Robisi, but I was reading the chat. Teo got dropped in the 8, cherry picking Teo. Clagger's gonna walk him to, so will suit Teo. Yep, exactly. Honduras is gonna get the KO, TKO. It's time. Let's go. Frank Gore is there. Yep. Riddick Bowe, Fernando Vargas. The only thing Honduras got is the food, girls, and people, the country. He pretty much just complimented everything. They haven't walked out yet. Floyd's gassing. He got beef with Tank. I mean, I think that's a very personal thing, you know. Lopez going down in the 10th body shot. Yo, everyone's saying Lopez is gonna lose. Is there something that is it something that I'm missing? Who do you think is the best out of Tank, Shakur, Ryan, and Haney? I think it's between Tank and Shakur. They have to fight. This is a Teo showcase. That's what I would like to think. I got Teo. I want Clagger to win, but how do you not like Teo? A lot of people don't like Teo. You know, there's a lot of stuff that he's said outside the ring. You know, it's just like the same reason why, you know, you may not like certain fighters. You know, it's Teofimo or Teofimo tonight. Do that say Teo outboxed last fight. Don't know shit about boxing. You know, I think that was a very. This is coming up in 4 minutes. 4 minutes is the counter. Main event on ESPN. You know, I think there was a mixed bag of people who felt that Teo lost that fight. I know that there was a lot of people that didn't like Teo, thought he lost the fight. So what I can say though is that was one of Teo's least pleasing performances. It's just a style. He just can't fight those dudes. At least from that point, couldn't fight any guy that long, rangy, tries to box and move, keeps their foot on the outside. So really, if Teo wants to cut off the ring, he he needs to keep his lead foot outside of their lead foot so that they can't escape. But Teo's lead foot was always in the inside. So, like, hopefully Teo learned from that. But like I said, it's a style thing. Steve Claggett should just come forward. Teo could lose. The Dragon will win. Damn. Boxing is unpredictable. We have seen stranger things. I've covered stranger things than Teo losing to Claggett. I was at that Andy Ruiz and Joshua. And boy, that was a crazy time. Teo wins easy. Lopez 7th round. Haney exposed. Shakur needs to step up quality opposites. Tank is the best out of these three. Yeah. Coming from Blade himself. Yeah, that makes sense. No Google research this fight, bro. You telling me don't Google the research? Man, I didn't even know Steve Claggett, bro. The little research I did, I watched. I couldn't even find the fight I wanted to see him, like the fight that I wanted to see. Steve Claggett was in a fight with where is it? This is the fight that I wanted to see and I couldn't find on YouTube. He fought a guy named Petros Anayan. Alright? So I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Alright. So Steve Claggett, right here, 38-7-2. He fought this guy named Petros Anayan, right here. At the time, he beat Matias on Wilder Fury 2 undercard, and I covered that fight. They later did a rematch, and Matias destroyed him. But all things said and done, this guy beat Matias, and this guy, Steve Claggett, beat that guy, right? BoxRec has him ranked number 8 for some reason in this division. So if you look at it, and BoxRec's not always correct, you know, it doesn't tell the rankings or proper order stuff. But based off BoxRec, right? Devin Haney's number 1, which a lot of people don't feel that's the case. Liam Paro's number 2. Matias is 3. Teo's 4. Cruz is 5. Ramirez is 6. Hitchens is 7. And Steve Claggett is 8 for some reason. So, why do I have 2 highlights? There we go. So, he's the 8th ranked according to BoxRec scoring. Regis Prograis 10, Barboza's 11, Jack Catterall's 12, Sandra Martin's 15, Alberto Puello's 19, Gary Antoine Russell's 20, Jermaine Ortiz is 23, Elvis Rodriguez is 25, Gustavo Lemos is 27, Josh Taylor's 28, Michelle Rivera's 30, like, Ergashev is 33, Sergey Lipin's 37, Rolly's 38, like, Ismael Barroso's 44, and guess what? Steve Claggett is number 8. So what in the hell did Steve Claggett do to be in BoxRec's number 8? Was it beating one of these Miguel Meduno dudes? Like, was it beating Marcos Barrera? Like, he's been on a nice little winning streak against guys that are like 24-1, 23-3. Like, but number 8 over all those guys? I don't know. But that's the extent of my research. And I think he also fought, which was strange, he fought Alberto Machado. Which, Alberto Machado, no, not taking away credit, but he was a former champion. But he's a smaller guy, right? Like, he fought in, like, the 130s. So, what's your 140 ass doing fighting a smaller guy like that? Like, why is he in your division? You know? But I missed those fights. I didn't see any of these Steve Claggett fights. So, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys I know a lot about him. I'll be just as interested and confused. You know what I mean? Like, he's only fought in Canada. There's a whole bunch of Canadian fights. You know, I don't have Canadian TV, so I've never heard anyone bring him up to me. No one's asked me, can you interview Steve Claggett? Or are you going to watch the Steve Claggett fight? Or, you know, I've never. But he's here for a reason. So, and you never want to count a guy out who has that many fights. Steve Claggett is 38-7-2. So that's almost 50 fights. You know, a lot of experience. The dude's 35. Not in his youthful prime, but you know, he must have did something for BoxRec to calculate him somewhat in the top 10. So I didn't even know Teo was fighting. Yeah, the promotion's been bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie, it's been bad promoting. 10K Kobe was my everything. He was who is that? How alpha males don't like Haney. Teo walked him down the whole fight. He did. He just couldn't cut off the ring. Talking about Kobe. Lopez and KO in 6. Claggett is an easy opponent in any box. He's fast, strong, and he's a machine. Okay. When Ryan gets back off suspension, he should fight Shakur and he wins it. I don't know what Ryan's going to do. I think if I was Ryan, I wouldn't fight Devin. I would look for Tank. Teo seems to fight worse against lower level fighters in my opinion. Maybe. I watched all his fights as a warrior. Okay. So you know a little bit about Steve. You know, I don't really know. So I did my due diligence and I'm looking into it and there's a reason. Ryan's trying to do a movie about his life with 50 Cent. Teofimo lost is over. Fat man winning is always crazy. Here comes the Canadian. I seen Matias and he seemed basic. I picked Teo against Matias for a while. Everyone thought I was crazy. So styles make fights. Steve Berger. Pollo is tough. Pollo's way better than 19, right? So right now, Steve Claggett, he got an S-Dragon. He's doing his ring walk. Let's see. What's he listening to? I don't know his ring walk song. Roller versus Claggett. Matias is basic. He's a robot. Look at those Canadians, Dylan. Them some crazy rankings. It's Box Rec. You know what I mean? I think they had like Chris Eubank in like the top 15 or something. 19, I haven't seen the box. He fights like crazy. Watch him. Really. I think he's overlooking Claggett. That should be his demise. I don't see the exposure. That's fair, but there's plenty in the top 50, all I'm saying. American boxing is better than Canadian boxing. Cool Canadian MMA is better than American. GSP dominated the whole country. Y'all think Teo can compete against Tank? I got Tank beating Teo. But it depends on what weight too, you know. I still got Tank at 140, but it'll be harder for Tank at 140. But yeah, could be exposure, could be factor. I miss HBO and Showtime, ESPN, be Commercial City. Man, we all miss HBO and Showtime. Actually, I miss HBO. You know, I don't always agree with Larry Merchant and Jim Lampley, but I definitely prefer, you know, that lineup. Broadcast. This is definitely would be a tough fight for the champ. 300 million versus 40 easy. So Teo got a suit on. Okay, hold on. He's getting jiggy with it. He got some girls in the back. Oh no, I can't play that. I got to turn that quick. He got Michael Jackson. He's doing Michael Jackson moves right now. I play Michael Jackson, I'm gonna get this whole entire stream demonetized. But yeah, he's playing Michael Jackson. Beat It. He got a white suit, gold around the tux, and he's dancing. Is he still playing Michael Jackson? Yeah, he's still Michael Jackson. That dude always stay dancing. Well, at least he's having fun, man. Being a showman. Hoping Claggett to win. True. But we got champions like Jean Pascal, Butte, Alida Alvarez, much more. Yeah, definitely. Can't be... At one point, you had to watch boxing to Canada. Bernard Hopkins had to go to Canada. Chad Dawson had to go to Canada. All those dudes had to go to Canada. So, Teo Senior versus Bill Haney. Who you got? Oh my God, no comment. I plead the fifth. Look, I got into some sort of like Teo Haney drama because of all of them. So I'm cool. I'm gonna just stay out of the drama, man. I'm trying to make this year drama free, man. Top rank is ass. Damn, why you say that? If Lopez underestimate Claggett, he'll lose. Oh, for sure. Thank you for the channel. Appreciate you, Michael Lopez. So Teo just got in the ring. So he just got in the ring right now, guys. So getting ready. You know, I know Teo gets a lot of hate, you know, and it's not an ideal fight, but it's always good to see like one of the names get into boxing and fight. You know what I mean? HBO for sure was goated. Teo is so mad, corny. Teo looks fly as fuck. Teo will eat some humble pie again soon, mark my words. Dude, what is this guy's walkout? Corny as F. The 3 best boxing school was American, Mexican, Soviet. I'm so excited for this fight. Oh man, you really ready for some Claggett, man. Chet Collins, let's go Canada. All right, some Canadians coming in here. What's up? Everyone from Canada. I know the Kendrick Lamar came and was firing shots at your boy Drake, but what up, Cass? Someone tell dude not to dance ever again. They stay promoting this clown. Watch how this guy comes out. Prince Nassim was the last great showman. Yeah, Prince Nassim was cool as fuck, man. What was the drama? Just doing interviews. Every time you do interviews with one side gets upset. That type of, So that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna comment on that. There's always something, right? You do an interview here, and so I'm giving you guys normally I'm a lot more reserved. I don't put this stuff out, but I'm trying to give you guys a little bit of my world. I'm trying to talk to you guys direct. I'm not going to tell you every little thing, right? Because there's a lot of stuff I can't publicly talk about, but I'm just trying to give you guys a little bit of my world. Yeah, I do some interviews and it gets some people upset, right? It's not me saying it. This is so. 100% though, America and Mexico got the best boxing gyms, more infrastructure in America. You're so stressed. Blue Corner is my friend. Oh, really? Like, you actually know him personally? Rest in peace, Drake. Has the fight? No, it hasn't started. They're really just doing the ring announcements right now. You see? Claggett. I can't show B1 Bone. I can't show, man. Crack stream's free now. Play. Yeah. Davis, big brother. Tio tried buying. Nice seam swag. Toronto in the house. Harlem in the building. All right. Let me look at Estrada's side right now. The woman fight had to been over, right? Hold on. What's going on? Okay. Oh, Sonny Edwards is fighting. Okay. Sonny Edwards should win a decision fight. I'll check the highlights of that later. Yeah, he'll be boxing his brains off. All right. But right now it's Teofimo Lopez defending his 140 WBO title. You know all of them? Okay, so it's personal. Claggett kind of looks like Bivol. I guess so. Yo, someone in the chat somewhere said I look like Steve Claggett. I was hurt. I was hurt. Canadian. It hasn't started yet. It hasn't started. They're about to start probably in like 30 seconds. Ryan Bortson. Lopez is a bum. Damn. Oh, man, it's been a minute. It has been a hot minute since I've called a fight. I think the last one I called was Adrian Broner and Blair Cobbs, which that was a great time. That was a great time. Broner getting his tooth knocked out. I didn't even see that in real time, man. See it? French ref. Okay. Boom. All right, first round. Here we go. All right, Steve Claggett going straight forward like I predicted. Got Tio on his back foot, doing what Tio likes, being a boxer, counter puncher. Steve Claggett's definitely trying to put the pressure on and try to have Tio smother his punches. He's trying to jab his way in. Tio is moving around, showing some legs, comes up with a shoulder roll and slips underneath a hook. Tio throws two hooks. Steve Claggett with a nice little jab, putting a lot of pressure on. Tio with his infamous stance where you can tell where he's ready to explode with a big hook. Right now, Steve is putting a lot of pressure on him. He's putting a lot of pressure on Tio. He's definitely landing some jabs, and Tio is on his back foot, moving, trying to slip. He's in a shoulder roll. Pushes off Steve Claggett. Steve Claggett comes in with another jab attempt to the body. High guard. Tio throws a little hook and moves. Tio's trying to show some of his boxing skills. All right. Tio tries to throw a right. Throws a right to the body. Tio throws a nice little jab. Kind of gets Steve a little off balance. A lot of bumping the shoulder into a punch. You can see Tio is doing a lot of his showboaty athleticism, right? But Steve Claggett's coming in, putting a lot of pressure. Got Tio in the corner. Jab. Left hook to the body. Tio answers with a right hook. Answers with a left hook. Oh, yeah. They about to fight. Oh, right from Steve Claggett. Tio tries to answer with a leaping left awkward hook. Tio smiling. knowing that Steve actually landed a nice little right hook. Steve is putting a high guard pressure. He is putting pressure on Teo from the second this round started. Teo is smiling, maybe showing like I'm not fazed by this. Teo does a leaping right hook. Nice little jab from Teo. Claggett goes right to the body. Teo's throwing a left hook and he's moving slowly. Right now, if you're just tuning in, Steve Claggett is the guy putting a lot of pressure on Teo, and Teo's being the boxer and the mover. Teo's took some jabs in this round. They're kind of going tick for tat. Teo landed a good 2 right hooks. It's kind of a tough round to score, actually. I'm trying to figure out and calculate who's landing the more significant shots, because Teo's starting to dig to the body, and Steve's putting a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. I think the more accurate, clean shots is from Teo, but the work rate's definitely coming from Steve Claggett. He's definitely pushing Teo in the corner, and he's definitely landing a lot of jabs. Teo is in a little firefight. Damn, is Steve going to keep this pace up? Can he keep this pace up? What the hell? Yo, okay. Let's see. All right. What do you guys got, man? That was a very interesting round. I actually didn't expect to see it like that. Nah, Dougie Fisher's still the doppelganger. I didn't even hear who the ref was. Clagger's walking him down. Why he come out stalking? Yeah, he did. He not a bum, he a clown. Blair is a character. Claggett has a technique of a club fighter. Dang. Hit play, back play. Quick ta-da. Steve's hungry. Yeah, he is. This is how. So they're showing that the most punches landed in a 10-round fight. Steve Claggett's number 5. Mike McCallum's 2. And I remember Nico Messias was that Golden Boy fighter with Soto Carras. Yep. Daniel Post de Leon punched 518 punches. I did not know he had an output like that. But this is going to be a high output fight then. Are we watching Teo getting exposed in real time? I mean, I don't know. It's 1-0 Steve, swing round. Yeah, I didn't know how to score that. Steve can do it. Claggett, decent body shot. You don't need shot by shot, bro. Just an opinion. Right now, there is a lot of pressure again, just like from the first round. Oh, sneaky uppercut from Claggett landed on Teo, and another jab Steve landed on Teo. Yo, this is a fight. You know, while it lasts, you know, unless Teo catches with something, but Teo is definitely trying to work on a slick catch and shoot. He's digging to the body a little bit, but Clagger's work rate is going there. Teo landed a nice solid right that made Steve's head tilt back a little bit. Sent his head back a little bit, but Steve's putting the pressure heavy on him. As in right now, what I just see is that if Teo is going to be in this fight all night, he's going to be touched up. He's going to be touched. And this is not the fight that you want to be in for kind of like maybe he was trying to get ready for Matias with an opponent like this. I mean, Teo is landing some good hooks, but Claggett is all over Teo. Yo, he is landing a lot of punches to the body. His jabs are landing very consistent. Teo's digging to the body too, but punch for punch, Steve is throwing 3 or 4 for Teo's 1 and 2. It's making Teo work, back on the ropes, showing a little bit of defense. He's trying to counter off an opportunity, but every time it looks like Teo's trying to, there's a jab in his face. Jab, 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 jab. That's kind of the rhythm of Steve. Just in your face, jab, 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 jab. Teo bruises easily and gets cut. Mark my words. If Teo loses, I'm gonna cry laughing. Yo, what up? I am Danny. What's up, my brother? Was wondering where you've been at. Now I know why Teo has been ducking Ryan all these years. Oh, yeah, see, this is what we're waiting for. Where you been at, Danny? Yo, man, Teo is definitely in a fight. I didn't expect to see this, but this has been 2 interesting rounds so far. And damn, Steve is punching Teo up. This has to be a Steve round. There's no way this is not a Steve round. Maybe I'm just in awe a little bit because, you know, Teo is landing some shots here and there, but maybe Teo's just waiting for a highlight reel bomb. And maybe this is all just an opportunity for Teo just to land one shot and just get Steve out. But as of right now, Steve is Steve is making Teo work. Red said this right. This is a weird fight. Like I'm struggling to score this. Like I like the clean shots from Teo, and it seems like Teo's landing an effective shot. But these weird little busy punches from Steve is kind of like making Teo look weird and uncomfortable, and his head's kind of popping back. And when you think Teo's about to dodge or slip a punch, he's just getting punched and punched in the face. Claggett might be a sleeper. Yes, he could keep it. I'm telling you, he's a machine. You did say you got the dragon emoji. Teo better stop trying to look cute and bang this dude for real. Her name is... Yo, I'm weak. You guys got me. He on his ass no day. Yo, I might say Steve is winning this fight. Clagger's on his Joe Kawasaki. Yo, Teo is a great counter puncher, but yeah, Teo's getting hit with some good power punches. Teo's fighting dumb. Teo was losing tonight. Bro trying to look cute. How can we watch the fight? It's on ESPN. I'm sorry. We just reacting. Claggett swing slow. No way he beats Teo. I'm waiting. Listen, I'm waiting for this fight to go from weird to Teo just dropping him out of nowhere, right? Because this fight is weird. Like, I'm waiting for that moment where Teo just catches him. I don't know. I feel like I want to score this like 1-1. Like, I can't even score those rounds. They were just so weird. All right, let's see. Well, it looks like Teo's trying to get his distance. He looks a little bit better in his sense of distance right now, but Steve is on him. Steve's putting that pressure on him. Damn, dude, how do you fight a guy like this? Right? You definitely don't stand there like Teo is. Teo need to get out that corner. Yo, Teo is getting hit. Nothing that looks like it's hurting Teo, but like this is consistent. Like this is more than Lomachenko has hit him in the early rounds. This boy Steve do not respect Teofimo Lopez. He does not. We 3 rounds in, and we're about to be in the 3rd round. We're in the 3rd round, and Steve Claggett is hitting Teo. Teo's doing all this turning and moving, and I don't know, man. My assessment of Matias beating Teo, Teo beating Matias, this fight right now might indicate maybe I was wrong with that idea. Even though Paro beat him, that was a nice little slick combo. Teo's starting to get his groove a little bit now. Showing some of that athleticism and some of that creativity with a jab, swing, and uppercut. But Steve is in his face. Steve is not going anywhere. Putting that dragon on him, bro. No diddy. Steve style reminds me of Lemos and Hitchens. This is a little bit of like a Richardson, Hitchens, Gustavus Lemos-esque, right? I've always felt the 140 division was always like a fighting division. Like you can't just come in that division and just think, hey, I want the glamour and glitz. 135, 147 always seemed that, but when you go to 140, you gotta earn it. And even like a fight like this, what people call is like Steve a bum, because they didn't really know who he was. Teo's working. Teo is working in this tune-up fight. This is a shape-up fight. This ain't a tune-up fight. Teo is fighting in this fight. 30 seconds left. Teo's in the corner. Steve is still trying to put the pressure in. I wonder if Steve's going to be tired a little bit later. I wonder if that's what Teo's waiting for. Because I've never really watched a full Steve Claggett fight. And if this is the pace he does for 12 rounds, then I'm really curious to see what Teo's gas tank is. Teo ain't smiling now. Like when he got hit, he smiled, that nervous smile, like, good shot. But when he got hit and he acknowledged, like, yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was respect. That smile went from him. Okay, respect. Let's see. Ige, is it Dan Ige versus Luke? Oh, you're talking about UFC. Yeah, you gotta let me know how that fight went, dude. I got too many fights I can't watch. This is starting to look like Camboso's fight. Oh, damn, bro. That was an awkward fight, too. I think T was trying to get him tired. Maybe. Facts, he can't even lose on the card. There's no way he's going to walk out and win with a bad show. Claggett's chin is good. It is. But if Claggett keeps his energy up, it might go left. I'm sensing the same thing. T was playing. T has no respect for Claggett. I hope so. How is Teo outlanded 42-27 in stats? It doesn't look that. I agree. I didn't understand that power punch. It didn't look like Teo landed 42 punches in 2 rounds, power punches. I didn't see that either. But Joe Kazaki used to beat people like this and fine. Yep. Teofimo is fighting like a guy that's practicing boxing but has never boxed before. Teo's losing right now. Teo's fighting to the level of his opponent. Can't tell if Teo's playing with him or he's struggling. Teo's definitely losing. Of course he's going to get tired. Teo will eat him up. Teo's faster, more power. We're in the 4th round, 10 seconds in. Same situation. Teo's on the back. Claggett pushing the pressure. Steve's the bum. Teo looks bad. This is not good. John Joe's the GOAT. This is not good. Teo's bad. Springer, New Mexico. Teo has been exposed. Ah, shit. My fucking stream just... Come on, ESPN. I hate going to their website, man. This shit always does this to me. Hold on. Sorry, I just missed some of the fight. What? I'm not surprised. Teo in the corner, Claggett throwing a whole bunch of punches. Yeah, man. I'll tell you this, man. Whatever Steve is doing, it's working. It's working. You know, Teo went from cute dancing, turning, to actually having to box now. Like, he actually has to box and fight. You know? And everyone's talking about Steve Claggett. You know, can he keep this pace up? Can Teo keep up with this pace? He has to move. He's the one that has to keep going side to side, making adjustments to where to hide and move and pick his shots. Oh, damn, Sonny Edwards got a cut. Oh, dude, Steve is putting it on Teo. Left hook to the body on Teo. Teo landed a good right on Claggett. There's a lot of jabs that just setting everything up from Claggett. And Claggett's throwing right hands after the jab. It's a lot of pressure, man. Yo, man. BoxRec might got this right, man. He was number 8 on the BoxRec, y'all. Yo, Teo throws 2 solid shots, lands. Claggett shows he has a good chin, and Claggett shows he has good body. Oh, good right. Uppercut lands on Claggett. Teo was being a little creative, but Claggett ate it, and he's still coming forward. You know, Teo showing a little separation in this round now. Teo is being a little bit more creative. He's still getting hit a lot, but I'm starting to feel Teo is starting to take some measured shots, some selective shots, and he might land some good shots. It's just a matter of can Steve handle it. If Steve can handle it, this pressure is going to be on him all night. And he's just crowding Teo. Claggett's just putting pressure. I mean, the amount of jabs he's just pushing on Steve. And Teo throws a whole bunch of get-off-me punches, you know. And a good solid right lands on Steve from Teo. Oh, this is a fight. Teo is in a fight, y'all. Oh, my God. What the hell am I watching? That goes Teo knows when it's money, it pays more. Claggett wins this fight. One mistake from Teo and Steve might knock him down. Teo fans are delusional because he isn't playing. He's getting beat up. I got a parlay. Teo is the last leg. Should I cash out D's? Yo, man, I don't know, man. That's your money, but Claggett is never tired. He can go all night. He always wins a fight around the 7, 8, 9. Yo, I feel like I got a whole bunch of Canadians coming in here and telling me, yo, Claggett coming to fight. Boy, y'all about to find out real quick about Claggett. Teo needs to pick up the pace and stop leaving himself open. I agree. Teo is hype, and top by his ranks been hyping dude up. Thanks for the shout out for Springer, New Mexico. What up, Mike B? Steve wins the fight tonight. It's only round 3. Teo has better hands. Steve needs to keep the pace up and wins. Crowd is turning. I told you Steve is crazy where he won't stop. Teo's getting exposed. Teo's hand speed's different. Man, dude, I'm sorry. I'm trying to read all this up right before the round. I can't see the fight, but you think Teo's just to get him tired? I don't know, dude. I don't know if that was his game plan to make him tired. Because right now, he's relentless. He's on him. Like, he is on him. If Teo's not acting unhinged and if it's not a big opponent, I don't trust Teo. I mean, look, I didn't do any real research on Claggett. So I'm not going to sit here and say, like, hey, you know, this is stylistically supposed to happen like this, right? But I know Teo, the lineal champion. You know, I expect explosive, slick, defensive. And I did say earlier in the stream, if everyone came in, I picked Teo to beat Matias because I felt this type of style suits Teo. Teo doesn't have to go to you. That was the problem of the Sandor Martin, Jermaine Ortiz. So he didn't look good. But when guys came to like Josh Taylor and Richard Coleman, he shined. This is a guy coming to him, literally coming to his face nonstop. And Teo right now is making this fight a lot more difficult. Or maybe Steve Claggett is well deserved to be here. And he's really coming to win this fight. Once again, pressure's on. And Teo is on his back foot. And a solid right lands right on Teo. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I haven't been scoring this fight because I'm just so in tune. But it just seems like right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the scorecards are split. You know, people have Claggett up or Teo scraping by. But Claggett for sure had to have won a couple rounds. With this pressure and Teo going backwards, you know, Teo's definitely going to have to show his best boxing ability and land very clean, flush shots to separate himself. Because if they see Claggett pushing Teo all the way on the ropes and throwing constant jabs and tons of punches, the judges might like that over what Teo is trying to do and accomplish good, solid, flush shots here and there. But right now, Claggett is just throwing tons of punches and Teo's on the ropes. Plus, Teo's missing a lot of his shots. It's not like Teo's just landing these shots. Teo is getting hit. He's missing shots. He's exchanging. You know, his head gets knocked back a little bit and he smiles. Those are all indication of good shots that, you know, the judges can score. You know, I feel like there's a little bit of swelling on Teo's left eye and might be a little blood too. It's a little red, but there's this constant jab pumping in Teo's face, following with a right hand. You know, Teo's fighting him back, but optics-wise, Teo's just constantly trying to lure him in with a counter right. Teo got his hands down. I know that's his style, but does Teo get tired? Because everyone says Steve don't get tired. Everyone says Steve don't get tired. You know, I see a lot of this, you know, Teo, good 3-punch combination from Teo. I see a lot of like Teo jumping in front of him and then trying to bump him off to try to get a shot. Kind of almost like trying to crowd Claggett and then pushing off so he can counter. But once judge scored all 4 for Teo, damn, bro. What up, why you mad, Toya? Boring ass fight? You think it's boring? I'm entertained. Claggett by TKO. The cut and swelling's coming to Teo's face. I see a little bit of it. At this point, Teo is sparring the other guys fighting. I mean, look, maybe Teo is just trying to get some rounds in and then he'll turn it up. But right now, I can't say I'm a fan of what I'm seeing with Teo. You know, Teo's getting touched a lot more than I would expect. This is a way to beat Teo just like George did. Claggett deserves to be in there and win the fight. Can someone tell me what round it is? We just ended the 4th round, Jack Frost. Tank usually starts off slow. I see a lot of casuals in the chat. Yeah, you know, he downloads, Zick. No, Steve won't be tired, trust me. Think that boy had an inhaler before. Teo knows if he makes all 12 rounds, he has the win from the judges, money. Claggett's pressure is key because this judge is half asleep. Teo's karma's coming. All right, we're in the... My bad. I said 4th round. We're in the 6th round. Teo is on his back foot still. Definitely trying to pick his shots. You know, one thing that I haven't talked about is that Teo is trying to vest to the body. You know, and that's probably his way of trying to slow Steve down. You know, I've seen it. You know, Steve... good right hand pops Teo's head back in the corner. If anyone's saying that Teo... Whoever said Teo is just in here just sparring, man, he's getting touched. Teo is getting touched in this fight. Like, Teo definitely has power. He has the athleticism. He has the explosiveness to make anything happen at any given time. I do believe that. I do believe he can probably land a bomb on Steve. But if Steve has a good chin and his work rate is going to continue to keep Teo in the corner, and he's just landing punches on Teo. Everything Teo is punching, right? Don't get me wrong. They're punches. But they all feel like, kind of like get off me, pitter pat. No, I don't say they're not punches, but he's kind of trying to be matching his energy. His activity is trying to match Steve's. And I feel like I like Steve's activity a little bit better because all the punches that Steve lands kind of almost like rock Teo's head back. You know, it's almost like when Loma was landing shots on Devin. You can see some of the shots kind of maybe there's good effective shots Teo's landing to the body and stuff like that, but you see like Teo's head is going back a little bit, and it's hard not to notice those things. And Steve is doing it with either a right or a left. And Steve has little like mini defensive techniques: high guard, lean, you know, side to side, crowd Teo's punches. I don't know, man. I don't even have a scorecard for this. I'm just seeing this as a fight where they're just trading in exchanges. And when you have a fight like this where just constant exchanges and you're constantly trying to pick who's having the better exchange. All right, they just exchanged. Who won that exchange? All right, another exchange. Who won that exchange? Another exchange. Who won that exchange? Another exchange. Like, that's all I'm seeing. It's just constant exchanges. Great fight. It's action-packed. I'm a fan of the fight. I'm not even criticizing when I'm watching as like a fight fan. But it's hard to score these type of fights because every second you have to go, who's constantly winning exchanges and who won more of the exchanges. Like, and maybe it's just Teo getting touched the way he is makes us a little more biased because we're not used to seeing him get hit like this. And that can work against you too for the judges because they expect something from you and they don't expect something from Claggett. So when he does land good stuff, it looked like Teo ended that round a little bit better than he started, but fuck, dude. Teo lost the first half. That's why Claggett would have brain damage after this fight. Claggett left jab 1-6. Yeah, okay. Steve wins the fight tonight. I'm cashing out. Wow. Versus Kambosos, he lost in the final conference, the Fire. Teo's slowing down. Yo, they're showing highlights of Claggett getting busy a little bit, I think, right? Let's see their punch stance. They're saying Teo landed 132 power punches. Yo, they saying Claggett only landed 35 power punches. They just said on CompuBox that Claggett landed 35 power punches. 35 power punches after 6 rounds. They just said or posted a fucking graphic that said Claggett landed 35. Oh, Steve Claggett runs to Teo in the 7th round. He runs to him. Like, what's up? Let's go. And he lands a good jab on Teo. Yo, fire the oh, good right hook from Teo. Teo's landing some good right hooks, but Claggett's right on. There's no fucking way 6 rounds Claggett landed 35 power punches. I'm sorry. Teo was in a fight, and Teo was getting hit with some good hooks. There's no fucking way. I can't even take this serious. Claggett landed a good solid jab right there. They make this seem like a CompuBox that Teo is completely out punched Claggett by a landslide. It's not. Like I said, this is an exchange battle, and they are exchanging. Their punches should be almost equal. If not, Claggett might have a lot more jabs and more body shots. Now Teo's picking his little shots a little bit better. He's slipping out. He's doing some shoulder rolls. He's showing a little bit of defense now. And he's landing some big bombs. He's trying to land some bombs on Claggett. That's crazy. They said 35 power punches. Teo's in a fight. If they don't count those as power punches from Claggett, man, CompuBox, man, Teo's throwing some good hooks now. They're exchanging. Teo's in a fight. This is a fight Teo's going to have to dig into now. He's going to have to dig in. The championship rounds, I'm a champion. That's all that stuff he talks about. He's in that type of fight. Forget the name. It's not Tank. It's not Shakur. It's not Devin. It's not Ryan. You got to dig down in this fight. This is a fight you have to bite down. That 12th round that everyone gives you credit that you did in the Lomachenko fight, right? The Lomachenko fight, they say, hey, you bit down. You won that Lomachenko fight because of the 12th round. You got to do this right now. You got to dig into this fight because you got 6 rounds. This one included going on to go. Claggett is coming to fight you. Now, Teo, this is Teo's probably best round in my personal opinion. He's landing good shots. He's picking, he's biting down a little bit, but Steve is constantly in his face, man. Steve is in his face. I told you guys Tio's going to pick it up. I mean, he's going to have to pick it up a lot. Tio's getting beat up by one. Oh, man, let's not do that. Tio's punches are getting blocked. Yo, Steve got some underrated defense in the pocket, man. I don't know, man. I'm not listening to ESPN commentary, man. I'm watching with my own eyes. I would say this though. This is Tio's best round. If this is a turning point, this is what Tio's doing. Oh yeah. Tio got a bite down. That's probably Tio's best round. Clad could have just KO'd him. SMH. Damn. Steve needs to stick to the finish of the job. Tio's about to look like Martin beat up and bruised meme again. Yo, Tio is taking a lot of punches in this fight. Commentators are goofy. So what is the commentator saying, right? Can y'all tell me what they're saying? Because, look, I give credit. I think Tio did really well in that round. I did. I think Tio put better shots in there. He was fighting, right? But if they're saying Tio is completely outclassing him, that's not it. This is a fight. This is an equal fight where I think the second half, you're going to see someone break and wither and someone take over. It's either Steve is going to weather through Tio's games and constantly put this pressure, or Tio is going to land some good shots. Steve's going to get hurt. He's going to get a little rocked. And then you're going to see Tio take over. Those are the only two, but someone has to take over the second half. That first half was a consistent back and forth exchange. Tio's going to have to turn up. He can't be cute. He can't do this, showboaty. He's going to have to land significant solid shots. They just D-ride and okay, so they all just Tio. One of them had Tio 4-0. Tio, they just, okay, yeah. Tio, in my eyes, has to significantly make sure that he wins these second half rounds. He can, and then I'm not saying that he can't. Tio has the pedigree. He has the athleticism. He has the youth. He has the power. But, yo, come on. Claggett just landed 3 solid shots while Tio was going back. Oh, fuck. What a nice uppercut from Steve on Tio. Tio's trying to get him off with a couple jabs. Nice right from Tio. Tio showing some good defense. Nice little counter. Tio, oh man, they are exchanging. This is an equal fight. This is a competitive fight. Steve belongs in there, and Tio needs to make sure that any of these rounds that seem close, he needs to make sure he puts a stamp on it. Just a little bit to keep the judge to remember just a little bit. It could be competitive, but just separate yourself a little bit. Got a minute and a half in the 8th round, and he's starting to land some telling shots, Steve's still in his face. Steve's putting some pressure still, And that jab, man. Oh, solid right from Tio. Tio throws another solid right, and this is what I was saying. Oh, nice uppercut from Tio. Lands on Steve. Steve looks a little bit hurt. This is what I was saying. You're going to see a moment where Tio catches Steve, and he's going to be rocking and wobbling a little bit. This is exactly what I needed to see. This is what I called, and this is exactly the momentum. Someone else saw it. I think it was the 6th round. Tio was getting a little bit better. He was getting a little bit better, but Steve is still putting pressure on him. He had him rocky a little bit, but he got a zombie. This is like the Pedro Campa fight again. He got a zombie. You got to do more than just headshots, man. You got to do more than headshots. You got to break the zombie down, cut the legs off. You know what I mean? I know you're trying to do the headshot, and shoot them right out the brain. Shoot their brains out. Nice little uppercut from Tio, but he has to find a way to slow and break this guy down. Tio's starting to look like he's having a little bit fun now. I think he felt confidence after he saw he can hurt him, get him off his game. That's for sure a Tio round. That's the most confident. But Steve is in there. He threw 2 solid punches in the inside. It's not that Tio isn't getting punched in this round. He is. But that was probably the most significant, dominated round in the fight, period. And that was Tio's round. So if Teo is going to keep this momentum on, then he wins the fight. Without a question, he wins the fight. I didn't score the first half, you know what I mean? But I know that there was a lot of swing rounds then. He can't have more swing rounds in the second half. Because at that point, you know, it's up for the air now, you know. But that round right there, Steve Claggett took some serious punishment right there, you know. Teo didn't really hurt him there. He buzzed him. But that's a sign of wear and tear a little bit. That's a little fatigue, a little tiredness, right? You know, Claggett took punches all night. He did. Took punches all night. But when you get rocked a little bit, that's a little sign that you're, you know, a little fatigued. You know what I mean? A little tired. He's still durable. Claggett's head snapped nicely. Devin Morrison says Teo 7-1. Damn. I don't know if I got 7-1, but I wouldn't be mad if you got Teo up or the fight's close. You know, but personally, 5-3 Claggett, 3-2 Teo, round 10 Teo getting knockout. I feel like the momentum's Teo. The momentum's Teo. Mark Kriegel gave every round to Teo. Come on, man. Am I tripping? Chad? I'm not if you got Claggett winning, you a hater. I don't see this as a whitewash. Oh, where my man at? P. Rich. Do you have Teo winning every round, right? I think Teo's winning for sure. Like, the way that this is going, if Teo completely dominates the following rounds, like, he's clearly in control of the 9th round. But Teo won every round. I don't see Teo winning every round. Good 2 body shots from Teo. Teo is starting to sense blood. Teo was sensing some blood. I think Teo's going to take over, guys. This is what I was saying. You're going to see in the second half, either Teo's going to get withered and he's going to be in a brawl and they're going to exchange, or Teo's going to take control, bite down, show that this is the pedigree that he belongs at. And Steve Claggett, that was cute. And 6 rounds was cute. But it's a 12-round fight. And I'm going to show you, I could be here. I could get punched for 6 rounds straight. Can you? Can you get punched to 12? You know, Steve is making sure this is not an easy fight for Teo, but Teo looks a lot more comfortable in this round and the last round and the round before. Teo won 4 rounds. Not even close. P. Rich, you're out of your mind. Every round. I'm not saying P. Rich said they put Mark Kriegel's thing up that said Teo won every round. I didn't. I was just saying that if he said if you got Claggett winning, you're a hater. Claggett again about to get KO, knees buckling. P. Rich, I do see damage on Claggett. Claggett is getting damaged. It's a tough fight for Teo, but he's weathering the storm. He's starting to slip the punches better. I'm starting to see him not get hit as often. He's made an adjustment. There's an adjustment made. I mean, granted, he's gonna get hit with some jabs. He can't block that for shit. But he's starting to put his shots a little bit better. Teo's winning easy. Okay, this is why no one watched boxing. Absolutely embarrassing. Just like when Haney robbed Loma. How did Lopez outland him? Someone else count. Mark's score card isn't Claggett in rounds. Steve will hang in there. Mark my words. I'm not tripping. Okay. And don't get me wrong. I see Teo pulling away. I do. I see Teo pulling away. But this is not a fight where you can say Teo won all the rounds. 6-2 Teo? Teo could never beat Tank. He got the nerve to speak Crawford's name. Oh, no. No, Teo can't beat Crawford. That right eye is starting to get a little bump. Yeah, Teo's in control. It's a tough fight, but he's in control now. Teo's playing with his food. I'm gonna say he's playing with food. I think he's trying to figure out his comfort zone, and he's getting there. He's getting there. Teo's playing with this dude. I think he found his groove. I think he found his groove now. The tell is going to be in the next 2 rounds. Because those combinations he was landing on Claggett were clean. Tank fans excited Tank about the fight Teo's leftovers for years ago. Damn. Teo did fight him first. Teo got exposed in this fight. I mean, maybe Clagger's a lot better than who's winning. Ah man, dude, I think I got Teo slightly. I don't have a scorecard. It was a back and forth fight in the beginning, but I think Teo is starting to pull away in the second half. But man, Claggett is there. Clagger's landing some left hooks. Teo's starting to step back a little bit, trying to set him up with a trap. It's a rough and tough fight for Teo, man. I'll tell you one thing though. Teo has yet to show he is comfortable in the fight. He's working. We're 2 minutes in. Clagger's still putting the pressure on. Teo's on the back foot. No significant shots has landed. You know, constant pressure of the jab. Teo follows up with his jab. This is definitely a rough and tough fight for Teo, which is good. This is what he needed. He needed rounds. He needed tough fights to get him ready. You know, those layoffs and inconsistent performances. You know, even if he doesn't look good here, you still want these type of fights. You know, you still want these type of good left hook on Teo lands on Claggett. I think Teo is in control of this round, but the pressure from Steve is still there. We got a minute and 30. Look at the power difference. But I better never mention Canelo's name again. Where did that come from? I think Leon Paro beat Teo. Oh, good two-piece combination from Steve Claggett. It's a tough round. I would try to set up Teo for an uppercut. I mean, Teo is tricky. That jab is working really well. Teo smells blood now. I don't know. Is he in that? I don't know. He doesn't look as comfortable as he was in the last round. That last round, he was a lot more comfortable. He's looking a little bit more fatigued. His shots seemed a little bit more forced. I mean, he's landing good shots in there, but I wouldn't say that he's in control and he's smelling blood. I think he's just trying to win this round off of work rate, you know, or better shot selection, not work rate. Better shot selections through the work rate. He's landing some good shots. This is a good round. I think Teo is gonna win this round, but it's a hard-earned round. I don't see what you see. He's smelling blood. Come on, Teo, finish him already. I don't know if he can, man. I think he kind of maybe been feeling himself in that last round, but this round kind of is tough again. And he's having to show, like that last 10 seconds, throw tons of punches, steal the round. I like that. I like that Teo threw like 7-8 punches at the end of that round to try to steal that round, right? And it left an impression. He landed like 3 punches out of that, like 6-punch combination. So, is Claggett determined? I've never seen someone eat so many shots and keep coming. Right? I think Teo is gonna win this fight. Steve never hurt Teo. I don't think Steve ever hurt Teo, but I think he may have landed a lot of good shots, respectful shots that Teo was like, fuck, good shot. Good shot. Damn, good shot. I think Claggett's the only one that got hurt, but he recovered really quick. Teo's face looks worse than Claggett. I mean, Teo's face is starting to swell up. I'm not going to disagree, but A. Dilla did say, saying Teo's face swells up easy. That doesn't really tell the story of the fight, right? You know, if we were just judging off the face, then yeah. King says it's looking bad for Teo. What do you guys got? What do you guys got out there? Because I think that even if Steve is the winner of a lot of you guys' eyes, or he's doing well, I feel like they're still going to give it to Teo. And I think Teo has won rounds. And he has won more of the later rounds. I think a lot of the swing rounds was in the beginning. How did this guy ever beat Loma? I mean, Loma didn't do anything for the first 6 rounds. Win 11th round, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. $2 super chat, Motivate Global. Hey, I really appreciate it. That's definitely going to go to my trip when I go out to the Crawford fight out in LA in August. Appreciate it, man. Teal eyes always get swollen. 11th round. Ooh, good combination from Teal. Lands on Claggett. No, I'll tell you one thing, though. Claggett is not going to quit. I don't think Teal's going to get him out of there. I think this is going to be one of those fights where, unfortunately, that many people expected Teal to knock out and have a highlight reel. He might not get it. But he might get some sort of criticism because the fact is people don't know who Steve Claggett is. And I'll give Steve Claggett credit. I want to see him fight again. I'm not going to throw him aside and say, oh, Teal's fighting a guy that's a complete trash. No, I see why Steve Claggett has won a lot of his fights. But I also see why Steve can lose some of his fights. He has a lot of defensive flaws, but his work rate is great. He can give a lot of up-and-coming prospects and on the borderline contenders like a tough fight. You know, he's giving Teal all his money's worth. You know, and there's a lot of swing rounds. Ooh, good little sneaky uppercut Teal landing on Claggett. There's a lot of swing rounds in this fight. So I don't have a scorecard. Unfortunately, I don't know who and how. I mean, I feel like Teal's edging it out. But there was a lot of swing rounds in that early six that I for sure give Claggett some. You still got it in him. Claggett put in good work in the first half. We can't deny that. Absolutely. I mean, it almost felt like the minute where I talked about it in the 7th round that Teal needs to show, like, hey, there's a different level on this side, and I can land my significant shots on you. And that's when he rocked him. So, you know, Teal had made some sort of adjustment. Now, has that adjustment made it where the fight became easy? Maybe for a round. But, you know, Teal's human, you know. This pace is hard to keep up with. And Teal has to move. He has to be creative. Remember, all that creativity, you got to use your brain. And Teal is using a lot of exaggerated movement, exaggerated punching, exaggerated jumping. It's a lot. That takes a lot of energy to do that. And Teal has shown that he's still able to do this to 12 rounds too. So his conditioning is respectable. I give it to him. But I think the biggest problem is that I think people don't think Claggett probably is a world level fighter, right? I think everyone in the chat probably thinks Claggett is not top 3, top 2, right? And they look at Teal as the lineal, the man, the last guy with the belt. And this is the type of performance he's having with a guy who isn't there. Like, this is not a world champion. Like, Claggett is a good fighter who can upset a champion on a bad night, right? But Teal right now is not showing, once again. He's calling out Terrence Crawford, y'all. You know? He's calling out Terrence Crawford. Remember this, right? This is what he wanted. He said Jaron Ennis hasn't done nothing, which is fair. Jaron hasn't, right? But he's thinking about Terrence Crawford. People are starting to bring up Jaron Ennis. Can Teal fight Terrence Crawford? Can he fight Jaron Ennis? Can he clean the 140 division and beat all the champions? Liam Paro, you know, Alberto Pollo, you know, Pitbull. Can he beat all of them? My question is Pitbull better than Claggett, or is Claggett better than Pitbull? I got Teal edging this fight out, winning this fight. I don't think it's a debate. I think Teal separated himself at this point. It's not a debate that he won the fight. But what's going to be stuck? Is it crazy to think that Claggett? No, it's an opinion. I'll never knock anyone's opinion. No, it's not. I don't have a scorecard, so I can't even tell you. Like, I'm guessing, right? I'm just going off an eye test, right? Because we're in the 12th round, 2 minutes. The fight, Claggett's putting a lot of pressure on him. Teal hasn't landed anything significant. There's a lot of times where Teal gets hit with a shot and his head goes back. Like, look, right on the ropes. Teal eats 3 punches right there. He ate 3 punches on the ropes right there. You know? And Teal lands a good, maybe a good body shot here too. But Teal was missing a lot. He's throwing a lot of shots that's missing. So, Pitbull's smaller. Yeah. But is Pitbull better than Claggett? And can Pitbull punch harder than Claggett? Would Pitbull put this type of pressure? Do you think Pitbull will have a better chin than Claggett? I don't know. I don't know. But granted, Pitbull can't take a punch from Tank. Pitbull can't take a punch from Rolly. So I'm assuming he could take a punch from Teo. So this is not the you might win this fight. You will win this fight. I don't think you're gonna lose the fight. Plus, I think the politics and everything, and all the charades, and I think I literally think Teo won this fight. I don't think Claggett won this fight. Now Claggett made this a hell of a harder fight than Teo probably needed to be, but this fight right here, Teo got more work to do again. You got more work to do again. He said Crawford would eat Lopez for breakfast. A right uppercut would drop Teo. How a non-power puncher backing you up. That's what Rob said. Pitbull will beat Teo. Hold on, how a non-puncher backing you up. Dude, they would give Teo every round. Watch. And I'm not surprised. Like, I'm trying to be my honest fair, right? I'm not perfect. I could be maybe being a little biased in one perspective. You know, I might be seeing things that maybe aren't there. But Pitbull would destroy Teo. Pitbull will hunt Lopez down. Crawford will literally make Teo new to boxing. It's no politics. It was a tough fight, but Teo clearly won. Yeah, P. Rich, I think it's fair, right? I don't think Teo won every round. That was my argument. I think the CompuBox was ridiculous by saying by the 6th round, Steve Claggett only landed 35. I mean, you don't get swollen eyes from 30, just a couple power punches, you know. And at the end of the day, those jabs were effective. Claggett was throwing combinations on the ropes. I think it was a well-earned win, but you're fighting a guy that's not on your level. This guy is not on your level. Steve Claggett is not on your level. So why is tonight a fight that it looks like he's on your level? That's really what it comes down to. You're Teofimo Lopez. You beat Lomachenko. You beat Josh Taylor. Lineal, right? Things of that nature, right? Jermaine Ortiz wasn't a guy that came to fight, yada yada yada, all that stuff, right? He was a guy that wasn't there. He wasn't trying to fight me. This guy tried to fight you, and guess what? He looked like he was on your level. And you're the lineal 140 champion, right? You gotta not have these type of fights. And you talk about your market sale. How is he not on his level? Hey, Dilla, that's hype. Well, I mean, true. I get what you're saying. You're saying that's hype. Well, what I'm trying to say is, if they say he's that guy, then I'm gonna talk about him as he's that guy. All right? He's been exposed already. Okay, that's. But listen, losses happen, upsets happen. It happens. Not everyone's Money Mayweather. You know, things happen, right? Chavez, Pacquiao, all those guys have lost to lesser competition, right? But they bounce back. Roberto Duran. I'm not gonna do the whole loss thing, right? You know, I'm not gonna do the whole, like, that happens, right? People lose and they become great, right? The whole thing about this is Mark Kriegel gave Claggett the 12th round just because he just didn't want to have a whitewash scorecard. Okay. What I'm saying is, you talk about you're that guy, lineal, you were undisputed. They robbed you of undisputed in 140. You say all these things, right? And then you say your market value, right? The politics, and they don't want you to win, and all that stuff. You can't have performances with a guy that nobody's ever heard of, right? No disrespect. I see he belongs. I want to see Steve Claggett back. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to disrespect, but you're supposed to be that guy. They anointed you. You said you're that guy. You want to be that guy. You can't have fights like this. You can't have fights like this and wonder why, like, you're not selling out the Garden and having all these type of, because the public don't believe in you. You got to have the public to believe in you. You can't be calling out Terrence Crawford. You can't be saying Tank's a punk. You can't say Devin Haney's losing to bums. You can't say Ryan Garcia this and that. Pitbull's too small. Crawford's fighting old guys. Jerron Ennis. You can't say all those type of things and then fight a guy that people like Steve Claggett and have a performance where his dad's looking stressed out right there, little kid. He won the fight. Teo won the fight. There's no debate. But this is not the night to have that type of fight. Right guy won. Right guy won. There's no debate. Teo won. Right guy won. But this was not the night. Tonight was not the night to have a fight like this. Teofimo did show some slack, but yeah. Teo can't be Pollo. G-Money reaching. He's a cherry picker. Facts. Teofimo better keep Crawford's name out of his mouth. These dudes dominate. So Teo won. Teo won the fight. But it was not a fight. Like, get back in the gym and get another fight. Wash this fight. Wipe this fight. You said you want to fight 4 times this year? Cool. Perfect. Get rid of this fight. Remove this fight. What's he? Remove this fight from the public's eyes. See, and you gotta be honest. If you're a Teofimo fan, right? We all told you they had 11-1 Teo. That's crazy. Who the fuck said the Dragon? I don't know. The Dragon didn't win. This is the conversation. There's no robbery. I said already by 6-7 round Teo, it looks like he's taking over. He's gonna win. All right, I'm gonna play a little of this interview. We're gonna hear it. 11-1 is crazy though. If I answer this question, I'm gonna answer this P Rich, but I'm gonna listen to this real quick. I don't know if he believes that. He did throw a lot, though. He did throw a lot. No, it wasn't a robbery. I don't think it was a robbery. I don't think it was a robbery. Yeah, Steve did good. Steve, I give it. Steve is not an easy fight. All right. So, P. Rich, answer. Were some of these guys who have been able to eat some of those punches that Teo was landing? I believe so. I do. Oh. Yeah, I think they. I mean, look. To be honest, Teo didn't even land solid flush shots. His shots punches were not as crisp, and I think that's what the thing is. It's like he was never able to establish distance. He was never able to get in rhythm. He had spurts of it. Teo won. Teo won the fight. It's like if you're a real fan, yeah, Teo did win. Teo didn't win. If you're a real fan of what you saw tonight, right, of Teo, like you're a genuine Teo fan, were you happy with his performance? And really, Teo has had some amazing performance. Josh Taylor, amazing performance. He beat Lomachenko. He's done amazing. He's knocked out Richard Comey. He's captured multiple minor belts to the bigger belts. But I don't know. It's just, to me personally, this was a fight where you saw adversity. Teo struggled with the adversity. Teo made adjustments. He did just enough to comfortably win the scorecards, but never comfortably be in control of the fight, if that makes sense. That makes sense, right? He did enough to make sure that he won the rounds. He did veteran tactics, throwing a lot of punches in between at the end, and he won the better exchanges the second half. He did. It's not a matter of like, oh, he tricked the judges. He won the fight. But there's concerns when you see this fight. He says he wanted to go to 147. Do you think Teo can beat Jaron Ennis? His stamina was cool. He was in there. But just because you're in there for 12 rounds, what do you do for those 12 rounds? He fought a guy who really was not on his level. And I know there's a couple Canadians in there. Cynthia A. The only Steve could win this fight was by knocking Teo out. So you're keeping it transparent, right? Like, I know you came in here with the Dragon Squad. You know him personally. And really, at the end of the day, like, he did a great performance. But is Steve Claggett like a pound-for-pound fighter? That's what Teo proclaims he is. He wants to be. He fights those type of fights, and I commend him. Brian Norman, who put that in there? Guys, check this out, all right? My boy Aaron Cantu, who was out at and right before I play this audio, right after I play this audio, I need y'all to stay here because we staying here for the Bam Rodriguez and Estrada. That's the fight that I want to. That's the fight that I'm here for, right? But Teo is the bigger name, the bigger draw, and the fight that happened first. So we have to. I got some reactions too. I think. Hold on. While Bam's getting in the ring. Yeah. I want this Bam Rodriguez Estrada fight. All right, so let's get some reactions. Cool. Where is it? Bob Arum. This is what Bob Arum said.
I'm here with legend. Good reason. What do you think Devin Haney goes? I don't know anything against Brian Norman.
All right, this is what Bob Arum says.
Calling out Terrence Crawford for a fight. Well, I think that would be a good fight down the line. But first, maybe the fight.
Yo, D. Wright, we doing Bam Rodriguez and Estrada if you want to stay. Just letting you know, there's another fight too. We got one more fight.
Is Teofimo against Brian Norman, who's the WBO welterweight champion.
At 147?
At 147.
Okay. Rob, what do you make of the 1-year suspension?
Bob Arum says he wants to make Brian Norman Teo. So if he goes to 147, that's the fight. That's the fight that is probably going to happen. Do you like that? Is the zone fights lit? Yo, I'm going to be hyped for this fight. Okay. So no actual reaction. These are Vargas reacts to Ryan. Tarver keeps it. Okay. So there's no actual reaction yet. All right. Well, when some reaction comes out. All right. Cool. Well, fuck it. We'll keep talking about this, but Estrada's coming in. Man, if right now, listen, the zone, Estrada, Bam Rodriguez, that's the fight I'm gonna be calling next. But God believer, good man, I'll give him that. Teo, do I still got it? Lopez, 6-string slinger. They kind of always punches, even block punches, and they multiplied it by 7 his total. Hell no, they shouldn't be happy. How did he win a decision? So some of y'all felt Claggett won, huh? Teo beat a journeyman, but calling out Crawford, dude has always been delusional. Balloon Eyes won by robbery, but bringing more money in fans. I don't think it was robbery, but it was not a good fight. 2 only knocked out a bunch of bums and nobody. I didn't have a scorecard, but 11-1's not what I had. Not at all. Looks like the same Teo that lost to Cambosis to me. I wonder if Teo asked for ESPN not to have Tim announce the fight. Yo, Tim was not there. Huh. That's weird. Who's next for Steve? Steve Claggett versus Gustavo Lemos. Gustavo Lemos, the one that fought Richardson Hitchens. Gustavo's signed the top rank. Honestly, I had Claggett winning this shit. I'm not a fan of either. Wow. Okay. So these cards are definitely robbery. It wasn't that wide. I agree with that. Yeah, I just wasn't. Tank beats Teo, I think, but Teo's not gonna. Teo and Tank probably won't ever happen now because he's talking about 147. Top rank commentators damn hyping Teo the whole fight. I'm sure. Thanks for the commentary, FightHype. Hell no, I wouldn't. Oh hell no, I wouldn't. Teo is the same arena as Ennis, let alone the same ring. You know, the time off matters. Training is different, but hopefully he's more active soon. Not top tier fighter against like the tank of Shakur. He just beats the guy who beat the guy who beat Matias. I know, live and be diff. But guess what? I had Teo. I picked Teo to beat Matias before Matias lost to Pollo, and I also I would have to pull a live later where I talked about how Pollo is a terrible matchup for Matias. So Pereira won ground and pound. Oh damn, Izzy's probably pissed. Pereira dropped. Why did they even do that rematch? The first fight was such a mismatch, personally. The first fight was such a whitewash. Having a rematch, I'm gonna have to look that up on Twitter. Lopez did win. Top rank losing their fighters. Teal looked Reggie. He did look Reggie tonight. Top rank really protecting them fighters. Is Bam. So they're just walking in the ring. This boy. You know the thing. Alexis Pereira versus Francis Ngannou. Francis is not even in the UFC anymore. But hey, fuck it. I'm mixed with black and Asian. I'm black and Korean, Mr. Holmes. 100 million production. Yes, I was happy with his performance. Happy because he simply fought a fighter who kept pushing. I can understand that. Okay, credence. And I know I was very critical on Teo. I'll give him some credence. Like I was saying, he did win the fight. He did dig deep. He did make the adjustments. It wasn't the prettiest fight, but he did dominate at least the second half of the fight enough for me to feel comfortable that he won. 11-1, no, but he made the adjustments. I don't know a lot about Steve Claggett, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I do. But the Teofimo Lopez that I know, that what he's capable of, the things that I've seen him do in person, he could do better than that. Personally, to me, he can do better than that. They always say black and Asian mix make Filipino, if you think about it, right? Asian food, Filipinos could dance, they could sing like blacks, and all this. Yeah, it's when I lived in the Bay, everyone thought I was Filipino. Andre Ward thinks I'm Filipino. Nope, not boots. Too much speed, versatility, and accuracy. He would be on YouTube talking shit for the next 6 months. Well, I mean, that's how he promotes his fights. PBC has a losing record, gets top rank. Pretty much. They do. Teofimo did what he needed to do. And you know what? I'll leave right before we go into the Bam and Estrada. I'll say this. Teo did what he needed to do to win the fight. His experience, his ability to recognize some sort of, pattern, his creativity, his athleticism has bailed him out tonight. Because if he didn't have those God-gifted athletic abilities and relied purely on boxing IQ, I don't know. I don't know if the fight would have been that wide. I think we would have been talking about maybe a potential future rematch or a controversy tonight. Because he's so God-gifted, athletic. The things he can do, his movement, his freakish, explosive tendencies that he throws, he has his hands down, really textbook-wise, the things that Teo was doing, you can't really teach that to someone. Some of the stuff he does is somewhat, and I don't want to insult, don't take this the wrong way, right? Somewhat Roy Jones-esque, right? Not Roy Jones, right? Roy Jones is Roy Jones, but I'm saying that some of the things Teo can do, it's just only Teo can do. Athletically is what I'm trying to say. And if he didn't have some of that Teo athleticism, some of that swift, explosive, sharp, angle turning, hands down by the side and able to just bring it up real fast. If he didn't have those God-given, and he worked hard, you know, I'm not taking, but pure boxing fundamentals, he needs to work on that still. Those fundamentals, if he used his boxing fundamentals from the amateurs, his setups, a guy coming forward tonight should have been his knockout. His brutal, vicious knockout with a Fortnite dance right after. That should have been tonight. But he relies so much. I already look. My man already coming at me. Like, don't disrespect RJ. I'm not. That's why I was saying. What I'm trying to say is he relies on his athleticism too much. It's time to get back to boxing. It's time to get back to Teofimo, who sets up his punches, who sets up counters, who does traps, sets feints, you know. But you at this age, man, when you fight these guys, you're going to your third division. Athleticism is not going to bail you out, and it hasn't bailed you out all the time. It hasn't. So we really need you to just go and focus on the boxing craft. Work on the boxing craft. You know, it felt like Claggett out jabbed you. You know, you have a good jab. There's no reason why this guy should be out jabbing you. You know, you should be landing clean, crisp. I don't believe in that CompuBox shit was crazy. But you need to throw that jab to offset your opponent and use better box. But listen, I'm not in the ring with Steve Claggett, so. But all right, we're off of that. Everyone, this feels like a real fight. Yep. Estrada, bam, we done. That's it. I don't want to talk about that Teo fight no more.
See the old guard versus the new one, the fading warrior versus the young lion in front of a raucous crowd. This
is an opportunity for Bam to really crown himself as a legitimate pound for pound, right? I'm really excited for this because Estrada is proven. Estrada is probably on paper the best opponent Bam is going to fight, hands down. And he's a veteran. He's went to fights with Chocolatito, Rung Visai, Quadros, like all these dudes. And Bam has knocked one of these kings out. This almost reminds me of what Pacquiao. When Pacquiao came in an era where there was Morales and Barrera and all those guys was around. You know, they all fought each other, but he was able to come in and fight them right after. That's Bam. Bam is an opportunity to fight all those guys, those great guys, right after they fought each other and really separate himself as maybe one of the top little guys in the sport of boxing. Inoue is that guy, but with performances like this, you got to start going, man. Bam and Inoue need to face each other. And Estrada is that guy that make that potential fight happen. It's more realistic than Tank. So, the crowd is too lit. Yeah, so first round, you know, man, the thing about this fight is that you're going to see a lot of great footwork, a lot of setups, good jabs. I mean, Bam did a quick little stutter step to set his jab up. That was great. You know, and you know what was missing in that Teo fight, you know, and I know I was done, but I'm going to compare it, is there's a lot of feints, a lot of separation. I know that there's not a pressure fighter in this fight, but there's a lot of feints. You know, Bam is a southpaw in this fight, and he's keeping his foot on the outside, which is making it harder for Estrada to kind of position his shot. Good footwork. You know, Estrada's been in the ring with a lot of legends. And for everyone who don't know, Bam Rodriguez has been actually sparring Roman Chocolatito, a person who fought 3 times. Oh, good solid right landed on Estrada from Bam Rodriguez. A solid sparring session with Chocolatito. Robert Garcia told me it was electrifying when they were getting that work in for this fight. Oh, good solid left landed on Estrada. Yo, Bam is looking sharp in this first round. You know, Estrada looks a little bit uncomfortable, a little flat-footed in this sense. You know, I know Estrada has great footwork. You've seen it in the Rung Visai fight. He has great heart. He knows how to bang exchange. You've seen it in the Chocolatito fight. But, you know, it's this youthful, talented phenom. You know, Shakur Stevenson spoke to me about how he was able to just have a really good, solid power at a young age in the amateurs. And he was like, this little dude punches hard as shit. What the hell? Ooh, good sneaky jab. Estrada caught Bam lunging in, getting a little too excited. You know, that's a crafty veteran, recognizing that pattern, that little stutter step, and was able to get Bam to pretty much collide into his jab. Oh man, I feel like I'm actually getting the boxing juices going in this fight. Great round. That was a great round. I would probably slight that to Bam. You know, he a lot more effective early on, but Bam, nice combo. Estrada, nice right. Yeah. Ghost MX. Sean wanted to do his own thing. He started his own channel, so if you want to go support, that's my guy. I still see him at fights and stuff. So just he's doing his own thing. So that's all that is, you know. He was actually the real deal. The way he responded to that verse is very impressive. He has his off nights, but when he's focused, it's hard to feed him. And see, and that's why I think, like Chase, my honesty about it is not to shit on Teo, right? Because the thing is, we know what he's capable of doing it. So when he doesn't put it together, I think it's fair criticism. We're not asking him to do something that he's not capable of doing, right? And when he has these type of fights, he shouldn't look like these are the fights that he's supposed to look spectacular. And when he fights other guys, it's acceptable when he has a war with Josh Taylor and Lomachenko, or go up and fight Brian Orr at 147. But he can't look like this. But maybe Steve Claggett can show, fighting another opponent, that he's really that guy. So, all right, second round. You know, Estrada's showing some adjustment, some different movement, throwing some jabs and following with some rights. You know, Estrada is a crafty veteran, man. Still on top of his game. And Bam is that young, inexperienced phenom. And if he can get a win over Estrada, I mean, I think he cements himself on that pound-for-pound list without a question, man. You know, I know Bam's had 2 off nights, but he came back, beat Sonny Edwards, which I expected. But the Estrada is the real test. You know, Bam's trying to show different levels with the jab, feint into the body, and a good over to the top of the left, and it follows up with a right after Estrada lands a good left on him. You know, I'll tell you this, Bam will answer if he gets hit by Estrada. You know, Estrada needs to make sure he doesn't sit in front of Bam. You know, because if he sits in him too long, he's going to get caught down the line. You know, you see it a little bit, you know. And I know Bam's really good at turning his opponents. He's told me that he's studied and watched guys like Lomachenko who turn their opponents, and it really puts a lot of pride in his footwork. You haven't seen too much turning, but he's definitely sitting down straight on the line, and he probably sees that he probably can get Estrada with a couple good shots. You know, Estrada hasn't really shown a lot of head movement currently right now, which concerns me. You know, he's great at countering, and he's ready to read those feints, but that head movement needs to happen from Estrada. You know, he's straight down the line and he pulls straight back. You know, I know that when he blocks, he moves his head off the line, but he needs to show a little bit. Bam just seems explosive, absolutely. What's the guy running this podcast? Pierce. Oh, what up? My name's Ron. Ron Goodall. You might have heard some of my interviews on FightHype, just a couple of them. But yeah, I do a lot of the interviews over here. So, but 27 seconds left, and it's a good technical fight. Like I like a sneaky little left veteran hook on the way out. Estrada lands while turning. And Estrada showed a different speed change when he caught Bam. Bam's trying to retaliate. And like I said, Bam is going to always want to try to get that back if he gets hit with a good shot. So Bam's starting to show a little bit of turning and keeping that lead left foot outside. Good fight. I love these technical fights, man, because you see a lot of the creativity, a lot of the thinking that goes in there, right? The adjustments. Bam is beating him to the punch, which makes me a little bit concerned. Yeah, Estrada is more than good. Estrada is great. It just makes me a little concerned that how long is Estrada going to stay down on the line before he lets Bam just take off on him, you know? I know it's only the second round, but Steve's a warrior, impressed me for sure, Stu. Oh, for sure. I think that's the big takeaway from this. I think everyone left this going, Steve Claggett is on Teofimo's level. You know, the question is Teofimo Lopez, is his level here? Has he no longer been able to go up here anymore? Has he went down? And has Steve matched his level? You know, I was expecting to see a highlight knockout tonight or some serious damage. But I give Teo credit. He was able to weather the storm, show endurance, stamina, and threw a lot of punches. So I'll give him that. Third round. Yeah, Teo did win, Jordan. We're watching the Bam and Estrada fight now. We're in the third round. It wasn't his cleanest fight, but he signified a very tough fight, a tough win. He separated himself in the second half. So we're in the third round, 30 seconds. Bam is starting to step out a little bit, putting a little bit more pressure on Estrada now. He's starting to bounce out, take some more chances. Estrada's waiting to do a little counter punch. Estrada reminds me a little bit of like Marquez, you know, the way that he's trying to set up a counter punch, you know, poised in a Marquez-esque kind of stance. You know, he's trying to time you can clearly tell Bam's the more. Oh, good right. Rocks Estrada. Was that a right little uppercut? Catches Estrada. Estrada's hurt. Estrada's in the corner. Estrada's fighting his way out. Estrada needs to, I'm saying Estrada needs to get his head off that line, man, because that lead uppercut should have not touched him if he was moving his head. Just sitting there in the just straight line. Bam was able to kind of catch what Robisi did earlier. Holy shit. Bam Rodriguez is clearly in control in this fight. He's throwing jabs. And at this point, Estrada needs to be careful of not leaning and lunging into punches, trying to catch Bam, because Bam's kind of setting him up. Good defense from Bam. Bam showing some slipperiness. Man, Bam is cold, man. Bam is cold. One thing that Bam, Estrada needs to watch out is that Bam takes a step back, which makes Estrada kind of lunge. And if he lunges too much, Bam won't be able to counter him. And you see it almost every time. Ooh, nice, solid, straight left from Bam. You almost see it. Like, Bam is kind of always kind of like baiting him to counter and lunge. And then he's trying to, like, catch him, man. He needs to be careful. Man, Bam is about to stop Estrada, man. And it's not that he's hurt him, like right now, like, you know, they're boxing and stuff, but the things that Bam is doing right now is overwhelming Estrada. You can tell this is the Lomachenko, like the Lomachenko-esque stuff, right? You're starting to see the all the movement, all the level changes, the defense, the slipperiness, Bam is fucking ill, bro. And he's doing this to Estrada, man. Bam is ill. Now he still needs to be careful. It's still Estrada. It's still Estrada. I've seen Bam in person had two bad performances. No, I don't want to say bad. It's kind of like how I criticized Teo tonight. Bam had two Teo performances. So I was kind of worried a little bit. I figured he would beat Sonny Edwards, but this is the fight. Like, this is the fight I wanted to see. And this boy Bam is cold, boy. Bam is cold, man. Estrada reminds me of Juan Manuel Marquez. I agree. P. Rich, question. Yeah, Teo won. What's the question? Did Teo win? Yeah, Teo definitely won. Great fighters are proven by the adversity they face and how they respond. Yeah, and Teo did fight through adversity. He did. If a fighter's always looking dominant without any adversity at all, either the competence really bad or the fighter's cheating. Even the greatest have faced. No, absolutely. Chase, look, I'm trying to give fair assessment of Teo because, in my eyes, Teo is the guy at 140. He's the guy at 140. Like, you can't not say the lineal champion is not the guy. He's the guy. He beat the guy. So, Bam is cooking JJ. I hope Bam don't get Pacquiao. That'd be crazy because that would be a good comparison. But, in my eyes, because where Estrada is in his career, Estrada might be like a Barrera or I can't even say Morales, but Morales was cooking Pacquiao in that first fight. this might be more of like a Barrera, because you know they've seen their share of wars, man. Bam's coming in here fresh and clean. You know, I'm gonna be honest. So EA Lop, Teo won every round, but Haney fans still want to talk shit. Who won? Teo won the fight. We're watching the Bam and Estrada. EA Lop, and I'll be honest, I thought Teo won the fight. I didn't think he won every round though. I thought he clearly was able to win that second round. I thought there was a lot of swing rounds, but I don't think Teo won 12-0 or 11-1 personally. But that's just my opinion. Fourth round, 2 minutes in, Bam is being a little more reckless this round. You know, a lot of that finessing the move in that third round. I don't know if he's trying to go for and force something. But Estrada's reaching, like I was saying, that he needs to be careful. Estrada's starting to reach a little bit more with that right hand. I think Estrada needs to be a little patient, and I think he needs to probably set up some jabs, right? Just throwing a straight right hand without a jab, Bam's going to be able to see that. And Bam's definitely trying to sneak a lead uppercut and catch Estrada, man. He knew that worked the first time. He tried it a second. Oh, and Estrada did it right back to him, though. And they're now going to the body. Estrada's good job. If you want to stand in front of the young one, go to the body, man. Because you know it's not going to move like the head. Bam has good defense. But you go to that body. Good little sneaky rib shot right there. He's outclassing him. Estrada's fighting him dirty. Yo, Estrada's fighting like a veteran. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, do some of that. Show that young boy what's up. But yeah, Bam's defense is cold. I mean, that turn. I mean, jeez, that sneaky left hook from Bam. Right now, I think Haney should take some time off, train hard, and get in shape for Teo. I really think Haney and Teo should be the fight next. At this point, I think those guys need to leave Tank and all that stuff alone and fight each other before they... I called it. I called it. Estrada is down. I called it. What did I say? If Estrada don't move his head, Bam's going to catch him with that lead uppercut, right? He's been trying that shit. He tried it, and he got it. He finally got it. I called it. I called that shit. That lead uppercut. Oh, man. Estrada, boy, is in trouble. Bam is cold, brother. Oh, man. This is looking bad. Estrada just tripped over his feet. Yeah, wobbly. And I love the poise from Bam. Bam is being poised. He's not rushing. He knew he hurt him. Estrada's a good fighter. You don't want to get caught with nothing stupid. Estrada's a good counter puncher. Boom. Down. Oh. Uppercut is nasty. Saved by the bell. Look. I don't sit here and brag. I'm not one of those guys that be like, yo, man, I call you. But I was saying Estrada need to get his head off that damn line because Bam is trying that damn lead uppercut again on you. Teo already happened. Teo won Berto boxing. We watching Bam Rodriguez cooking Estrada right now. Yeah, that fight is over, Berto. He hurt his arm. Oh, man. He followed with that left. Oh, correction. It was a back uppercut. He disguised it using the back with the jab, but yo, that headline, I'm telling you, man, he was waiting to do an uppercut. You can tell Estrada's head was on the line, bro. Yo, straight on the line. Head over the knee. Come on, man. But Bam's crafty, man. Not everyone can get that off. Like, uppercut's one of the most dangerous punches to throw in boxing. It leaves you open. So to have the confidence to throw that shit is Bam's just able to do it. Not every fighter's able to do that to Estrada. So it's easier said than done. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't Teo's best night. He had to battle some adversity, Berto. But he got the job done. Man, fifth round, 2 minutes in. Estrada looks like he's slowly recovered. You know, Bam is poised. He's not going to go force a knockout. But that was... This boy Bam, man. He is cold. If people don't recognize how good this kid is, man, this is This is pure hate, man. Bam, head movement is next level. It's solid. And he's digging to the body now. He's fighting Estrada to his game. Going to the body. Don't sit in the pocket too long now. You don't need to take those punches, man. You're giving Estrada an opportunity to get some shots in on you. Oh, he's turning him now. He's turning him now. He's starting to turn him. He's starting to hit him on different angles. Estrada don't even know where the hell he's at. Bam's looking for blood. Bam showing levels right now, boy. Oh, man, a solid straight left. Oh, shit. 2 solid shots lands on Estrada. Bam's cooking him. End it. Oh, man, Estrada don't even look like he's going to make it out this round soon, man. He's eating so many solid flush lefts. Bam did a turn, and he tried to do a lead. Look, this boy's Bam's cooking. I can't even commentate the combos he's doing on him, bro. Oh, my lordy.
We call this young champion a young lion. Forget that, man. We're seeing the changing of the...
Bro, Bam needs to be on this pound for pound list. I don't care. If you ain't got Bam on your pound for pound list, I don't care if you got it at 10, 9, 8, 7. This boy is talented, and he is cooking. He has a fan-friendly style. He has level changes. He has a jab. He has defense. He has footwork. He has pop. You know, he has it all, man. He has body shots. He has heart. You know, he's mean. He's looking for the KO. He'll outbox you, and then he'll punish you. He'll fight you at your own game. This boy Bam is cold, boy. This boy Bam is cold. Robert Garcia, man. You got yourself ground up. You built this kid from the ground up. Came to the RGBA Academy as a little kid. Him and his brother worked with you all the way up to this level. And he's cooking modern day former pound for pound guys. Future Hall of Famers. We're never going to get this Roman Chocolatito fight with him. We'll never get that fight. We'll never get that fight. And they sparred for this fight. They sparred each other for this fight. They sparred each other for... So it's happened. Damn, boy. This is a beatdown. He is not reckless. I swear I saw Estrada's tooth fly out of his mouth. Bam too small for Shushu. He's smaller. I don't know where Bam's ceiling is. Like if he can go up and dominate big guys, but in his weight classes, he's him and Inoue might eventually have to meet, bro. Oh shit! Estrada dropped Bam. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Estrada just dropped Bam. Bam is now going through some adversity now, boy. That boy Estrada. Oh, and a nice lead left from Estrada. Estrada's cooked. See, this is the fight that got me. This is the fight that I wanted to watch tonight, boy. Been waiting for this fight. Fuck, man. As a fight fan, I should have went to Arizona, but you know, Bam is in a fight now. He ate that, got back up. You got to be careful, though, man. And I didn't really see it. It was so fast. I don't know if Bam jumped in. Juan Manuel style, we call... Yo, LBJ, we talking about it. Estrada, Manny. This might be the Manny Estrada... Manny Marquez, man. Style-wise, right? Manny Southpaw. Bouncing around. Damn, dude. This might be the modern-day Manny Marquez. And I don't know... I don't care if someone comes... Oh, man, you disrespect... This is two talented... great fighters, man. So it warrants it. Estrada got a lot of heart to be able to take that type of punishment and then drop Bam in the 6th round. I think what Bam needs to make sure he needs to do is that he needs to not just lunge right in. I believe that's how he got caught. Or go straight back on the line. I wish I was able to see. It was just so fast. He was just dropped. yo, Estrada's a good counter puncher. Just make sure that you don't get caught doing some whoosh. It's about to be over though. Oh my goodness. Bam landed a vicious uppercut. That lead uppercut is so clean, the way he lands on Estrada. Oh man, Bam is landing some good shots on him now. He's starting to wear him down a little bit. Good left. Good right body. Good left. Jerome Teal's a bomb. Damn. What do you think about the fight, Jerome? We watching Bam and Estrada. This is a good fight, man. Solid right attempt. Estrada got a mean right, man. Bam gotta make sure he don't get caught with that. I gotta see the replay of that. What a round. What a round. Please show the replay. All right, what happened? So got it. So Estrada caught Bam stuttering in place. So wrong. I'm just saying he got 2 black eyes from the try. Oh no, we did that. We did that. No, you're in the right spot, Jerome. It's because the fight's over now. Went straight back. He did 2 stutter steps, right? Which Estrada's trying to read his feints, and he kind of stood in place, but kind of went back like we were discussing, and got caught with a straight right. You can't pull straight back on a line. The same stuff I was telling Estrada to get off the line. Bam was on the line, so you know he's trying to counter you, and you know he throws a solid right. So you essentially set yourself up with that. But Estrada, a veteran, was able to read that fast, because that stutter step feint, you know, you could be on the defense, freeze you up. But Estrada let his hands go and caught him. So great right, man. Bam's putting the pressure back on a little bit, trying to wear Estrada down. Ooh, good jab from Estrada. Yo, Estrada needs to pump that jab out a little bit more. Disguise that right hand. Ooh, Estrada's starting to get a little busy with that jab. Makes Bam want to throw his double jab now. Yo, and this is why I appreciate intelligent fighters, because when a fighter goes and does something good, they go, that was good. I'm going to do it to you too. And that's what you see with these 2 guys. Estrada started throwing some good jabs, and Bam was like, I recognize. I'm going to double up on my jab on you now. And now it became a jab fest. And now these guys are really just, they're trying to outdo each other almost like in their own game, but not. Like, you got to recognize when someone throws a body shot to you, oh man, that was a good body. I should hit you in the body too. Like a reminder. And that's what a good fighter does. When they get hit with something, it reminds them they should do it. Man, I appreciate this fight, man. Can Bam fight anyway? I need Bam to I want Bam to fight. They ain't gonna fight. I need him to fight Roman Chocolatito. Fight Roman Chocolatito or one opponent that anyway fought. Just one. Just one solid, one of his best ones. Because I don't know if Bam can beat anyway right now. But he's a fight that can be brewed, can happen. Can happen. Tio was a fraud. My boy Danny just cooking him. Like, I need one more fight for Bam. If Bam can cook Estrada, especially get out of him, get him out of there, and maybe get one more, that's a 50-50 fight. He's starting to bully Estrada, man. The only reason why is because Styles, right? Anyway, so explosive. Bam has so many angles, has so many tools, but anyway, it's just a freak, and it's just gonna be hard to beat him, man. I think Bam and Anyway must meet. But anyways, just a freak, man. I think if Bam fought Anyway, he would have to put on his best boxing shoes on, because Bam could. Oh fuck! A good body shot drops Estrada. Yo, this boy Bam is cold, man. This boy Bam is cold, man. I do need Bam in anyway. Give Bam one more fight. P. Rich, it's been real, Ron. Be back next big fight. Absolutely, man. I'll be here, man. If not, I'll be covering a fight. So, Teal looked good tonight. You thought so? I thought Teal looked mid tonight. Hey, Aiden. Bam's a problem, man. Bam went bam, liver shot. Oh shit. Yo, Bam, bro, what a beast. Yo, Bam is a beast, bro. Listen, give him one. I need to pull up. I need Bam needs one more fight, and then give me Inoue. Do the Inoue fight, because this dude is fighting all the guys that Inoue didn't fight. Right? I know Inoue skipped the weight class and all that stuff, but this was a weight class that Inoue didn't fight, and this guy is cleaning house. He's cleaning house. He's fighting all of them. The Chocolatito fight, we need that fight. But they sparred, and they're cool, and it ain't gonna happen. But if it happens, look, Bam does that. This gonna sound crazy. If he beats Chocolatito, Estrada, and Ron Versailles, this modern day's Pacquiao when it comes to the small guys, because he cleaned that whole squad up, and that's what he's doing right now. One more fight though. Inoue's definitely on a different level. I'm not, because Estrada's been in wars, right? I'm gonna be honest. Right? Estrada's been in some wars. You can see a little bit in Estrada's fighting style. You know what I mean? You can tell his legs wasn't there as much as you've seen before. But this is what a young lion's supposed to do. Take out the old lions, right? And Bam's doing it with flying colors. Bam dominated Sonny Edwards, Rung Versailles, Estrada. Put him on my pound for pound list. Yeah, I'm talking that. Put him on my pound for pound list. Absolutely. He's on there. You don't got him on there. Absolutely. Who do you need to fight next? That was a great body shot, Dennis. Bro, we did see Inoue put down through though. What's your thoughts? It happens. Just like how Bam got dropped. Bam got dropped by Estrada. It didn't take away nothing about today. It's what he did when he got up. It's what those two guys did when they got up. It happens. I got a chin, good shot. Got up. We know Neri's a good puncher. And Estrada got popped. That's like a future Hall of Famer. So, Inoue's been moving up in multiple weight classes, so he's fighting bigger guys, and it happens. And the thing that I like to see between these guys is that when you get dropped, what happens? Do you know what to do when you get dropped? They knew how to take adversity, make adjustments, and then go back and dominate. His movement was crazy. That was a good fight. I just don't know who the fuck. Let me see. Boxing rankings. I just don't know who who does he need to fight to get him ready for Inoue? Because Inoue's at 122. And what was this fight? Was this fight at 112? Was it at 112 or 115? Because, there's about like a 10-pound weight difference. So, he needs to... If Bam... I don't know. Bam might need 2 more fights, bro. Like, he might need to fight like Nakatani and then fight someone at 122. Like, he might need to fight, like, Tapalas or some shit. That fight was at 112 because I know he goes up and down. Man. Nah, bro. Bam needs a couple more fights. Just because, you can't just jump up and wait, man. Inoue's at 122. That's 10 pounds. And Inoue just dominating. It's not like he's, like, competitive with these guys. He's washing that division. Like, he might go up another whole weight class. Like, he might go to 126. So, Bam is definitely a pound-for-pound fighter. And it's just, weight-wise, I think he needs to slowly acclimate. There's, like, a whole entire 2 weight classes in between. Yeah, you know, I got overeager. I got overexcited, right? Hold on, let's see what Bam has to say.
Better in somehow, some way, so do you. What did you think of that performance?
And it was a tough fight. I got dropped for the first time. That was crazy. I just got caught with a punch. The next thing you know, I was on the floor. But I've always wanted to experience that. Not like, I know it's bad, but I've always pictured myself like in a fight like this, and to be in the ring with Gallo, a legend, and to take his belts, it makes it that much more better.
This guy is a legend, one of the greatest middleweight fighters of all time. But you had it going on him early on. What was working for you in the first half of the fight?
Just keeping my distance. He didn't know what to do when I was on the outside, and Robert kept telling me that.
He'll definitely get there. We can't rush this kid.
I got a little careless, and that's why I got dropped.
You had him hurt early on, knocked him down in the early rounds. You surprised he was still coming forward after that?
Nah, not really. I know he's a tough fighter. He has more knockouts than I have fights, so that says a lot itself. Like I said, it's an
honor. Bam's only 24, so
take his belts.
We can't rush this young kid, man.
You mentioned the knockdown.
24 and already.
This fight, it looks like you're in total control up to that point, and then he catches you. What happened in that sequence?
I don't even know.
See, if that gets stopped by a body shot is crazy. And I don't want to put race into this, but it's a Mexican vet. You hear what I'm saying? Like, conditioned, bred, strong, ready, prepared to eat that shit. And he got stopped by that. So, like I said, I don't want to make it rich, but I'm being real. Like,
and it looked like you knew right
Estrada
away
can handle a body shot.
Yeah, I got him with a good body shot. I saw the way he was rolling on the floor. I knew that was it.
And that's so, he beat him to the head and then goes to the body. That's some vets.
To be honest, I thought he was going to get back up. So I was already mentally prepared to go on to the next round. But, I mean, he stayed down, and that was it.
You've talked a lot about how Gallo's had things to say about your performances against Carlos Cuadras and Sri Sakat Sorungbasai. Did that motivate you coming into the ring tonight?
Yeah, I definitely had a chip on my shoulder. Wanted to prove him wrong, that I'm the real deal. I've been saying it all week, that I was going to show him tonight, and I did.
Carlos Cuadras, Sri Sakat Sorungbasai, and now Juan Francisco Estrada. Is it at all surreal to you to be beating these guys that you grew up watching?
Honestly, it is. Just to share the ring with them, to be on the same poster as them, is just crazy to look at, but here I am taking over the division.
You knew coming into this fight that Estrada has a rematch clause. You can do this again in the fall. If he doesn't exercise that rematch, what do you want to do next?
I want the winner, Ioka Martinez.
Is it important to you to become undisputed in this weight class?
Definitely. That's something that I've seen other fighters do, and just to see them with all the belts, it's motivating.
But I have to ask you before I let you go, I've said this all week long to people, how far away are we from Bam Rodriguez against Naoya Inoue? We're only 2 weight classes apart, and that looks like one of the biggest fights that can be made in one of these weight classes.
I know people want that, but let's be real right now, it's a fantasy fight. I got to work my way up. He's at 122 right now, I'm barely at 115, so I got business to handle here at this weight class.
That's fantasy fight, but it just got a little bit closer tonight, Bam. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
And he's realistic and let's go, man.
You've seen this guy do some special things over the last couple of years, knocking out Sorungbasai, knocking out Sonny Edwards. Now he does it to Juan Francisco Estrada. What were you thinking when he landed that final shot?
It was just breathtaking. I want to say thank you to the legend, El Gallo Estrada.
Hell yeah, man. That rematch would be fire. Yeah.
I'm sorry. This young man is 24 years of age. When you mention Crawford, when you mention Usyk, when you mention Inoue in the pound-for-pound list, you better say those 3 special letters. Bam. Right? Bam Rodriguez. Super flyweight division. El Gallo has that rematch clause. I don't know about you. I'd love to see the fight again. We'll go away, we'll look at it, but what a night in Phoenix. And you saw a legend against, in my opinion, one of the future stars of the sport.
Damn, bro. I can't play all the audio. You know, the zone won't come in. That boy Bam needs to be on everyone's pound for pound list, man. And meanwhile, Tio bread cheese. Yo, chill out, man. Chill out. Chill out. Yeah, there is a rematch clause.
24. He's going to be enough at 122 at some point. We'll see when that is.
Oh, they interviewing Guile.
¿Qué es lo que te ha ido mal esta noche al final?
Damn, man. Bam is... Whew.
Hice una gran preparación, pero siento que me faltó más condición física.
Yeah, so what I need to do a bit more in the next fight is to box a little bit more. You know, we had really good preparation in there, but that's something that I'd put right in the second.
So he's going to activate his rematch.
Cuando recibiste este golpe al cuerpo, ¿habías sentido un golpe así tan fuerte en tu carrera?
Bueno, no desde que era boxeador amateur, que me pegaron un gancho exactamente ahí y me tumbaron cuando era amateur, pero...
Yeah, it's keeping it 100, respect.
Como te comento, sé que fallé en algo y lo vamos a arreglar.
Yeah, no, I've not felt a punch like that until my amateur days where I was hit with a left hook to the body. It was exactly the same as that. But what I want to do, I said I've made errors.
Yo, respect, man. See, sometimes... I know, like... Sorry, I'm still listening to this. All right. You know, see, this is why, like, as a true boxing fan, you know, Tio's the bigger name, right? The few that's still in here, we got his post, so I'm going to play his post conference, and then I'm going to call it, you know, deuces because it's, you know, a little late. But this is a high-level fight. This is a respectful fight. They recognize where they're at in their career. No gimmicks, you know, no crazy headlines. It's just pure boxing. And this, maybe I'm more a fan of some of the small weight class, but this was a great main event. This was a great fight. I enjoyed this. You know, the Tio fight was a good fight too. Like, it was a good action-packed fight. But these were pound for pound guys. You know what I mean? Top of the divisions fighting each other and having such an intelligent fight. There were so many things in that other fight that lacked that. So, but I'm gonna play Tio's post. I'm gonna watch it with you guys, and then I'm gonna call it deuces. Let me get to my. Let me cut this out. Oh, my bad. There's no audio. Hold on.
Hey, like Muhammad Ali says, the will got to be stronger than the skills. Today wasn't about skills. Today was about will strength. And I knew the type of fighter I was fighting. This guy's a triathlon athlete, for crying out loud. Conditioning is impeccable. And me with asthma, shit, I'm grateful. Look at that. Key of the city. Yes, sir. Key of the city.
Key of the city.
We go anywhere, whenever. What you guys got for me? Any questions?
Tio, were you surprised by his durability, his ability to take the shot and keep coming?
No, I was not surprised at all. I know what type of fighter I chose. Oh my gosh, like, I really do this. I really does this. I know what kind of fights I'm gonna get myself into. I like tough fights. Tough fights bring the best out of me. Look, the most punches I ever had and landed in any of my punch count in career. Like, that's amazing. I'm telling you, man, that's amazing. I'm proud of myself just for that. I don't care how my face look. Fuck it, it's a fight.
Tio, you stunned him with a nice uppercut in the 8th round. Did you feel like you had him hurt in that moment?
I had him hurt the whole time. After that, I just, you know, the whole thing is really just picking shots and then just working on other things, you know. God does everything for a reason. There's no mistakes. I know I hurt him bad. No one has hurt him like that in a long time. So, you know, we still got the punch power. We still got everything there. You know, the whole thing now is just going back to the drawing board and working a lot more on my slipping.
He's somebody who has fought at 154 before.
Yeah.
And he was pressuring you a lot. Did his size at all bother you?
No, size did not bother me. The moment my father, my coach, and trainer told me to push him back, the game changed. It changed completely. He was trying to fight that back, and it's all about pushing and pressuring them back. You got to fight the fight sometimes, and that's what we did. I listened to my father much more this time than I ever have in a while. So, you know, it's great. It's great communication, and we just sticking and moving and just looking for another fight.
Tio, it was really... It was really...
I don't want to give this a look back.
It was a fight.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Sorry, the mic is
too much energy.
Yeah, right. It's really pressure.
I think this is the
power.
thing, though. Like fighters like to look pretty and shit, but like this is a fight for a reason. Like look at this shit. I don't care. As long as I go and do my thing.
You've been promoted as Brooklyn being your hometown. You fought in New York a few times. I know you have ties to Miami as well. Is it you have two homes or how does that work?
The world is my home. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, you gain the world with the people. You don't gain the people with the world. So, you know.
Yeah, I agree, Eric. Eric Bell.
I think that overall, it's just the people in my essence. Everywhere we go, we take over. That's Miami take over, New York take over. But remind you guys, I was born in Brooklyn, New York. I'm a Brooklyn-born Broward kid. I started my boxing here at 6 years old in South Florida. So to come back here after 9 years, defending my world titles in front of so many people that love me, hate me, whatever you want to call it, I'm very grateful, you know? So I just like everyone to just accept me for being their champion, and that's it.
Tio, congratulations on a very exciting fight against a tough, rugged opponent.
Yeah.
What makes you choose such tough opponents, man, when everybody's trying to protect their own?
The Lord, man, the Lord. I got to give it to him. You know, I'm someone that likes to test myself, challenge myself. You guys didn't know about Claggett, but I freaking knew him for sure. I knew that it was going to be a condition fight. And the will, like I said, Muhammad Ali said it best. I think it was him. The will got to be stronger than the skill. And that's what we showed tonight. We pushed him back. We fought the grunt. If I was tired, I knew he was more tired because I worked very hard for this. He's never been 12 rounds before. So we knew we had to break him down. Body shots were hurting him. But this is what it's all about, fighting the best, because in case of any opportunity that comes around like that, any other fighter that wants to press me like that, we know how to face that, we know how to get used to that. You know, these other guys don't like to face those type of calibrated fighters. They like to just, you know, face easy fights.
What type of statement does this type of fight and you not ducking or dodging any of these fighters say to the rest of the divisions here?
It says I don't care. It says that I don't care. I'm here to fight. Like, let's make a fight happen. I don't care how I look. My hand is gonna get raised at the end of it all. I don't care. Like, as long as I get back to my kid safe and sound, this is the fight game. You know, this is what we signed for. You know, and I, excuse me, but I needed that. I needed this a lot. You know, and for everybody else, you know, whether it's 47, 40, you know, Bob said I did well. He don't look too happy. Fuck it, I don't care. Like, I'm your only last star available, and that's it.
Oh shit, hold on. He said Bob didn't look well and said, fuck it, I'm your only star.
Like, I'm your only last star available. You know, Bob said I did well. He don't look too happy. Fuck it, I don't care. Like, I'm your only last star available, and that's it. You know, so you just gotta deal with it. You know what I mean? You gotta deal with it. I am the best, forget the rest.
Tio, when it went to the scorecards, how did you score it in your mind? Do you think you did enough?
Absolutely. Sugar Ray Leonard, he taught us the best. And once you hear those 10 seconds, clack, clack, you throw a lot of freaking punches. You know what I'm saying? That's how you win the rounds. 12 rounds to nothing, 11 to 1. Look at that. No matter how much.
He did do what I said. He was trying to steal the rounds.
much pressure it was around, we dominated because we knew it. We know how to do it. We studied the primetime fighters. I studied the fighters that came from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Not the modern day era. The modern day era, everybody thinks Jake Paul is a great champion. Like, come on now. It's crazy.
You know, before the fight, you called out Pitbull Cruz. They have similar styles. Do you still want that fight?
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm ready for it, man. I'm excited. Now I know how to face fighters like that even better, on a better standpoint. You know what I mean? Just more conditioning, more track work, and that's it. You know, I think this gives everybody a more opportunity to jump that gun. But let's see how they do once we start clacking them up. So,
Teo, it seemed like when you were on your toes off the jab, you made the fight a little bit easier for yourself.
Yep.
Why did you decide to stay in the ropes? Is it just that fighting spirit you wanted to trade with him in those moments?
Yeah, you know, it's just in those pocket moments, you know, let him throw, let him miss, let him, you know, whatever it is in the case that I meant, like in that essence, just touching that body, trying to find those open shots right in there, and then those uppercuts, man. Those things were catching him like crazy. So I think overall, you know, I like to try different things. It might not be always what I need to do. Maybe I just need to go and stick and move. You know what I mean? But hey, this is what I love to do. I'm 26. I'm still learning in this game, you know, and that's what I like.
You have mentioned at the weigh-in.
Right now, since I was able to catch the end when Bam landed a wicked body shot, at 24, he's already a Hall of Fame because of where he put in his career. No, Bam is a pound for pound, for sure, future Hall of Famer. So, Young Poppy, yo, what's poppin' fight? Yo, we just recapping over everything. We're watching Teo's post. Teo Balboa. Teo, wow, you didn't go to the body of Teo. Teo's defense was also trash. So we just winding down. We watched the Bam, we watched the Teo.
Fight Terrence Crawford. He's going to 47. You also mentioned that in your post-fight interview. Do you still...
Yes, I do.
You know, in the case... No. My question is, in the case you can't get a Crawford fight, is moving up to 47 still something you want to do, or you want to move up for the right fight?
Absolutely, though. These are the type of fights that I want, but like no one's gonna fight like Steve Claggett. There's only one other fighter that maybe might do it, just a little bit, and he's smaller, and that's Pitbull, Isaac Cruz. But other than that, every other fighter you could think of don't fight that way at all. They all box. Crawford boxes, whether it's orthodox, whether it's freaking southpaw, he boxes. He doesn't really slug in there. So this is why I do these type of fights for a reason. I mean, what else do you guys
win one
know?
round,
no, we know this, but this is what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Theo.
I like this.
Tell us about your words when it came to Tank. You had some words for him. You called him a punk. You called him another word, but you could pick up where you left off.
Well, yeah, I'm there, man. You know what I'm saying? Tank, whatever the case is, they haven't faced fighters like this in a long time. Isaac Cruz was the only one and gave him all the way to 12 rounds. And a lot of people felt like he lost. So for that essence, man, I just think like, hey, Tank, whatever the case be, I love the way it is. Like, God makes me sometimes look subpar if that has to be that case, so these other chumps can come in and jump in the gun. That's it. You know what I'm saying? We love to fight. I don't care. Like, shit, I'm going to get my hand raised. I guarantee you that. So, yeah, man.
Box like you, Chad.
They can't move, they can't stick, they can't do all that stuff, man.
One day, Teo should have 4 losses now. Cambosis, Ortiz, Sender, and Claggett. Damn. I thought Teo edged Claggett out, but yo, Teo needs some work to do. What up, Johnny Blaze? Pitbull will whip his ass if you can't hurt him enough to keep Pitbull. That's what I'm... Boy, we had this conversation earlier, man. Bam versus Estrada 2 is next. I can't wait, man.
So I'm just ready. I'm grateful, and to everybody, thank you for taking your time, flying out over here to Miami. Major love to everybody. Peace and love. I'll see you guys another time. Maybe September. We'll see what happens. So,
Let's go, Brooklyn.
Let's go, baby. Woo! Thank you.
Thanks, Teo.
Thank you, Teo.
Blood tripping down his eyes, damn. I want to fight, bro. Put me on. Yeah, you a fighter? He boxed Cruz with one hand for 5 rounds. This guy's cap.
Aaron Cantu, FightHype.com, here with Chris Algieri, the former champion. Chris, we just saw the Teofimo Lopez fight against Steve Claggett. Goes to a 12-round decision to Teofimo. What's your immediate reaction to this fight?
Listen, Claggett brought a lot of will. He was in great shape. Showed a tremendous beard. Took really good body shots. Teofimo impressed me with his output. You know, he obviously came conditioned. He knew what he had in front of him. I did too. I actually predicted a decision. I know a lot of people were predicting a knockout. I think it would have been really important for him to make a statement to get that knockout. But it wasn't for not trying, that's for sure. Claggett put on a tough performance, but you know, it's just it was not an effective performance. You know, he was imposing his will, but not being effective.
Not in a sense where he can take the title from the champion. You were really high on Teofimo coming into this fight. How would you rate his performance, and you know, where do you see him going in this 140-pound division?
Well, he's talking about going to 147, which I don't really advise. You know, he hasn't shown that same power that he had at 35 at 140. So, you know, he's 5-0 now at 140. He's only got 1 KO, and that was against Pedro Campa early on. And even that, like, it was more of an attrition than a single shot. So I think he has the opportunity to unify. I favor him against all the other champions in the weight class. So I think it would be a good idea for him to go collect some belts. He said at the end, belts are important. So it would make sense to go and collect those belts.
Were you surprised at Steve Claggett's durability in this fight?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, his chin was great. And really, he wasn't showing much wear or tear either until those later rounds. The nose started to bleed. He got rocked a few times.
Those two swollen eyes show why Tio should never call out Crawford. I don't think anyone was entertained by that. We knew that Crawford and Tio. Yeah. Don't even pay me for my first fight. Put me on. I'll fight all these boxers. Attaboy, Johnny. Who's Tio fighting next? I don't know. But it got to be more than a Steve Claggett.
I think he got hurt more often than we were able to see because he hit it well. But he did hit it well. He's got a lot of experience. 45. This is 46 pro fight. 35 years old. Tough guy.
Do you think Teofimo, given that he does want to move up to 47, maybe has to not change his style, but be more of a guy that is on his toes, boxing a little bit more, given that he's going to fight bigger guys that are more durable?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only are the guys going to be bigger, but he's going to have to go 12 rounds every time. And you don't want those big guys thumping on you. You got a guy at 47 who does what Steve Claggett does. It's going to be a very, very difficult night for Teofimo Lopez. But we saw that he has conditioning. He threw almost 1,000 punches tonight, career high in terms of punches thrown, punches landed. So, that other style could potentially be there, and he showed that he does have the conditioning, even though he's still an explosive guy.
A couple more things, and I'll let you go, Chris. I see you on Pro Box, and you guys are chopping it up on all various topics, but I just wanted to get your take on the 1-year suspension handed down to Ryan Garcia for testing positive for PED.
Yeah, I mean, listen, boxing's doing its job. I expected a shorter suspension, actually. But I mean, they banned him for a year, hit him with a big fine. I don't know if Ryan really cares or not.
What up, Bayside Boxing? I see you creeping in here. Chris Algieri commentary, Tim Bradley commentary, same script. I don't know. I feel like Tim will be a little different today. I don't know. Barras, KOs, Tio, damn. What up, Comics Legend? I knocked Tank out for him. I don't know. I hope I can run into Bradley. Maybe ask him.
He probably wasn't going to fight this year anyway. That's why I said 6 months. Who cares? He's not going to fight. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know when he comes back, what weight class he'll be in. But a year's a long time.
Chris, what needs to happen for this performance-enhancing drug issue in boxing that kind of, I mean, there needs to be some type of legislation, right? Like in Congress, something needs to be brought up because there's no oversight.
Yeah, well, there's no oversight in boxing at all. Nothing has any teeth either. There's no governing body. There's no one to oversee everything. And when someone does break the rules, it's a multi-tiered system in terms of how it's punished. And that's an issue, So until we have a unified governing body that looks over everything and actually has some teeth to punish the offenders, it's never going to change.
Last thing, fight that just got announced, Anthony Joshua against Daniel Dubois. What do you think about that fight? It's a good matchup. Break down that fight.
I mean, it's a huge fight for the UK. Dubois has really turned it around, man. His last two fight performances, trash about. But
Dubois in that fight?
No, Wilder, I don't think we're going to see. He's vulnerable at times, which...
All right, cool. What else? That might be... We got anything else? Emiliano calls out Teofimo and Devin Haney immediately. Oh my, jeez. I didn't see that. Let's see. Yard drunk. Tio did great against a good pressure fighter. Absolutely not. Ryan Garcia beats Tio. Ryan Garcia versus Tio in LA. Tim is way harder on Ryan Garcia than Algieri. Bad observation. Yeah, that's why I don't feel like they're the same script. I interviewed Bradley twice the other week, and he was extremely critical on Ryan. Yeah, but I'm tired of the Ryan Devin stuff. It's just so much. Baby Vargas. Dubois gets hit too much. Tio is garbage. All right. So I'm going to wrap it up. I know that it was one of those nights where we're just kind of hanging out, kicking it. But let's see. Bam Maraghi's top 5 pound for pound. Incredible. Oh, dude. Bam's. You can't say nothing negative about Bam, man. I get that he got knocked out, but shit, it happens, dude. It happens is what he did afterwards. Teo complains about Ortiz running out. Claggett walks him down. I said something about it, man. All right. I'm gonna wrap my two things up. The thing about Teofimo Lopez is that Teofimo Lopez, and I know I said this earlier, and don't take this as I'm comparing them. Like I won't compare Teo to the great Roy Jones. Like I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying similar that the fact that Roy was a very athletic fighter, and that there's things that Roy did that maybe he should have, focused a little bit on boxing, right? And Roy's a tremendous boxer, right? But at times you see that his athleticism bailed him out, or he used his athleticism instead of his boxing. Teo is a person where you can see that at times that fundamentally boxing needs to be worked on. Him not being able to cut off the ring was the Jermaine Ortiz thing. Him being able to not get a pressure fighter smooth and comfortable off. Granted, I know everyone's giving credit to Steve Claggett. Correct. I didn't expect that. But fundamentally, Teo still has a lot of things he needs to work on. And he relies so much on his athleticism to bail him out or try to win him the fight. And you can see early on his athleticism on his turning, and some people thought he was playing and all that stuff. He's relying so much on his athleticism that eventually when he actually has to put his boxing together, it always comes down to digging deep and actually wanting to win the fight. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to constantly keep going to your piggy bank and constantly having to touch your savings. And you need to learn how to not always have to bail yourself out. There's always that saying of going to the well and pulling, a little bit more every time. And eventually when you finally go to your bank account and do that well, it's empty. And you don't need to do that. You need to work on your boxing fundamentals. Your athleticism won't always be there. There's always something. The guy is he's running away from me. Or I wanted this guy. The guy wanted to come. I wanted to brawl fight. Like Joe said right there, no more tall guys, right? Or when he loses, it's fundamentally you have flaws. We as boxing fans recognize your ability can do it, but you choose to rely on your athleticism. So at that point, Teo, we need you to focus on that. If not, beating a guy Steve Claggett in this fashion, it's like I get a lot of fights, 7 losses. We really don't want to see that. Bam Rodriguez, dude's a future Hall of Famer in the making. If not, his accolades has already shown it. Like he's beaten guys like Ron Versailles. He styled on him. He styled on Sonny Edwards. He styled on Estrada. Some adversity, but he bounced back. I mean, they want him to do a rematch. This kid's special. He's only 24 years old, and they're already wanting him to fight anyway. And he's humble enough to recognize that he has to have a big jump. He wants to fight guys like Ioka, the winner of the Ioka fight. Like, he has a lot of talented guys around his weight division. And I'm picking Bam to beat all of them until the Inoue fight. And that's really what we want to see. This kid clean up all these guys and then set up a mega fight with Inoue. Because Inoue and Tank ain't happening, y'all. That's unrealistic. And we always go, well, we need an opponent for Inoue. Inoue don't really have nobody, so that's why we bring up Tank. It's Bam. Let Bam win a couple more fights, get some more divisions, let Inoue dominate. Inoue might even go to 126. Eventually one day those guys will meet, and that would be an amazing fight. Bam is at the trajectory to possibly match Inoue, and off simply just accomplishments, right? And he's fighting the guys that Inoue didn't fight in the division. Maybe politics, wasn't able to fight in that division. He skipped it. But Bam's the one that's in that division, and he's cleaning house. He's cleaning houses and divisions. So nothing negative about Bam. Bam's a special kid. If you make a pound-for-pound list, you have to put him on there. If you put him at 10, cool. It doesn't matter. He has to be somewhere on there. What'd you say? I meant the commentary during the Teo fight. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Bayside. Misunderstood. Top ring commentary is always trash. If you think Teo ran, you don't know boxing. Teo couldn't run. He had a fight. Matias is trash. I actually picked Teo to beat Matias before Matias lost. And I actually was very surprised that Liam Parra was fighting Matias as a hometown fight. So, and I got all that recorded for proof. Thanks for the watch party. Have a great rest. Appreciate it, Comments Legend. Teo complained about Ortiz running. Now he ran. Now he got a gift. Teo will get murdered by Matias. I mean, they might need to fight each other at this point, man. Claggett has 8 losses. Best Teo 7, but now 8. Beat Teo 2 out of 10 for Claggett. No, Teo's trash. His eyes slumped up. He was totally agree. Matias fought Teo today. Matias murdered Teo. Maybe. And you know what's crazy is that because I thought stylistic, cutting off the ring was going to be a problem for him, but even pressure fighters give him difficulty. Not as bad as guys that move, but there's holes. And Matias is better than Claggett, in my opinion. It's better than Claggett. So maybe I might have to retract my statement on thinking, hey, does Teo beat Matias? Because I thought stylistically that would be the favorite, but now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Matias does beat Teo. He's a better Claggett. So Teo lost to Ortiz, Sander, and Claggett today. Claggett isn't an easy fight as most of you clowns thought. Notch moves couldn't beat your way out of the washover. The washover, his new name, he's garbage. That would be great. Now I'll give Steve Claggett credit, and the thing is, he did beat the guy that beat. He beat the guy that beat Matias, but Matias later rematched and beat him. So there's styles make fights, and Steve is not a bum, and he proved tonight that he's on Teo's level. But the problem is Teo should not be on his level. You get what I'm saying? So I think tonight's the night that Teo needs to go to the gym, work some things out. He says he wants to fight 4 times this year. Work those things out, wash this fight out of everyone's mouth, and then show them why you're the linear 140 champion. You know, not everyone has good nights, and we can criticize you. We are allowed to criticize you because you said that you wanted Terrence Crawford. That wasn't Terrence Crawford. You know, you said it. You said you want to go to 147. Boots hasn't done nothing. A lot of fight fans don't think you beat Boots, regardless of your accomplishments and his. Do you beat Boots? You know what I mean? So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Steve Claggett shows that he's a good fighter and he can give a lot of guys problems. Claggett versus Richardson Hitchens. Maybe Claggett versus Devin Haney. That's fine. I think Claggett deserves to fight a lot of these guys. But those guys need to show that they can separate themselves from a Claggett. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's a good fighter. But if you're an elite fighter that like Teo and all these guys say they are, then they need to be able to separate themselves by a long shot. You know, I didn't know who Claggett was, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I knew this was going to be the result. My expectations biased. I expected Teo to do something, but I also don't want to make excuses. You know what I mean? Like, guys can be good, and you being the guy should be able to separate yourself. It's by far too much of an excuse of using, like, this is a good guy, and I knew this, and stuff like that. Like, we're allowing and we're enabling fighters to make judgment and saying that you don't know what a good fighter is. I do. Well, we thought you were this good fighter, and this fighter shouldn't be on your level. That's not us insulting you. That's you telling us, as the fight fans, that we didn't know what we watched. We watched a guy who's been, if he's been beaten 7 times, like what? Is it so different that you were able to beat him, the lineal champion, the 140 Teofimo Lopez? Like, I don't want to make excuses for this guy. Has Steve Claggett been stopped before? He has been stopped before. And, you know, not everyone gets stopped. You know, granted, he got stopped way early in his career, right? Happens. But 7 losses, 2 draws. I mean, my expectations of the guy that beat Lomachenko, you're the takeover. You know, you're 26. My expectation is that you are supposed to dominate. And if I'm not allowed to say that without being called a hater, then so be it. You know? Teo couldn't be a tomato can. If I didn't hear Teo will lose to anyone at 40, Teo's trash. Teo complains about runners. So why he got walked down today? A guy no one knew. Come on. Claggett better than Frank Martin. I think style wise, I mean, I don't know. They might be similar. I don't know. Claggett is definitely more seasoned and a bigger fighter. So if Claggett and Frank Martin fought, I don't know, maybe Claggett might win that. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm not comparing Tank opponent and Teo's opponent. I'm comparing what Tank was supposed, or if you want to put it that way, Tank did what he was supposed to do. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, no one's trying to say Frank Martin was this world beater. Tank showed that. He showed that there's levels to this. And Teo was supposed to show levels to this. It's not a hard concept to break down, right? If you're that guy, you show there's levels. Regardless if the public thinks he's a good fighter or not, or you think he's there's levels. And I don't think Teo showed, like, Claggett wasn't Teo's level tonight. Claggett, no one knew he has 7 losses, but I want no excuse for Teo. Yeah, exactly. Hear what you're saying. Teo's supposed to be pound for pound. You couldn't stop Claggett. And that's just really what it is. He said he wanted to fight Terrence Crawford. You're not beating Terrence. You're not beating Terrence Crawford like this. Like, I'm taking your words. You say that you want to fight Pitbull. Okay. Maybe Pitbull is an easier fight. Maybe Pitbull's a harder fight. But the fans right now don't think that you beating Claggett the way you did, you will be, in the position of saying that you wash or beat Pitbull easy, That Frank Martin Claggett take is wild. I mean, man, they're completely like different weight class. Like, it's who wins, Prime Claggett or Prime Wrestler? I don't know. Like, there's some things that I just can't. I don't know. My brain power doesn't really. Tank did what he was supposed to do. Teo didn't do what he was supposed to do. It's simple. When Danny Garcia fought Roy Socket, guess what, Bayside? You know the answer. Danny Garcia did what he was supposed to do. There's do what you're supposed to do fights. And Gervonta did what he was supposed to do. And Teo didn't do what he was supposed to do. So when people bring up comparison, it's not about who's the better opponent, right? All the time. Why is Loma seen as this great fighter? Loma is a good fighter. I wouldn't, Loma's in that stage where he's not the greatest, he's not Floyd Mayweather, Sugar Ray, all that stuff that they spit out, like the greatest against sliced bread, but he's not trash. He's not garbage. He's not overrated. He's one of those things that might be overrated and highly underappreciated. He's a Hall of Famer, and that's it. He falls into the Hall of Fame space. He's a good fighter. He's a great fighter, but he's not the greatest fighter I've ever seen. He's not the greatest fighter in his era. He's not. So, but he's a Hall of Fame fighter. And I think he belongs on pound for pound list at either Once Upon a Time or whatever. I don't have anything negative to say about Lomachenko. T only won the Lomachenko fight because Loma took 6 rounds off and had a slow start. Lomachenko should have started early. Yo, in that 10th round, I thought Loma was going to stop Teo. So, hey, but I can't take away Teo's win. Teo didn't win it. So that's Loma's fault. Teo said Matias is tailor-made. He comes forward one-dimensional. So Claggett walked him down for kind of Matias body bags him. Do you see Teo Paro unification? No. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Matchroom and Top Rank work together. Pitbull's going to take away that uppercut and Teo gets stopped. If Pitbull stops Teo, then I might have to start looking at Pitbull like a top 15 pound for pound. That motherfucker is a small guy fighting some big guys. So Teo was supposed to stop Claggett. It's not the fact that he's supposed to stop him. He's supposed to do what he's supposed to do. Sometimes you don't get the knockout. Cool, that's fine. But you ain't supposed to walk out a fight tonight where the public weren't interested, didn't ask for it. The promotion wasn't great. Last thing they want to do is see this fighter struggle or have a hard fight. It's not good marketing. You can say what you want, but if you went to war with Pitbull, cool. People can accept that. You went to war with Tank, You went to war with Ryan. You went to war with Matias. You know, they can accept that. You go into war with Steve Claggett, I don't know if that helps your marketability. I don't know if that helps sell you more. You know, it's a business at the end of the day. And maybe this helps him condition himself for a pressure fighter, and maybe that's what he wanted. But if he continues to have these type of lukewarm performances where you're not doing what the public feels like you have to, regardless of what you think of that opponent, you're in that position. This is part of being the champion. You don't wake up and choose to be like, yeah, I want to be somewhat criticized, and I don't want to be criticized. Like, this comes with the territory. So when you fight a guy like this that no one asked for, and you put on a performance like that, you're going to hear some stuff. So it's not like it's strange what people were saying online. So I think give KO's Teo. I wasn't comparing Martin Clark. I was just asking who would be a tougher fight. No, I know. And it's not... I don't know. Like, who's a tougher fight for Teo? Like, I just don't put them... When I see Frank Martin versus Tank, I think... And I told Frank Martin's dad this, and I got a lot of love for Frank Martin. It's not even a disrespect. It's, you know, I told Frank Martin's dad to his face. He asked me, who do you think wins the fight? And I told him Tank wins the fight, respectfully, because there's different levels, right? There's levels in their respective weight classes, of course. You're talking about skill-wise? I think Frank... Well... I don't know, because it's harder to do these retrospect kind of things. I guess I'm essentially helping Teo out when I really shouldn't. I really should just bash and just say Frank Martin destroys. I mean, it's over Claggett by far, because, you know, I can't even tell you a time when I've seen Claggett on my TV screen besides today. So I'm gonna say Frank Martin. I'm just gonna say Frank Martin. If they were in the same weight class, the dynamics, they were in the same, you molded them together, I would say Frank Martin. I would say Frank Martin is the better fighter. I would say Frank Martin's the better fighter. But obviously they can't fight each other because of weight classes and things like that. When he fight Tamino can't go 12 rounds and walked out, bro, lost. Who knew Claggett before the fight? That's what it's just like, dude. You were not supposed to look like this. You were not supposed to fight like the thing is, tonight was supposed to be sweet, short, and simple. Now it's like you did it again, Teo. You made this a long night. You know. And when I do these live streams, right, I can tell what people are interested in. People weren't interested in this. I didn't have 1,000 people in here. I didn't have 2,000 people in here. I didn't have. Man, I might have broke 300. I don't know what the peak is, but man, I know for a fact I didn't have 1,000 people in here. You know, this is FightHype. We got tons of people that subscribe to this, and they just choose not to want to hear this commentary. When I did Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia, it was like 40,000 people. When I did Broner and Blair, which many people said that was a gatekeeping kind of fight, over 1,000 people was in here. Teo was fighting Claggett. People didn't even know Teo was fighting. This fight doesn't help you. You get what I'm saying? This doesn't help you. And if for me to give an out, that's only giving you a crutch. Cool, whatever. Like, this guy's tough. You know, so that's fine. You're the linear champion. You're the man. You're levels above all these guys. Tank waited out for Loma. Probably did. He probably did. Peanut. He probably did. I'm not knocking that. Probably did. Claggett was my Uber driver. Which fighters move up to 147? I mean, Teo said he wants to. I don't know if he'll be good at it. I mean, depends on the opponent. Styles make fights. At least Tank KOs the tomato cans. Do what he's supposed to, right? Just do what you're supposed to tonight. Frank's too big for 135. Oh yeah, I mean, Teo tonight was equivalent to Tank when he fought Pitbull. I can't say that unless Steve Claggett wins a world championship later. Teo goes 12 and walked down by tomato cans. The Teo that fought Josh Taylor whips Tank? I don't think so. I'm tired as Teo fights at the level of his opponent. I don't feel that. I don't think Lomachenko fighting Teo was the best version of Loma. And I don't think Josh Taylor that fought Teo was the best version of Josh Taylor. But I can't take away the credit. He beat the man, so he gets all the praise and he's on the stuff. But if you want me to honestly give my opinion of Teofimo Lopez, he's not a guy that fights at the level of his opposition. I think he fights at what Teo fights at that day. If Teo comes in and he's ready, he's sharp, and he's good, regardless of who he fights, he's going to perform. If it's a guy that's good, if it's a guy that's bad. He didn't come to perform today. Well, I say he came in shape. And I can't say he didn't come to perform. He just didn't perform showing that he's levels above everyone in this division. Like, why would I think you beat Liam Parr? Why would I think you beat Pitbull? And why would I think you beat Alberto Puello? All three, if it was a tournament. Why do I think you beat all of them in a row? You know? So, P-Rich, just my opinion. No, yeah, it's just opinion talk. Like, I'm not criticizing. I'm giving my opinion. And, you know, I respect your opinion. P-Rich, but what I'm saying, Ron, is plenty of tough fighters out there that is unknown. I didn't know about Pitbull until I seen him against Tank. So that's fair in your eyes. I knew about Pitbull. I know about Pitbull maybe like 7 fights before Tank. I did. And personally, Tank, in my opinion, right, and I'm not big on excuses, right, I do think Tank hurt himself when I was at that fight. I think Tank's arm or his fist, it hurted. But I think Pitbull was a better opponent than Steve Claggett, you know, my personal opinion. But you never know. That's why we have to see this fight. Steve Claggett and Pitbull fight, make it happen. I'm cool with it. I'm not saying don't make the fight happen. Just my expectation is that I think Pitbull should beat Claggett. I'm not saying don't make that fight. I think Claggett should be in the mix. Claggett fight Paro, Claggett fight Alberto Puello. You should get an opportunity to fight another world champion. I agree. Or top contender. He was a relatively unknown fighter. But now we know who he is. And if someone go fight some and dust him off, then we really know where Teofimo Lopez stands when it comes to this stuff. So, and I get styles make fights, but I've seen Pitbull. Yeah, like Bayside says, Pitbull was a showbox guy. I've seen Pitbull for a while. Teo's food at 140. Do you think Teo needs a new coach? The fighters should step aside and let other coach. I just think Teo, I don't know what it is. I really don't know. I just think Teo needs to stop relying on his athleticism, personally, and get back to his boxing IQ, because he has one. Bam fights better, absolutely. At first, I thought Teo was just trying to get some rounds to help comments, but over time, what up, Fabio? I couldn't believe what I was watching. The amount of people the results blows me. This was a must KO. It was. This was not. We're gonna want to have a tough fight and show the world. This was not it. And if you believe that, you're lying to yourself. You just can't lie to yourself like that. You can say someone has an off night, you know? Like, for example, I think Shakur is a good fighter, but he had an off night against De Los Santos. Oh, he should have rematched De Los Santos to show the world that he should, it was a fluke. I agree. He should have. But he's not like against criticism. He deserved all the criticism he did. And granted, he said he was injured and all that stuff, and I believe it. I'll give it warrant to it, but that doesn't take away anything. It's the same situation. The markability, what people remember, the criticism, you got to wipe that taste out of their mouth. So Shakur, I think he's a good fighter, but he deserves the same sort of criticism that Teo does, But I think the only difference is De Los Santos doesn't have a 7 loss and 2 draws. Like, you get what I'm saying? Optics-wise, this don't look good. Teo was gifted a person. Should have been a Estrada Bam watch party instead. Yes. I mean, Teo fight happened first, then Bam's, but Teo is the bigger name. But I, as a fan on the stream, I was more excited for that fight. It was a more meaningful fight. This was supposed to be a short fight, like, in my opinion, or a dominating performance. You didn't have to knock him out early. Just, How many fights does Teo have a top rank? He did. What do you mean? Probably. At least Tank KOs his tomato cans. Did you see Bam's crowd and reaction versus Teo? Man, that place looked lit. I wish I live in Vegas right now. I wish I was in Arizona. Just took the drive just to be a fight fan. Like, bro, Teo is garbage. Anyone who gives this fight Teo tonight is a fangirl. It's hot garbage. Respect more Claggett than Teo. I'm a fan of Claggett and who he is. Facts. I completely agree with you all that. We'll see Claggett in his next performance. Teo probably just needs a legit trainer. Maybe. You know, whatever it is, just fix it. Come back next fight. Show us. Like, look. Everyone's allowed to have bad nights. Everyone's allowed to have. I mean, he won the fight. I didn't think he lost the fight. I thought he won the fight. So I don't. But I just was expecting more because I feel that Teo is a lot better than Steve Claggett. And if people want to come and say no, Steve Claggett belongs on Teo's level, I think you're insulting Teo more than giving him credit. I think it's better to say Teo was off tonight and he looked terrible against a guy that's not on his level. I think you will be doing him more of a favor by saying that. The fight would be too much against Pitbull. I think the best Haney outboxes Teo. That's why he ain't rushing to. And I think style makes fights. I think that's why I always thought Teo had a better chance beating Matias and struggle more of a Devin. But tonight showed that he might even struggle against the pressure fighters. Your possession is that of a real boxing fan. I agree. And let's see the fights. I appreciate Shotgun Sandwich Entertainment. And I think you can be a fan of Teo and just be like, damn, man. Damn. You look like shit. But I'll still be rooting for you. Just go back to the gym and get it back together. You didn't look good tonight. You had better nights. You know, you were the takeover. You know, like Living V Diff. Teo is a dog. He's a dog. But you shouldn't. Let's keep it real, man. And I got a lot of love for Kambosos. I think Kambosos is a good person. But Teo was supposed to win that night. He was supposed to win that night. And he didn't. You know? We can't keep making these type of excuses because, you know, you end up sounding delusional. There's a reason why he's in Miami. There's a reason why people don't know this fight. Like, there's a reason. It's not that it's always the promotion's fault. You could have put this wherever you wanted. It's that Teo is losing his fans based off performances like this. The lives reflect that. If the live has 40,000 people in there wanting to hear someone's reaction, they're interested. If the live has X amount of people, they're not interested. And it just shows they're not interested. And this, when they find out the result, they're really not going to be more interested. Right? P. Rich, Shakur felt Santos' power and said, hell no, I'm on the bike tonight. Maybe. I mean, I'm a little more privy to certain information. And in my honest opinion and judgment, he was injured. And it might have been more than just injured. So, yo, what up, Cantu? Air Show Sports. This is my guy. He was at the Teo fight. Cantu, can you give me your honest assessment? You were at the fight, man. You know, I think some people think I'm grilling Teo, but, you know, I think Teo fell flat today, man. Sandor beat Teo. I did think Sandor beat Teo. Nakatani beat Teo. I think Teo won that fight. I was there. I was at that fight. Ortiz beat Teo. That's debatable. I'm cool with that debate. Claggett beat Teo. I don't think... but I get what I'm saying. He's had a lot of duds. Bro fought a guy with technically 7 losses and was 35 years old. I feel I can beat Teo. For real. What up, Adrenaline Line? Teo needs a better team and trainer. Teo got robbed the fight against Kambosos. I don't think he got robbed. He didn't look good against tomato cans. He's trash. Teo won every round. These casuals on here are complaining because he didn't knock Claggett out. They're fools on here and don't know anything about boxing. Teo won the fight. He didn't win every round, Larry. Like, if you thought... I mean, even their broadcaster, Mark Kriegel, gave him the 12th, and I gave Claggett the 12th just so he wouldn't look crazy, which he did. 11-1 is crazy. The judges, 11-1, like, Nah, bruh. Even CompuBox said Claggett only landed 35 power punches. That's disgusting, bro. That's CompuBox fell asleep, bro. They didn't even click no more. Teo was fun to watch, but I just can't understand what happened tonight. Coming off the ring was an apparent issue that Teo had from the beginning, but now I thought this was a tailor-made fight. I agree. Who is Claggett? He lumped up Teo. Claggett looked like he was sparring and walked down your favorite fighter. Teo's a top-ranked level fighter. If you know, you know. The casual is who hot tooling Teo. What are your thoughts on Haney ducking Sandor Martin? I mean, if you feel like it's a duck, I think Devin right now is looking for, like, Devin's used to making a lot of money consistently, and I feel that because he was hoping to get a lot of money for the Sandor Martin fight, you know, it's not worth him to fight. Maybe it could be a duck, you know, in that eyes. I think he should take a rest. They gave him a champion recess, and you know, Eddie said it. He didn't want to bid on it or make, you know, so, and it's just Devin's just in a weird state, man. Just take a little break and then come back. But a Sandor Martin is a fight he needs to take, though. My boy Cantu, he was at the fight. He covered it. He was the one that was asking all the questions at the Teofimo Lopez event, all the great interviews and stuff. So shout out to him. It's my brother. It's my guy. I got a lot of love for him. We've been covering boxing for a long time. So he says, yeah, man, it was disappointing performance, to be honest. Teo should have been on his toes more, sticking. I don't know why he allowed himself to get hit so much. Credit to Claggett, though he has heart. Yeah. And I know you went there and wanted to watch Teo do his thing. And coming from a person, he's keeping it real. He's keeping it transparent, you know. And he's been covering, you know, my boy Aaron's been covering boxing for a long time, too. He's been at fights, so he's had a great experience out there in media. So, anyone who has Teo winning today is hot tooling Teo. No, I thought Teo won. It was a terrible performance. Notch knows nothing about boxing. Oh, y'all fighting, man. I don't want to read y'all fighting comments. I'm gonna get off soon. Exactly, it's Teo's fault, and he continues to lie about his career achievements and accolades. He was never undisputed 135 and 140 yet. You know, I know the self need to get praised, right? Like everything in life, you work hard, and the nice thing to do is be acknowledged, and sometimes it doesn't happen. Like, for the longest time, I've done interviews on FightHype. I don't get a lot of credit. People don't be like, oh my God, that's Ron Goodall from FightHype. Oh shoot, yo, you're the greatest. Like, you cover, I've seen, like, it would be nice to get, you know, like a lot of you guys in here probably don't even know, like, really me as the interviewer. Like, I've been doing interviews on FightHype for like probably 5-6 years, right? And a lot of people don't even know who I am. And it's cool. I'm not looking for that. But it's like, it's nice though. Like, and I'll admit, like, people come like, oh, you know, I like your interviews. I know, like, that's cool. So, but you also have to get over that not everyone's going to do that. And not everyone's going to kiss your ass, and not everyone's going to praise your accomplishments and like, oh yeah, you know, hey, you know, y'all don't understand how hard I've been working, man. Nobody wants to hear that. And really, at the point, we know you're a good fighter. But you can't keep lying to yourself to try to get this self-praise from people. Like, you can't. Nobody cares. Really, at the end of the day, we all going to die one day, right? Nobody's going to care. Oh, yo, you did these lives, bro. You so good. Nobody cares. So the best thing you can do is not lie to yourself so you can get the public perception and people's opinions praising you. The best thing you can do is really honestly look at yourself and assess, was I on tonight? And if it's not, that's fine. I'll get back to the gym and I'll show everybody. Now, you don't have to tell that to the world if you want to kind of like still be bravado. But as long as you're honest to yourself, right? And like you being transparent, then you're going to have a better performance. And that's what we only ask for. But when you keep lying to yourself, we see that. We see your force. Like, really, I don't want to say like who cares. Like, I don't want to say who cares about like undisputed and stuff. But like, bro, if you're undisputed or not, who cares? Who cares? Floyd wasn't undisputed. Pacquiao wasn't undisputed, right? Like, there's so many amazing fighters that weren't undisputed. Oh, you know, like, just beat the people you're supposed to beat and just be yourself. Don't lie to yourself. And everyone who's hampering and catering to it's no different from like the Devin situation. Don't lie to Devin. And the same with Ryan. Don't lie to Ryan. Don't lie to Teo. Don't lie to these motherfuckers. Like, just don't lie. If you're a fan of them, you could be a fan, but then you could still support them and tell the truth, right? Like, Devin, you didn't fight Ryan intelligently. Like, I didn't expect you to fight Ryan that way. Ryan, you had something in your system. So, they're going to take it away from you. Teo, you didn't look that good. Like, you can be a fan and be honest with all these guys. Like, it's not that serious. It's not that, like, if you are working your way to get everyone's perspective, everyone to care about you that much, then you would care about yourself more, because you will focus on being great yourself and fixing your flaws versus going out there and just lying to the public. So, yeah, so I'm gonna end this rant. Teo had excuses for losing Cambosa, who wasn't popular. Now that Teo is in better shape for Claggett, where's the excuse for struggling against a D-level fighter? Haney needs to break, come back late November. Claggett came to fight, didn't. Teo said Ortiz was running. That's what I'm saying. So Claggett got heart and chin. And guess what? Everyone will leave here saying, respect to Claggett. I respect you. Ain't nobody said nothing negative about this dude. I mean, I get it in comparison to what, he's not Teo's level, but everyone walked away like, yo, respect to Claggett. But that's what Teo, I hope he sees that. I hope he sees they respect him because he gave his 100%, but I didn't give my 100%. And that's me saying that I think Teo is a better fighter than when he shows. I think Teo is a better fighter than when he shows. I'm not the one that's saying Teo is trash. I'm not saying Teo is garbage. I'm not saying Teo is overrated. I'm not saying Teo is a bum. I'm not saying Teo is all that. I'm saying Teo is better than when he showed tonight. Claggett should never have been on his level. Ever. Ever. Never. Never should have been on his level tonight. And that's not what you want to hear. My opponent was on my level. No, I should show them he's not on my level. And that's what Teo is. He's a fighter that's supposed to separate himself. So whatever is going on, fix it, change it. Because the fans ain't buying it no more. Like the fans ain't, and if you come and take a underdog fight and you whip that dude's ass, you get a Crawford fight and whoop his ass and show everybody, I fucking told you, then cool. Props. Because you told everybody. But right now, everyone doesn't believe you. So, but I'm going to end the stream. I appreciate everyone here. Comments Legends. Thanks for all your hard work. You're one of the only ones that reads viewer comments and makes genuine opinions. I appreciate it. So did Ryan cheat? I mean, by definition, he's failed his PED. So I would have to say he falls into the category of failed drug test. And he has to pay the price. Right? Did he do intentionally or not? I don't know. I don't really care anymore at this point. It's in his system. He got his win taken away. He paid his fine. It's done. And it's over with. So, but I'm glad that happened because that's the right thing to do in boxing. Someone fails a drug test, you got to have repercussions. Even if that person looked like he would have won with or without it. You got to do the right thing. And I thought Devin could have fought better. So, it's not an excuse for Devin to only just rely on the PEDs, because I do feel that Devin should have won the fight. He should have won that fight. So, didn't Teo complain? Yeah. So, all right. So, appreciate all you guys. Adrenaline Live, Comics, Notch, Fabio, Jacob 1, Notch, P. Rich, Jacob 1, Eric Bell, Aaron Cantu out in Miami doing his thing, Lamont, everyone who came in earlier, Young Poppy, Shotgun Sandwich, Bayside, O's Rockin', I Danny. I just appreciate you guys. This is a small streams. Sometimes it's hard for the bigger streams for me to read everything, but the smaller ones I can kind of hang out and chat. So. Nico Ali Walsh did what his great grandfather was known for, coming back to beat his ring conquer. Now he can move on and keep him. Yeah. Eric Bell, I did an interview with Nico on FightHype. That's what we talked about. It's not about being Mayweather. you got Ali bloodline. It's about getting that get back. So, but yo, I really appreciate you guys. I'm definitely gonna do more lives coming up. I just had to take a little break. You know, I covered some fights. I had to kind of reset and hopefully try to help my missus. We got an 8-month-old and stuff like that. So just spending some time, you know, but these lives are gonna be kicking a little bit more. I didn't want to go into the Devin, Haney, Ryan stuff because I'm so exhausted from it. But I'm ready to just move on to other things, right? So, but I'll be kicking some lives. We'll have some fun. I'll be at the Terrence Crawford fight. I got a couple more fights to cover. So you'll see me. Just check out my interviews. Check out Aaron's, all the stuff he did for the TO. I'm sorry that we don't really have any Estrada and Bam Rodriguez stuff, you know. But I know there's content out there in other channels. So, but I appreciate you guys. You guys are the best, and just keep that notification locked in, man. Appreciate that. Congratulations. I appreciate that. Danny Guerrero draw, people delusional. I didn't have it a draw. It was just a shitty performance. So, all right, man. Appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. Peace.